After you became the emperor, leaving only one finger to the descendants, the supreme emperor disappeared from this ancient history. In the great dream of 10,000 years, the Taoist sect encountered a disaster of extinction, and that finger of the great emperor became the only hope for everyone. The saintess, Lang Ningshuang, knelt and begged the great emperor Wei Qingshan to come out. In an instant, the situation changed, and a whisper sounded in the sky, "I have always been here." At this moment, the once strongest Taoist sect in the Tianqian continent is now hanging by a sword over their heads. This humble one cannot bear to see the suffering of the world. I am willing to accept beautiful women. I am willing to provide a warm home for beautiful women under the age of 2000 for the Taoist sect. Remember, they must be intact. Stinky monk, you are simply heartless. Do you still have a conscience for doing this? Why not help when you see someone in danger? Why kick someone when they are down? Why insist on being perfect? Let me ask you, what's wrong with being a married woman? What's wrong? Chao is not talented, and is willing to provide warmth and support to the wife of the person from the Asking Tao sect. It's okay. It's okay. The crowd was somewhat speechless. It seems like you two are going to take all the women from the Asking Tao sect. Truly a pair of great virtuous people. Their eyes fell on a white-robed woman, asking about the current saintess of the Taoist sect, Lang Ningshuang. However, Lang Ningshuang just glanced lightly and did not linger too much. What is she holding in her hand? Could it be a treasure borrowed from the Wang family? Is the Wang family really planning to participate in this war? The heavenly temple is not easy to provoke. On the main hall of the Wanda sect, watching those who went out for help return disappointed one by one, the people in the hall sighed one after another. Old ancestor Qi, even you cannot stop the emperor of the heavenly temple. It is invincible. Qi Yuntian shook his head and said a few words. Those little guys are probably not going to leave. The head of the Wudao sect shook his head. He had already arranged this kind of thing. But the disciples of the Wudao sect were very stubborn. Even if they knew they would die, no one was willing to leave. Ning Shuang, how is it going? I found Wang Senior in then? The people in the hall looked at Ning Shuang with some expectation. I asked him if the Wang family could help us get through this difficult time for the Wudao sect. He doesn't want to, Lang Ningshuang said lightly, answering quite directly. He said he wanted me to leave the Wei sect and go with him, so he could protect me. I refused. Then he threatened me, saying if I didn't go with him, the Wang family wouldn't mind adding an extra insurance to the destruction of our Wei sect. They are looking for death in vain. Everyone in the hall was immediately provoked by these words. Just now, the Li family threatened them, and now even the imperial Wang family is acting like this. Now, can anyone come and take a bite at the Taoist sect? Lang Ningfrost's beautiful eyes looked at the people in the hall, agreeing with their thoughts, nodded and said, yes, so I will just kill him directly. After speaking, she directly opened the bag in her hand, and a bloody head rolled onto the ground. Wang San, seeing the bloody head on the ground, everyone couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Sister, why are you so brave? Wang Xin is the direct descendant of the royal family. How could you kill him so decisively and remain so calm? At that moment, everyone suddenly understood why this woman had said that when she entered. It turns out she really can kill people. Among the young generation of the Qingfeng sect, there are a few extremes. One is the former Chu Junlin, and the other is that ice-cold sister in front of us. One is a well-known pursuer of rascals, and the other is a well-known pursuer who turns others into rascals. In the main hall, some young elite male disciples looked at the cold frost, and their hearts involuntarily shivered. The oppressive atmosphere was broken, and the hall was filled with various angry voices at this moment. These people are indeed living too oppressively. The Asking Tao sect will not perish. Cold Frost looked at the people in the hall coldly and said, do you have any solutions? Someone looked at Cold Frost's firmness and couldn't help but ask, or did she really find help outside? I'm sorry, everyone, this is how my disciple is. The beautiful elder looked apologetically at the people around her and quickly brought Cold Frost to her side. Ancestor Qi, our Asking Tao sect, the first sect in the Tianqian continent. Does our sect not have any emperors? Emperors? Qi Yuntian murmured, sinking into a memory, as if trying to recall something. In our era, I found some broken fragments of god statues in the ancestral realm, as if they had been destroyed. Later, based on these fragments, I traced this history, traveled through the stars, and finally found traces of the two emperors of our Asking Tao sect. Those statues were used to commemorate the emperors of our Asking Tao sect, but they were gradually destroyed in several calamities. The legacies left by these two emperors have indeed saved our Asking Tao sect many times. Ancestor Qi, where are these two emperors of our Asking Tao sect now? Someone asked hopefully. They have fallen. Qi Yuntian sighed, not hiding the truth. After learning that our Asking Tao sect had two emperors, I wanted to follow in the footsteps of my ancestors and fight alongside them, but all I did along the way was to confirm step by step that they had completely fallen. What puzzles me is, Qi Yuntian paused, as if trying to recall something, looking puzzled. When I tried to piece together those broken statues, I found an extra finger at the scene. An extra finger? The crowd exclaimed, quickly turning excited. Ancestor, are you saying that the Taoist sect might still have a third emperor? Chiyun Tian took a look at everyone inside. At first, I also thought the same as you all, but later, no matter how I traced it, I couldn't find any records about the existence of a third emperor in my sect. There is no trace of any relevant records in the various classics of my sect or in the ancient heritage of other forces. The faces of the crowd darkened again, and the hope that had just ignited was instantly extinguished. The emperor is strong, terrifying as such. Having 3 heads and 6 arms is also normal. Maybe one of these 2 emperors has 6 fingers. Doesn't matter. It's just death, right? When those old thieves from the temple of the gods come, even if I die, I will still make them take the blame. An elder with a full beard shrugged his shoulders, already indifferent to life and death. I'm afraid you won't have this opportunity anymore. Suddenly, a cold voice broke the original atmosphere in the hall. All members of the Wenda sect, come out and die. The Wang family, Patriarch Wang Tong. Upon seeing the figure clearly, everyone in the Taoist sect couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, a fear arising from the depths of their hearts. They were well aware of the prestige and strength of this Wang family ancestor. He was a thunderous existence in the entire Tianqian continent, along with his success in stepping into the emperor realm. The old saying that my son Wang Tang had the posture of a great emperor was no longer a joke, but had instead become a sentence of supreme honor. Who would have thought that before the Heavenly Divine Hall's army arrived, the Wang family, which usually had some friendship with the questioning sect, would descend first? And it's still coming. What happened? I don't know. Can anyone tell me why the Wang clan's ancestor appeared here? The surrounding eaters within the questioning crowd were frozen by this scene, looking at each other trying to find the reason. Didn't the contemporary heavenly pride of the questioning sect's condensing frost make a trip to the Wang family earlier? Could it be that he really invited the Wang family to make a move? Someone opened his mouth and said, thinking of the earlier rumor that condensing frost had gone to meet Wang Sen, the Wang clan's heavenly pride. Why don't you look at what you're saying first? Did you not listen to a single word that the Wang clan's ancestor just said? All of the Ask sect, quickly get out and die. Some people looked at the person who had spoken earlier with a look of contempt. It was obvious that this Wang clan ancestor was coming from a bad place. But it was precisely because the other party was coming from a bad place that the crowd became more and more somewhat puzzled. And how did this questioning sect provoke the Wang family? Offending the Heavenly Divine Hall and the questioning sect was already a situation of certain death, and now if the Wang family was added to it, then the questioning sect would be completely without any hope. In the great hall of the questioning sect, as the patriarch, Xu Yunfeng took the lead and stood out, looking at Wang Tong and speaking, Wang clan ancestor, what can you mean by stepping into my questioning sect like this? His voice was neither humble nor overbearing. Even if he was facing a great emperor figure at this moment, as the head of a clan, he had not shown any fear. What do you mean? Old ancestor Wang Teng's face instantly sank. My Wang clan's descendant, the pride of the Wang clan, Wangsen, pampered your asking sect's heavenly pride daughter, only to be tragically victimized by his hand and have his head cruelly removed. The voice of the old Wang Tang ancestor echoed in this surroundings, which was even more tinged with monstrous fury. Under the coverage of the terrifying emperor's might, the surrounding grass and trees involuntarily withered. What? Within the territory of the questioning sect, countless crowds of onlookers were dumbfounded by the voice. Wang Sen is dead? Being taken off the head? If these words had not come from the mouth of old man Wang Tang himself, they would not have believed them even if they had beaten them to death. So, that bag contains Wang Sen's head? Someone remembered the bag carried in condensing Frost's hand earlier, and couldn't help but also suck in a breath of cold air. It is said that the Ask sect's heavenly proud daughter, Lang Ningfrost, is not close to popularity and is cold and heartless, and now they have finally seen it. Admirable. Some people secretly gave a thumbs up and had to say that this latter woman was too fierce. Many of them could be big shots on one side, but if they were asked if they dared to take action against Wang Sen, then the answer would naturally be no. According to what she's doing, the questioning sect is afraid that it's going to be completely finished. Some people shook their heads, feeling that condensing Frost was really reckless in her actions. It's said as if the questioning sect will have a way to live if she doesn't kill Wang Sen. Some people still admired Lang Ningxuang's approach, only that she might have to bear the wrath of old ancestor Wang Teng next. Many people looked up and continued to look ahead. Inside the great hall of the questioning sect, Xu Yunfeng also froze for a moment, and then looked to the side at condensing Frost as well as the people in the great hall. He also understood that this matter was 80% true. Ugh. He sighed and didn't say anything more. Condensing Frost had kind of done something he really wanted to do but didn't dare to do. When he recalled the face of Li Xuantian's father and daughter earlier, his heart was also always clogged with a breath. I'm not afraid to die. Lang Ningfeng stood out and said coldly, her gaze fixed dead center on old man Wang Tang in the void. From the moment she killed Wang Sen, she had expected this day to come and had long been prepared for death. Go back. Xu Yunfeng coldly drank back Lang Ningxuang. No matter what the other party had done, as an elder he would have absolutely no intention of giving up his juniors in front of him. Besides, what Condensing Frost had done was just something that he had always wanted to do as a patriarch but didn't dare to do. Before becoming the questioning sect's patriarch, he was originally a fastidious person. Only after becoming the patriarch, he was the one who always thought that he must look out for the top and bottom of the clan and had to suppress his character. What do you want? Xu Yunfeng did not say anything else and raised his head to look at the old Wongbine ancestor in the void. How? All those who ask the clan to become immortal, give this emperor the opportunity to drink their sins and kill themselves, and go underground to repent for my clan's heavenly pride. Elder Wang Tang's voice echoed out in the surroundings, and the moment he opened his mouth, he made the entire top echelon of the questioning sect accompany him. However, he didn't finish his words, and soon his gaze landed on Condensing Frost again, and his killing intent was especially strong at this moment. Chapter 5 Death. Also, hand over this woman to this emperor. A red-powdered skeleton of a descendant, this emperor can't see how noble she is yet. It's her good fortune that the descendant of my clan's heavenly pride looks at her. And yet she has no self-awareness, and dares to brutally murder the pride of my clan's junior generation and cut off its head. In that case, isn't she a self-proclaimed holy fairy, unattainable? Then this emperor will remove her clothes and hang her above the 9 heavens, letting the people of the world see whether she is the so-called holy fairy or not. As old man Wang Tang's voice continued to spread, everyone could feel the temperature of the scene drop a few more points. Especially when his last words were spoken, everyone could feel the anger in his heart. This Wang clan ancestor is playing for real? At this moment they could finally be sure that Wang Xin was really dead, and that he had died at the hands of Condensing Frost. No one thought that they had gathered here to eat their melon, originally thinking that they were watching the battle of extermination of the Heavenly God Palace against the questioning sect. But it did not occur to him that before the people from the Heavenly Divine Hall appeared, this questioning sect would most likely be destroyed by the Wang clan first. Letting all the senior members of the questioning sect drink their own sins, isn't this properly wanting the questioning sect to perish? I don't care what happens to the Ask Sect's executives, I'm just curious if the Wang clan ancestor's last sentence is true. Someone laughed, and for some reason they actually looked forward to it a little. Perhaps great emperor-level powerhouses didn't care about any women anymore, but Lang Ningfeng's appearance was not to mention among her peers. It was a lot of the top powerhouses who were moved by it. If one were to rigidly rank the beauty of the women of the Tianxian continent, then this woman would definitely be considered to be at the forefront. It was said that there were once all old immortal-level powerhouses who came to the door to ask for Lang Ningfeng's hand in marriage, and although the result was unsuccessful, it was still a sensation for a while. Yet will such a woman end up like this? Asshole. The beautiful elder beside Lang Ningxuang, who was also her senior, Chang Sun Ingyue, immediately shielded her behind her, and her face radiated anger. As Lang Ningxuang's senior, she definitely wouldn't want to see Lang Ningxuang end up in that situation, and it definitely wouldn't be the case unless she died. Lang Ningfeng grabbed the sleeve of Chang Sun Ingyue's coat, and her gaze was dead set on the Wang Tang old ancestor above her, and an extra layer of frost unconsciously appeared on her body. She didn't say anything, but the focus of the crowd couldn't help but fall on her at this moment. Deception. The crowd of the questioning sect was enraged, not only because of old man Wang Tang's insults towards Lang Ningfeng, but likewise because of the anger they felt for making them drink their sins and kill themselves. Old thief, do you still want to be shameless? That bearded Ask Sect elder had a fiery temper and directly turned to Wang Tang in anger. If his strength didn't allow him to do so, he would have flown up and hit someone long ago. Who gave you permission to speak to the emperor like that? Wang Tang's face instantly turned cold as his gaze swept towards the questioning sect elder who had spoken. The emperor is not to be blasphemed. Wang Tang said in a cold voice. The great emperor's words seemed to be carrying the laws of the Tao, killing people in an invisible way. Along with the fall of his voice, a destructive force instantly failed to enter the body of that elder of the questioning sect. No! Damn! What's going on? The Ask Sect elder's face was instantly filled with fear, and his beard seemed to start spreading continuously as if it had been ignited with Tao fire. Soon a crack began to appear on his face, and his pupils instantly turned white, as if he was experiencing something horrific in his lifetime. Old thief Wang Tang. If my questioning sect is not destroyed, you will pay for what you did today. This questioning sect elder roared angrily. The aura around him boiled and he rushed towards Wang Tang without any regard. Boom! Shasta! His entire body exploded in the air, unable to get even half a step closer to Wang Tang. He's dead. The air at the scene fell silent for a moment. An immortal king-level powerhouse wouldn't even be qualified to make a move in front of a great emperor. One sentence killed a long-known immortal king powerhouse. Is this the emperor? All around, countless people couldn't help but feel a touch of fear within themselves as they watched this scene. Great emperor powerhouses were as terrifying as they were. This was perhaps one of the reasons why those imperial clans, the eternal life families, were able to stand? Elder Duan. The crowd of the questioning sect came back to their senses and roared angrily. Who would have thought that the old man who had previously thought that he would die trying to drag a powerful person from the heavenly god's palace into the water would end up already dead without even seeing his enemy's face? He even died with no dignity at all, and was directly killed in seconds by an Emperor realm powerhouse. Angry? The entire Ask sect was furious about it, but facing a great emperor on the other side, there was only despair in their eyes. A haze of impending death lay over each of their heads. Before a great emperor, all mortals are ants. A mere immortal king presumes to disrespect this emperor, truly not knowing how to die. Wang Tang's voice continued to reach the ears of every disciple of the questioning sect, and in front of the great emperor, all of them seemed like ants. Remember, this emperor is not discussing with you, this is an order. If you are afraid of death, this emperor will personally send you on your way. Wang Tang continued to look at the crowd of the questioning sect who did not speak, like a high god looking down on everything. Rip! An imprint instantly appeared on the earth beneath Chu Yunfeng's feet, and he stared at the Wang clan ancestor with a deadly gaze. When he thought of the tragic death of the clan elders earlier, the earth under his feet sunk down a few more points. Master, did I do something wrong? Lang Ningfeng suddenly opened her mouth, not knowing why. Watching that old man die in front of her, she was somewhat touched in her heart. Don't think about it. Chang Sun Inghua shook her head. Just as someone had said earlier, the probability of the questioning sect surviving was nothing more than a change from 0.001 to 0.00001. Facing the Wang family, if they were not defeated, then the heavenly divine hall, which was many times stronger than the Wang family, was even more of an unattainable existence for them. So it's only a matter of time before it's overthrown. In the past, none of the forces that had been targeted by the heavenly god palace had been completely wiped out from the long river of history altogether. Earlier they were merely unwilling to accept the reality, forcing a glimmer of probability in despair. Now that their hopes have been shattered, they are no longer under any illusions. If the Wang clan wants to deal with us, there's no need for a great emperor to appear at all. Now that the Wang clan's ancestor has appeared, it means that they have long had thoughts about our questioning sect, and even if there is no Wang Sen, I'm afraid that they will find other excuses to strike. And you just happened to give them that excuse. Chang Sun Yingyu looked at this precious disciple of hers who didn't say anything, and couldn't help but also comfort her somewhat, not wanting her to be affected by this matter. Yes. Long Ningfeng nodded. However, right at this moment, a large invisible hand suddenly pressed towards her, and just as she was about to put up resistance, the air around her was frozen in a flash. Chapter 6, Burning for Life. Suffocation. At this moment, Condensing Frost only felt incomparably suffocated, and in front of a great emperor powerhouse, she appeared incomparably weak. She stared at Wang Tang with a deadly gaze, a hint of coldness flowing from her eyes, and a thin layer of coldness covered her surroundings. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and it was as if her eyes carried a sense of stubbornness and defiance. Is this asking sect's heavenly daughter going to fall into the hands of the Wang family? As countless people watched this scene, they couldn't help but also feel some emotion in their hearts, as if they had already foreseen what was going to happen to Lang Ningxuang. Nervous Frost. Chang Sun Yingyue's complexion changed greatly, and she shouted at Condensing Frost. Her eyes appeared unprecedentedly flustered, and her hands continued to form seals, blocking Condensing Frost's body with all her might. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out of her mouth, and her entire body quickly flew backwards. She herself wasn't much stronger than the previous elder, and even she wouldn't be able to resist for long in the face of an emperor's pressure. However, she quickly took an elixir and then rose again, attempting to reblock Lang Ningxuang's face. Master! Lang Ningfeng looked at the open mouth in front of her. I'm fine, there's no need to blame yourself. Even without this Wang clan ancestor, sooner or later, we'll face the heavenly divine hall. In the end, we don't have a single chance of winning against these great emperors, and if you hadn't killed Wang Sen, perhaps we wouldn't have even been able to collect a bit of interest. Chang Sun Yingyu shook her head. When a great emperor like the Wang family directly appeared, they wouldn't even have a chance to resist. And the Wang Sen that Condensing Frost had beheaded might have become the only battle record of their questioning sect. Oh, so you want to be punished for your disciple? If that's the case, then you'll all be together. The disciple has done something wrong. You as a master deserve to die for the same crime. Wang Tang's imperial might continued to spread towards the bottom, pressing down on Chang Sun Yingyu, who could barely breathe. Master and disciple together? Countless people looked at Chang Sun Yingyu from afar. This was likewise a rare beauty of the heavens. It seems that apart from fighting today, Mr. Chow might be able to get a full dose of other eye candy. In the crowd, the strong man surnamed Chow smiled and said, I wonder if these two absolute beauties of this questioning sect are still intact. Perhaps later on, little monk can have a good look at them. The monk with the staff similarly revealed a smile. He was clearly a monk, but he gave off a feeling of evil-een. There's no suspense, we're afraid that we won't see the heavenly divine hall make a move. There were also people who looked up at the scarlet clouds that filled the sky, who would have thought that the questioning sect, which had offended the heavenly divine hall, would fall into the hands of another imperial family, the Wang family, before the heavenly divine hall could even make a move. Humph. That's what happens when you stay. Li Yener also snorted coldly and said, not feeling anything wrong about her behavior. Because to stay she only has one way to die, she is young but does not want to be buried for the sake of this ask sect, a woman of her level. What kind of man do you want not have? But if you die, there's nothing left. Li Xiantian similarly sighed as he watched what was happening in the questioning sect. If it was some of the usual clan struggles, perhaps they would also work together with the questioning sect. After all, the two sides were in-laws and the relationship was not bad. However, he was equally powerless in the face of the heavenly god palace as well as an emperor-level power like the Wang family. At this time, there was nothing to blame him for. If he wanted to blame him, he should blame the questioning sect for not messing with the heavenly god palace. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Inside the questioning sect, a spell formation quickly formed behind Chu Yunfeng as he stared deathly at Wang Tang in the sky above. As the patriarch, it was naturally impossible for him to stand by and watch something happen to Long Ningfeng and Chang Sun anyway. Strike together! Behind the questioning sect, countless immortal king powerhouses and figures at the level of giants stood out one after another. Terrifying might emanated from each of them, as if they had condensed into the will of the entire questioning sect, and they resisted Wang Tang's pressure with all their might. Overrate yourself. There was some contempt in Wang Tang's eyes, only to see his fingers gently lifting, and the entire heaven and earth shook a few times. Below, countless ask sect elder-level figures all stifled a grunt and continuously spat out blood. Damn, how can it be so strong? The countless powerhouses of the questioning sect clenched their teeth in death and held on. Wang Tang's power had exceeded their imagination. Is this the Great One? Despair spread to the heart of every strong person in the questioning sect. Unbeatable, simply unbeatable. A single great emperor of the Wang family made them feel deep despair, not to mention the flourishing heavenly god palace today. Perhaps even that 0.000001 probability is an unrealistic fantasy on their part. People don't give up. Even if we die, we will bite off a piece of their flesh, so what if we are great emperors? Chu Yunfeng could see the kind of despair that the crowd was feeling, and at this moment, under the pressure of the layers of imperial might, his hair had become very messy. Since you have already put life and death aside, what is there to fear at this moment? Even if we die we will bite off a piece of flesh from this great emperor. Chu Yunfeng roared. Exactly. Someone's face instantly turned livid. The fact that they didn't leave when the questioning sect was in a moment of life and death proved everything in itself. Swear to live and die with the questioning sect. The auras of countless questioning sect elders, immortal king-level powerhouses, and giants skyrocketed once again. Since you are unwilling to be decent, then this emperor will be decent for you. Wang Tang frowned, not expecting these people to resist so tenaciously. But what's the point of all this in front of the great emperor? Griffin, he said indifferently, his body's imperial might spreading rapidly, even the scarlet clouds above his head were backing off by 3 points at this moment. It was as if his every word and action represented the will of heaven and earth, and he was judging the crowd of the questioning sect below. Bang! He slapped his palm directly towards the bottom of the questioning sect. Like a god descending divine punishment, it was wiping out the disrespectful below. Bang! Accompanied by a loud sound spread, countless immortal kings fell in an instant, and it was impossible for a great emperor powerhouse to be an enemy. Even Chu Yunfeng, who had already stepped into the quasi-emperor realm, was looking very wretched at the moment. Enough! Suddenly a stern cry came out from the great hall of the questioning sect. The gazes of the crowd also looked over with the source of the sound. Burning life! I can't believe someone is burning their life. Countless people couldn't help but also reveal their astonishment as they looked at the flame of life burning up within the great hall. Elder Qi. The crowd of the questioning sect also looked at Qi Yuntian with wide gazes, not expecting that he would really do as he said and would directly burn his life in battle. Great emperor powerhouses are unbeatable, there is no room for hesitation. Once you hesitate, I'm afraid that old me won't even have the chance to make a move. Qi Yuntian shook his head, not caring about his life or death. From the moment he was dug out, he had already prepared for this moment. Elder Qi. Somewhere in the forbidden land of the questioning sect, a serious disciple watched this scene from afar, and his heart seized. Because Qi Yuntian was the one who dug him out of the dirt, personally pried open the boards of his coffin, and slapped him awake. Perhaps if he hadn't tapped into it, Qi Yuntian should be able to sink into a deep sleep beneath the earth quite well and could escape this holocaust. Looking at the dirt that was constantly being turned over by himself under his feet, at this moment, he was somewhat unsure if he was doing the right thing. Chapter 7, I Won't Survive. Elder Qi. Chu Yunfeng's heart was filled with grief and anger. As the head of a clan, he was unexpectedly completely powerless in the face of a battle of this level. Stop! Qi Yuntian glanced at Chu Yunfeng, seeing that the other party similarly wanted to burn his life to fight. At once, he shouted angrily, "It's the old man's battle now, it's not the time for you to die, immediately evacuate with everyone and leave this place to me." Qi Yuntian's voice was very cold. If these people died as well, then there would be no point in him burning his life. Elder Qi. Chu Yunfeng clenched his fists tightly. There's plenty of opportunities for you to die behind you. Are you, as the patriarch, going to watch our disciples of the questioning sect die defenselessly now? Qi Yuntian exasperatedly said. He knew that many of the disciples of the questioning sect were not afraid of death, but facing a great emperor powerhouse was nothing more than a fearless sacrifice. They don't stand a chance. At the mention of the disciples of the questioning sect, his entire body also quickly calmed down, and after some inner entanglement, he said with difficulty, "Everyone, follow me." He turned his head to look around and realized that his disciple, Chu Junlin, had disappeared long ago at some point. Damn, where did this asshole go? Chu Yunfeng angrily opened his mouth. If there was anyone in the entire people's questioning sect that he couldn't let go of the most, then it was undoubtedly his uncontested disciple. This guy isn't going after that, is he? Chu Yunfeng remembered the father-daughter pair of Li Yener and Li Xiantian, and at this moment, he really had some regrets that he hadn't directly killed them in the first place. He's really getting forward thinking about things now. Follow me. Chu Yunfeng's gaze fell on Lang Ningfeng as well as Chang Sun Yue again, and now he could not care less about Chu Junlin. These two were the key targets of the Wang family, and he had to keep an eye on them. Especially Condensing Frost, although he was unwilling to admit it, this girl's talent was much better than that indisputable disciple of his. Similarly, she was one of the few people from the questioning sect who would most likely witness the Dao and become an emperor in the future, and there was hope for them in the questioning sect if she lived. I'm not leaving. Lang Ningfeng looked up at Wang Tang above and said coldly, "Ugh." Chu Yunfeng shook his head. He knew that these people were like this. At this moment, he could not care less. Not bothering to continue with the nonsense, he directly rolled up Condensing Frost as well as the injured Changsun Yue and looked towards the other immortal king powerhouses around him. Go. In a flash, he quickly left from where he was. Some immortal king giants hesitated for a moment, but after noting Qi Yuntian's gaze, they quickly followed. Go. Wang Tang laughed coldly, and the terrifying emperor's might swiftly covered towards the bottom. Are you guys leaving? He struck decisively, wanting to wipe out the departing people below him in one fell swoop. Boom! A loud explosion continued to spread. A figure quickly stepped in front of him, blocking all of his attacks with a palm. Who are you? Wang Tang frowned. He had noticed Qi Yuntian's presence a long time ago, but he didn't recognize this person from the questioning sect. I didn't expect that the questioning sect would still be hiding a peak quasi-emperor powerhouse, and the most crucial thing about the other party was that they didn't hesitate to burn their lives. It's still really sad. He looked at Qi Yuntian indifferently, still maintaining his great emperor's majesty. Disciple of the questioning sect, Qi Yuntian. Kid, speaking of which, I even hugged your grandfather when he was a kid. If I had known that he would have a descendant like you in the first place, I should have strangled him to death. Qi Yuntian slowly walked towards Wang Tang, his aura constantly being on the rise while his life force was constantly draining away. It's Qi Yuntian, the Qi Yuntian from 30,000 years ago? That's right. It said that he disappeared after failing to certify to the Emperor realm back then. I didn't expect that 30,000 years had already passed and he was still alive. Countless people looked at Qi Yuntian and couldn't help but also take a deep breath. This questioning sect was still once the number one sect after all. A thin camel was bigger than a horse, and even though there was no great emperor to guard the town, he didn't expect that there was still a peak quasi-emperor hidden away. So what? Back then, he failed to certify as an emperor, and in the end, he was a loser, whereas the one standing in front of him today is a genuine great emperor. Some people disdainfully said that even if Qi Yuntian appeared, I'm afraid that it wouldn't change the situation of the questioning sect today. Perhaps he shouldn't have appeared. If a strong person at the peak of a quasi-emperor kept hiding from the beginning to the end, it would be hard for even a great emperor to find him, right? Qi Yuntian? Wang Tang froze for a moment. It was true that he had heard of this name before, but by the time he came out of the world, this person had long since disappeared, thus he had not seen Qi Yuntian. Just you want to stop me? Wang Tang said with disdain in his eyes. Qi Yuntian's prestige was also relative to other people. In his eyes the other party was nothing more than a peak quasi-emperor griffin. Even if the other party is at this moment at the cost of burning his life. Stop you? No, I'm going to kill you. Qi Yuntian indifferently said, no longer hesitating to directly kill Wang Tang. Out of your depth. Wang Tang slapped his palm up, but very quickly his face instantly changed a bit. In one round he could feel the terrifying power contained in his opponent's body, which still posed a threat to him. It seems that you once and for all touched this threshold. Wang Tang indifferently said. He knew that the old undead in front of him might not be able to be described as a simple peak quasi-emperor. This was the strength of a person who had truly touched the Dao Emperor realm. I just don't know why the other side failed later. Such a person directly burned his life to fight him, even he had to be scornful. If those great emperors from the heavenly god hall come over, perhaps there really isn't anything that old me can do. But you? Qi Yuntian's eyes were equally disdainful as he could tell that the realm of this first-time emperor realm figure was not that solid. Boom! An emperor is an emperor after all, an existence beyond your reach. Wang Tang's expression was cold. Both sides once again bombarded each other, so fast that the naked eye could not capture it. No, not even the divine sense could not capture it. I'm not leaving. Lang Ningfeng had just been put down when she coldly opened her mouth. Ningxuan, the next battle is simply not an existence that we can participate in. As long as you live, there will be hope for our questioning sect after all. On the side, Chang Sun-ing persuaded, she knew the nature of this disciple of hers, but nowadays, even if they were to participate in the battle, they would only exist to be killed in seconds. I won't survive. Lang Ningfeng continued, her voice was calm, as if she was talking about an insignificant matter. No, I won't let anything happen to you. Chang Sun-ing clenched her fists. No matter what, she wouldn't watch something happen to Lang Ningxuan, but halfway through her words, her voice came to an abrupt end. Ningxue, what's wrong with you? Chang Sun-ing immediately grabbed at Lang Ningxuan, an unprecedented panic appearing on her face. I ate the soul-scattering pill. There was a trace of blood hanging from the corner of Lang Ningfeng's mouth, and for the first time, she revealed a smile, with a small trace of pride on her face. She's not afraid to die. But she didn't want to stand by and watch something happen to the questioning sect, and she took this elixir when she killed Wang Sen. As long as she was seriously attacked, her soul would immediately be dispersed, so she wasn't worried about what Wang Tang would do to him just now, because she will be soulful and completely dissipate in this world. Chapter 8. As long as we believe in it, the third great emperor must exist. Chang Sun-ing subconsciously hugged Lang Ningxuan tightly. She panicked. An unprecedented panic appeared. How could she not expect this girl to do something so reckless? No, that's the way this girl has always been. Shouldn't she, as a master, have realized it earlier? Why is that? Girl, what stupid thing have you done? The various immortal king giants of the questioning sect present also looked at Condensing Frost, and their faces were constantly changing. Lang Ningfeng was not only Chang Sun-ing's disciple, but likewise the most outstanding junior disciple of their questioning sect. You didn't realize you'd end up being forced to take the soul-breaking drug? Come on, let's force her out together. An immortal king giant quickly shouted, and the other immortal king giants responded. Yes. It's okay, it's going to be okay. Chang Sun-ing's hands and feet were a little flustered as she grabbed Lang Ningfrost's arm and quickly ran her gong method to help Lang Ningfrost recuperate. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Condensing Frost's mouth, and her body seemed to be much more illusory. Nervous Frost! Chang Sun-ing shouted in fear. It's useless, there is no antidote for the soul-severing scatter so far, number 1 on the list of strange poisons. Once taken, even a great emperor's hand won't help. Whether it's using spiritual power on her own or from the outside, once contacted it will only hasten her demise, and in the end her soul will be scattered and her bones will be gone. Chu Yunfeng looked at Condensing Frost and said calmly, speaking as if he had drained his entire body of strength at the end. As patriarch, now he can't protect any of them. My questioning sect will not perish. It will not die. If I hadn't dug up elder ancestor Qi and instead let him wake up to see the extinct questioning sect again. That way he blames me. Don't all of you old nobodies like to bury yourselves in the ground on weekdays? Get up, one by one. If you guys don't come out, my questioning sect will die. Somewhere in the realm, the questioning sect's series of heavenly pride, Lu Yukai, continued to dig towards the questioning sect's various secret caves. He was extremely unwilling to do so. The further down he dug, the more desperate he became. A small tear hung in the corner of his eye. Nothing at all. After experiencing countless catastrophes, the ground of the questioning sect had long since been dug up, and there were simply no longer any old ancestors in seclusion. Same with him. Countless disciples of the younger generation were all doing the same thing, because with their strength individuals, they were simply unable to participate in the frontal battlefield. Not to mention them, even those immortal kings as well as giants looked very small in front of this catastrophe. Because the other party possessed great emperors and the questioning sect did not, so with the imbalance in strength, the other parties simply did not send anyone below great emperors to participate in the war. One great emperor was enough to sweep away. So the young disciples of the questioning sect, at this moment, all they could do was to have some to keep asking for help from the outside. Or they could ask for help from within and keep digging in an attempt to find a shut-in old ancestor they didn't know about to save their questioning sect from this crisis. But the more they did, the more desperate they felt. Because whether they look outward or inward, they don't see a glimmer of hope, and all they can do is keep hitting the wall. Other than Lu Yukai digging up Qi Yuntian underground, they never found anything again. Come on, everyone, come with me. Suddenly a stern cry spread into the bottomless world, and countless disciples who were digging underground looked up. I know a place where there might be the third great emperor of our questioning sect. As long as we find him, perhaps there is still hope for our questioning sect. Chu Junlin continued to shout towards the underground disciples of the questioning sect. His entire being appeared to be extremely anxious. He could no longer care about that much. With his power it was simply not enough and too late. He needed more help. Senior Chu? Lu Yukai appeared in front of Chu Junlin at the first opportunity. Senior brother Chu, are you alright? Lu Yukai looked towards Chu Junlin with some concern. He was already aware of what had happened to the other party earlier. If he didn't have big things to do nowadays, he would have gone to settle the score with that woman for Chu Junlin. Nothing. Chu Junlin faintly replied back. The current him couldn't care about anything else at all. He couldn't just stand by and watch the questioning sect perish. Senior brother Chu, what's with the third great emperor you mentioned? Some people were also coming up one after another, and could not help but also look at Chu Junlin with some doubts. They weren't even very clear that there were great emperors in the ancestors of the questioning sect. They just firmly believed that the once existing questioning sect as the number one sect might have had great emperors in its existence. However, these records were not available in their questioning sect nowadays. And an existence at the peak of a quasi-emperor like Qi Yuntian was already a legend in the records of their questioning sect. Here's the deal. Chu Junlin explained all those things he heard in the Great Hall to the crowd one by one. A sixth finger? A third great emperor? Lu Yukai excitedly grabbed Chu Junlin's clothes, as if he had grabbed the only life-saving straw in the midst of despair. That's right. Chu Junlin nodded firmly. Even if there isn't a third great emperor in existence, as long as we find traces of those two great emperors there, maybe they'll still leave behind some kind of backhand to help our questioning sect get through this time. Someone spoke excitedly, itching to immediately go and empty out this so-called ancestral secret realm. Chu Junlin was silent for a moment. He did not tell the crowd what Qi Yuntian had said about the first two great emperors leaving behind their backhand having been exhausted, not wanting to cut off everyone's hopes. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Lu Yongkai patted Chu Junlin and flew directly towards the ancestral land's secret realm. Soon, the crowd then appeared at a deserted hilltop. The crowd, which was originally full of hope, sank after seeing this place. The aura here could almost be said to be dried up, not at all like any secret feng shui treasure land. Would the ancestors of the questioning sect really erect a statue of the great emperor here? It wasn't as if they hadn't wanted to dig around here earlier, but ultimately thought better of it. Chu Junlin also froze for a moment, but felt that Qi Yuntian's description was talking about this place. Let's do it everyone, maybe it's because this place is so out of the way and ordinary that we've overlooked it all these years. Lu Yukai looked at the crowd and spoke, while he himself turned on his groundhog mode. In a flash, he drilled down a pit several meters deep. Exactly. Chu Junlin nodded his head and said firmly, as long as we firmly believe in the existence of the third exalt, then he must exist. As long as he's still alive, then he will definitely be able to resolve this crisis of our questioning sect. The words fell. Chu Junlin was likewise in digging mode. He couldn't do anything else nowadays. The only thing left to do is this. A mountain that had been deserted for an unknown number of thousands of years was once again turned upside down. The hill gradually began to turn into an abyss as well. Chapter 9 Wang Clan Ancestor on the Run? Is this a fairy fight? Countless melon-eating masses looked up at the sky from afar. Look a day. Some people retracted their gaze in exasperation, their necks sore, and they couldn't even see any trace of it. If they hadn't personally seen the other party fighting there earlier, they would have wondered if there were really great emperors fighting. Of course there were also some curious brave men. Others said that the great emperor was fighting in front of them, hard disbelief to go up, and the result was directly vaporized. Great emperor powerhouse, terrifying as hell nah. Some people sighed. They had already compared themselves to the strongest of the party, but it turned out that in a battle at the level of a great emperor, they couldn't even see where the other party was. Originally, some of them also thought to come to see the great emperor fighting cannot contact the sense of a wave, this sense of a hairline, people cannot see. They had come looking for a blow, to see for themselves the gap between themselves and the great emperor. Amit Bob Buddha. The end of a strong crossbow can't change the end after all, the questioning sect is dead. The bald monk slowly withdrew his gaze and folded his hands and said, the crowd was a little surprised that this guy could see what he could see. There were some people who weren't surprised though, after all guys come from that part of the West. Of course besides him, there was someone else present who could be seen at a glance, and that was that strong man surnamed Chao, which was the lord of a certain ancient country. How come the disciples of this questioning sect have all gone somewhere one by one? How come none of them have come out? The bald donkey monk looked around a bit puzzled and said, he also wanted to take a few homeless women back to the temple. That's not surprising. After all, this is the questioning sect that has been passed down for an unknown number of years without being extinguished. Some of the strongest members of the Eternal Life family sighed and said, not feeling anything strange, in the long river of history they had witnessed the rise and fall of countless sect forces. But this questioning sect had always stood, relying on a cohesive force that had never existed in others. To know. The clan is different from the big families. There is no bloodline connection between the disciples of the clan. The disciples are all from the 5 lakes and the 4 directions. These people who are not bound by blood, want a cohesion together is not so easy at all. Many clans in history had also gone to extinction because of internal chaos, but the questioning sect was the only one that had managed to bring everyone together. Why bother when it's already a certain death? Letting everyone be buried with the clan is devilry. The bald monk folded his hands and said, indeed, it would be a bit of a shame if so many people's wives' little sister were to be buried with them for this demonic sect. The state lord surnamed Chao opened his mouth, his eyes still falling on the battlefield above him. Lord Chao, what's happening up here? Someone had the audacity to look curiously at this ancient kingdom lord and ask. After all, most of the people present didn't know how the battlefield up there was today. The Wang clan ancestor is losing ground. Lord Chao glanced at the person who spoke and said with a smile, what? The crowd looked at this ancient kingdom lord incredulously, knowing that Wang Tong, the old ancestor of the Wang family, was a genuine great emperor. Was that life-burning questioning sect powerhouse so terrifying? The The questioning sect still has a chance? Lord Chow, you're not kidding, are you? The crowd continued to look at this ancient kingdom lord with some uncertainty. This kind of thing was also hard for them to believe. Of course, the old Wang clan ancestor is on the run. Lord Chow continued to speak, with his face still. The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air at the words. But hadn't that monk just said that the questioning sect was at the end of its strength? Some people again turned their gaze to that bald monk who looked a bit sinister. Monk Baldass looked up at the sky and nodded. He's right, the Wang family head is indeed fleeing. It's not. The crowd was a little confused at this moment. Seriously doubt that these two men who wanted to bag the women of the questioning sect were not ganging up on them and intentionally lying to them? Deliberately saying that the questioning sect had the advantage. Was he afraid that they, the people, would go and snatch a woman from him? Sky Battlefield. Within a special Emperor realm domain, the ancient kingdom lord below was not wrong with what that bald monk had said. Wang Tong, the old ancestor of the Wang clan, was indeed fleeing, and he was fleeing without leaving a trace. Behind him, Qi Yuntian was in hot pursuit, and his face grew colder and colder as the battle power in his body had reached an apex. Junior, are you that afraid of death? In the back, Qi Yuntian angrily rebuked, his fists clenched in death as he continuously burned his life to accelerate his speed. Ha! Wang Tang did not think that he was running away, but he always had a faint smile on his face. A person who will die without wanting to die. Why do you think this emperor wants to fight with you? This emperor would like to see how much longer you can hold out? Compared to Qi Yuntian's anger, Wang Tang appeared to be on cloud 9. While fighting didn't mean he was afraid of the man who was burning his life to death, he equally didn't want to risk injury fighting a man who was going to die. Waiting on the other side was already a certain death, and why should he risk it? Boom! Qi Yuntian blasted his fist upwards, his gaze dead set on Wang Tang. Characters who had cultivated to the level of a great emperor were indeed all giant treacherous old foxes one by one, and what the other party said was not wrong at all. He burned his life like this, sooner or later he would die. At this time he was fighting for his life, the other side simply necessary to fight him hard, because he was already a person who was going to die. Knowing that their questioning sect didn't have an emperor realm today, their Wang clan had directly appeared with only one emperor realm powerhouse, and no one below the emperor realm had participated in this war. So it resulted in a force of them having absolutely nowhere to go out, and could only be unilaterally slaughtered by the other side. This war they asked the sect to be in an extremely passive despair from the beginning to the end. There is no way at all. I'm afraid that in the end, the Wang Sin that condensing frost had killed would really be the only battle that their questioning sect had ever won. Did the knot go up too? Qi Yuntian's gaze glanced in the direction where the Wang clan's imperial clan was located and realized that a layer of boundaries had already been raised there. For this war, the Wang family had obviously taken precautions a long time ago. Even if they didn't know about his existence earlier, the other party had done everything right. Layer upon layer, they were completely impeccable. Even if he went to attack the Wang clan regardless, I'm afraid that he might not be able to break this boundary before his life ran out, and the other party could wipe out everyone in their questioning sect in a flash. This was because the boundary spell formation of the questioning sect had previously been destroyed by the two great emperors of the Heavenly God Hall. Let's just hope they can get away with one. Qi Yuntian sighed, only hoping that at the end of his life, he could drag it out for a little while. The Celestial God's Palace sent you here, didn't they? In the end, Qi Yuntian looked at Wang Tang and said that the Wang family had obviously prepared for this battle. None of them could have reacted so quickly to the death of a person of the latter generation. And since the Heavenly Hall of Gods never showed up, it's likely that they found an agent first. Is this something to worry about? Chapter 10, The Heavenly God's Palace. This is nothing more than you asking sex seeking your own death. What this emperor does naturally represents the will of my Wang family. If I were you, I shouldn't have been so foolish as to burn my life, but chose to flee. It's a pity that you missed your chance, and the only person from your questioning sect who might have had a chance to escape was foolish to the extreme. Wang Tang did not choose to answer Qi Yuntian's words directly. He didn't even know of the other party's existence, and if Qi Yuntian had escaped, perhaps he had really let the questioning sect have a leak. It was a pity that the other party had foolishly chosen to suffer death here. Instead of bending the knee and begging for life, it is better to die fighting. Even if it's for the sake of the disciples of the questioning sect to wrestle out a sliver of hope, I have no regrets even if I die. Qi Yuntian indifferently said, his voice transformed into a heaven and earth Tao sound that constantly echoed in the heavens and earth. Countless people couldn't help but be moved by this when they heard it. Instead of bending the knee and begging for life, why don't we die fighting? Is this the questioning sect? The countless powerhouses below, whether they came to see the questioning sect's jokes or held other purposes, all of them could not help but develop a trace of respect within their hearts at this moment. Elder Qi. Countless disciples of the questioning sect were clenching their fists at this moment, and some tears were even dripping down involuntarily. A kind of emotion of the destruction of the clan and family could not help but arise leisurely within their hearts. Pardon me, fellow Taoists of the questioning sect. I, the Tianxian sect, can only give you emotional spiritual support. The Tianxian sect's powerhouse looked up in the direction of the questioning sect and seemed to mumble as if he had some perception. At one time, they counted themselves as staunch allies with the questioning sect, and there had been many marriages in history. Not long ago, the questioning sect had also sent out a request for help. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, it was just that they were facing a power of the heavenly divine hall's level. They simply put forward the courage to fight, their hearts are in the right place. Great power, sorry old friends, I'll always remember your questioning sect. Some of the ancient family lineage powerhouses that had once befriended the questioning sect also sighed, having a deep scorn for the heavenly divine hall, not to mention the fact that there was now an additional Wang family. Old ancestor, earlier when you were sleeping, our same Black Sword sect suffered a calamity of extinction, and it was the Taoist friends of the questioning sect who helped my Black Sword sect to resolve the crisis. The patriarch of the Black Sword sect begged to see his own old ancestor in front of a closed cave. This time, the Tao friends of the questioning sect are in trouble. Our Black Sword sect cannot sit back and watch. We cannot sit back and watch. Enough. Inside the cave, an icy voice broke the Black Sword sect's sectmaster's voice. We what? Who of us can fight against the heavenly god's palace nowadays, not to mention that there's now another Wang family. As the head of a clan, are you going to let all of my Black Sword sect go to accompany that questioning sect? The Black Sword sect patriarch reprimanded, his voice cold and merciless. But without the questioning sect, my Black Sword sect would have died a long time ago. Do we really have to be so ungrateful in our Black Sword sect? The Black Sword sect patriarch clenched his fists, extremely unwilling inwardly. Do you realize what you're saying? This seat says it again, my Black Sword sect is absolutely not allowed to meddle in matters between the questioning sect and the heavenly god hall. Also, back then, even without those people from the questioning sect, this seat would have stepped in to resolve the crisis of the Black Sword sect, whether it was or is. My Black Sword sect will not die, do you know that? An extremely large human face instantly pressed down in front of the Black Sword sect master, and a terrifying pressure directly pressed him to his knees. Old ancestor. The Black Sword sect patriarch opened his mouth. He asked the sect not to look for reinforcements, but to look for a burial companion, and us going there would just be a burial companion for them. No one can save his questioning sect this time. If we don't go, I'm sure they'll understand, and it won't matter if they don't, because all of them will be wiped out. This kind of situation is happening in the positive Tianxian continent nowadays. After all, the questioning sect has been inherited for an unknown number of years, and there are just as many strengths that have been befriended. However, no matter what kind of voice was underneath these forces, when it came to discussing the decision-making at the highest level, they dismissed the idea of going to support the questioning sect. No one would be willing to gamble on a fight they couldn't see any hope in. And at the moment, the battle in the void battlefield still continued as Qi Yuntian and Wang Tang maintained their standoff. And as soon as Qi Yuntian made a move, Wang Tang did not hesitate to run away, not feeling the slightest bit of shame. What, give up? Also, knowing that it cannot be done, then why not enjoy the last moments of your life? Wang Tang laughed coldly. In his opinion, Qi Yuntian's various things were nothing more than just raging and impotence. When calmness sets in, sooner or later it's time to see reality. However, he didn't intend to give the other party time. The other party wanted to enjoy it, but he didn't want to do what the other party wanted. His tone suddenly turned cold and said, "But if you stop, I'll have to take action against your questioning sect. Before I let you die, I'll first watch the top and bottom of the questioning sect disappear from in front of you one by one. I don't know how you'll feel then? Ha ha ha." Wang Tang laughed coldly, but the sudden laughter came to an abrupt end, his eyes staring dead ahead at Qi Yuntian, instantly realizing that something wasn't right. Late. Shasta. A soul body appeared behind him, while Qi Yuntian's physical body in front of him was quickly incinerated by the flame of life. Damn it, if you don't go 10 minutes like this, you're bound to perish and cease to exist. You're crazy. Wang Tang looked at Qi Yuntian with a grimace on his face, his entire body was locked down. He didn't expect that he who had always been cautious would be careless after all. Sure enough, it's still not possible to fight with people who don't want to die, because you can't even imagine what he would do. Boom! A destructive energy instantly overwhelmed it. Facing the great emperor, Qi Yuntian did not dare to hesitate in the slightest and did not intend to give Wang Tang any time to react. He had already paid for it by burning his life, so something had to be done. A few more hours versus a few more minutes didn't make a difference to him. If he couldn't pull Wang Tang down, when he died, the entire Ask sect would still not be able to escape this calamity. Boom! Storms of destruction were sweeping around him, and this was the blow that nearly consumed his life. As he watched Wang Tang get hit at close range, his entire body breathed a sigh of relief. It could be seen that his body was starting to become very illusory, and his life force was gradually dissipating. Yet just then, when he raised his head to look at the energy storm in front of him again, the appearance of a figure caused his entire heartstrings to instantly tighten. The Temple of Heaven. Qi Yuntian's gaze was dead set on the powerful person that appeared in the storm. This emperor once projected through the ages and calculated that my heavenly god palace would have a future calamity from your questioning sect, so this calamity is from you? A man seemed to have crossed countless hours of space and time as he slowly walked out from the storm, barefoot and looking extremely young and handsome. Chapter 11, Dig, you guys dig for me. His gaze landed on Qi Yuntian, and he said with some surprise, "You've surprised me quite a bit, not being an emperor, yet burning your life as a price to suppress an emperor realm powerhouse. This emperor is beginning to be a bit curious as to how you failed back then. With the qualifications you've shown, breaking through this level shouldn't be a problem." The Temple of Heaven. Qi Yuntian's gaze was dead set on the heavenly divine hall great emperor powerhouse. Back then things had already passed and he didn't want to mention it again. Back then, he was indeed close to breaking through to that realm, but then a group of bizarre beings found him at the most critical time. It was as if they were erasing something off some trace, and they likewise wanted to erase him, for he had likewise touched the taboo. But the most crucial thing was that he was not even sure what taboo he had touched himself. In the end, if he hadn't relied on the Emperor Realm Thunder Tribulation, he wouldn't have been able to escape the catastrophe. Up to this point his realm had finally stopped at the peak of the Quasi-Emperor, and he had hidden himself and buried himself deep underground. Some people said that he was devastated because of his failed breakthrough, but in fact, he was afraid because he was afraid that those beings would be involved in the questioning sect because of him. But the questioning sect was facing a life and death crisis this time. He had to come out and face it. If there's no backhandedness, then it's all over. The Heavenly God Hall's great emperor spoke indifferently. "No matter what the calamity is, wouldn't it be fine to snuff him out in the cradle? Is this the reason why your Heavenly Divine Hall made a move against my questioning sect?" Qi Yuntian's voice was a bit icy as he said, "When the Heavenly God's palace descended divine punishment and destroyed their questioning sect's boundary formation. The excuse used was that they, the questioning sect, had colluded with the foreigners. But everyone knew that it was possible for all the forces in the Tianqian continent to collude with the foreign races, only they, the questioning sect, could not. It's a trumped-up charge. As for the real reason behind it, even they, the questioning sect, were not clear about it themselves. After all, although they, the questioning sect, as the former number one sect, had experienced countless catastrophes at that time, their family's wealth had long been emptied out. Naturally, there was nothing that existed that was worth the thoughts of an emperor-level power. I didn't realize that the other side was because of a deduction?" Qi Yuntian's eyes stared at the Heavenly God Hall's great emperor to death. Could he really deduce anything? Yes and no. The result of this deduction was not foreseen by this emperor alone. That old man Tianji had also predicted that your questioning sect would eventually bring a catastrophe to the Tianqian continent. So perhaps it's not a wrongful accusation against your questioning sect to say that you colluded with a foreign race. After all, even if you did break through to the emperor realm, you wouldn't be able to make any waves in the hands of this emperor. The only possibility is that you have colluded with the foreign races. Therefore, there will be no survivors up and down your questioning sect. The Heavenly God Palace's great emperor slowly spoke, declaring his judgment on the questioning sect without haste, because everything was already over in his eyes. Ha! Deduction? Prophecy? At this moment, Qi Yuntian smiled. Just because of these nebulous things, but let them ask the sect towards extinction, it is simply the absurd world of the great fallacy. It was a pity that he wasn't strong enough to do much more. His body was close to collapsing and would soon dissipate completely into the world. He had fought with all his might to take care of the Wang clan's old ancestor with great difficulty, but he didn't expect that the Heavenly God Hall's great emperor would appear again. What could he do at this moment but despair, helplessness? It's good that he settled a great emperor, it's not a loss. Old thief of the questioning sect, die for this emperor. Boom! An extreme roar suddenly rang out at this moment, and a shadow tore through the void, returning with a very fierce face. Directly locking onto Qi Yuntian, a fist directly blasted up. Qi Yuntian's eyes widened as he looked at Wang Tung. Surprisingly he didn't die? How? Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, Qi Yuntian's figure slammed heavily onto the ground directly from a high altitude. The scene was instantly silent. Halfway through the day, it took the crowd a moment to confirm that it was Qi Yuntian. Bald asses, didn't you two say that the Wang clan's ancestor is on the run? Someone looked at the bald donkey monk and asked. Just now they had almost believed the words of these two people. Neither the bald monk nor the Lord of State Chao said anything at this moment. They had just witnessed what was happening above them as well as the reversal. There was also the appearance of a great emperor from the Heavenly God's palace. The strongest person of the questioning sect has fallen. The end of the questioning sect is certain. Some people looked in the direction of the questioning sect sadly, knowing that after today, the curtain would fall on this sect that had been inherited in the Tianqian continent for an unknown number of years. Elder Qi. The crowd of the questioning sect also froze when they saw this scene. Despair. The moment. They're really desperate. An immortal king powerhouse instantly brought Qi Yuntian back to his side, and one could see that half of Qi Yuntian's lower body had disappeared. Even the upper half of the moments that remain are already in a situation where they are close to dissipating. Why haven't you guys left yet? Qi Yuntian looked at the people present and opened his mouth. All of them? How are they all in these people? Elder ancestor, no one from the Ask sect has left. An immortal king Colossus level powerhouse spoke, lowering his head. Yes, no one in or out of the questioning sect left. Someone said. There is hope if you live, but everyone knows that's just self-deception. In a clan that has been passed down for countless years they are powerless to do anything about it. leaving to become a loose cultivator hiding in the East will have a chance? From the moment each of them joined the questioning sect, each of them was prepared to live and die with the sect. So no complaints. And even if they escape, they won't necessarily escape, so why bother with those unrealistic fantasies? What are you all waiting for? Dig, you guys dig for me. Chu Junlin shouted anxiously to the surrounding disciples of the questioning sect, his body covered in dust and dirt. All of them had almost emptied out this ancestral land ruins, and as a result, not to mention the fact that there was not necessarily a third great emperor, even if they were certain that there were two great emperors, they had not found anything. What started out as a glimmer of hope left them in gradual despair. As long as we firmly believe in it, the third great emperor will definitely exist. Chu Junlin muttered something out of his mouth and kept digging downwards. This was all he could do to paralyze himself, telling himself not to give up. Lang Ningxuang stood alone under the acacia tree as she silently looked at the peers who would not give up, as well as the flowers and trees of the questioning sect. She's not very good with words, but she really likes it here. It was just a pity that the questioning sect would cease to exist, and she wouldn't live long. A tear fell from the corner of her eye without her realizing it, and it froze in midair before crumbling to the ground. She slowly crouched down, looking at the disciple tokens on the ground that had been picked up and thrown in the ground because of the excavation. Every token here represented every disciple of the questioning sect who had once lived here. It's just that with the passage of time, they disappeared into the dust of this history and were gradually forgotten. Sure, perhaps it wouldn't be long before she, and the questioning sect as well, disappeared from this world. There won't be anyone to remember. Chapter 12, Wei Qingshan. Chang Sunningyu looked at Lang Ningxuang's back from afar, and her heart involuntarily seized. Was the end of the questioning sect really doomed? She slowly looked up at a scarlet cloud. Next, her eyes instantly widened as a terrifying pressure directly covered her. Boom! Countless energy storms instantly swept through the territory of the questioning sect. The scarlet cloud slowly fell, eroding every disciple of the questioning sect, and the entire world seemed to have been transformed into a purgatory. Looks like you're all here? That's good to know, and I'm not too lazy for this emperor to go looking for them one by one. Two figures walked out from the blood mist, and everyone in the questioning sect saw these two figures clearly. No one was not gnashing their teeth in exasperation, they were more than familiar with it. Especially that great emperor from the heavenly god hall. It was he who had personally destroyed their questioning sect's boundary formation in the first place, and was the culprit who had personally pressed this roiling scarlet blood mist on top of their heads. Every disciple of the questioning sect hated to kill him by 1,000 cuts. Help me up. Qi Yuntian's gaze was dead set on the heavenly god hall's great emperor as well as Wang Tang. Half of his body levitated to the point of being uncontrollable, and the lower half of his body was filled with turbulent energy fluctuations. You're still alive? Wang Tang looked at Qi Yuntian with some surprise, not expecting this person to hang on to his last breath after burning his life. It's also not generally tenacious, don't you? Qi Yuntian similarly looked at Wang Tang. The other party had all but recovered his previous appearance at this moment. Long gone was the wretched one. Is this the emperor? Even though he had gambled his life on the strike, he still couldn't help the other party in the end. If you want to make a move against my questioning sect disciples, then step over my corpse first. Qi Yuntian levitated half of his body and blocked in front of these two great emperors. Ha! Wang Tang sneered. If this emperor is not mistaken, you still have at most 5 minutes to live, right? Oh no, it's 4:57 seconds. Wang Tang directly ignored Qi Yuntian. What? The disciples of the questioning sect looked at Qi Yuntian in unison. They hadn't expected this at all. Ugh! Qi Yuntian sighed. All the disciples of the questioning sect were seized inwardly at this moment, because he knew that the other party was very much telling the truth. Elder Qi! Lu Yukai screamed, not expecting that this old ancestor he dug out of the ground had reached the end of his life, but he was still thinking about guarding their questioning sect. Boy! Qi Yuntian also noticed Lu Yotsai's presence inside. This time when he woke up, he realized that they had so many good seedlings in the questioning sect, it was just a pity that they were all born in the wrong era. Wang Tang! Qi Yuntian stared at Wang Tang with a deadly gaze. Wang Tang froze for a moment and turned back to reveal an extremely sinister smile. Though in your current state, this emperor could directly kill you in seconds right now. But this emperor thinks that I can kill all of these questioning sect in front of you in these few minutes, right? You? Qi Yuntian trembled inwardly. Then let's start with you. Wang Tang didn't pay any attention to Qi Yuntian. His gaze instead landed on Lang Ningxuang, who was not far away. The more Qi Yuntian cared about the people of the questioning sect, then he was going to favor killing everyone in front of him. Nervous frost. Changsun Yingyuan instantly blocked in front of condensing frost. The condensing frost who had swallowed the soul-severing scatter could not stand any external attack stimulation at this moment. Once stimulated, one's soul will immediately be dispersed, completely disappearing from this world. She couldn't just stand by and watch something happen to condensing frost. Never. Sure, Lang Ningfeng didn't care about this, wasn't it just death? Though she was a little reluctant to part with it. But the questioning sect was gone, so what was the point of her living? She carefully picked up those disciple tokens from the ground, which recorded the identity of each disciple. At one time their owners were disciples of the questioning sect. Lin Xie, Gao Yang, Zixia, Chen Xingyuan, Chen Ling. I'm sorry. Lung Ningfeng coldly read these names on the token. The once frosty beauty had a trace of emotion running across her face at the moment. There were so many things she wanted to say, but didn't know how to express them. In the future, when the questioning sect was no longer around, perhaps these people, as well as them, would be completely forgotten in the near future. Death isn't scary, it's being forgotten. Right, you and you Wei Qingshan. Lang Ningfeng's gaze fell on the last token, and she realized that this disciple was so interesting. His identity token are no longer given to him to change into so many patterns, even the name seems to be specially carved by him as if it is a very long apostrophe. A rare smile appeared at the corner of her mouth as well. Luckily she recognized those 3 words. Wei Qingshan. Lang Ningfeng chanted once more from her mouth, then gently closed her own eyes, having accepted her next fate. Come on, you guys, find it for me. Chu Junlin was still in the process of continuously digging. From despair he hardened and forced out a little bit of hope again. As long as we firmly believe, the third great emperor must exist. His eyes almost seemed to go crazy. This was already the way out of no way for him. There were also disciples of the questioning sect who were indeed tired and directly gave up and lay down on the ground. Destroy it. Stop. Qi Yuntian defiantly killed Wang Tang's body. The other immortal king giants also burst into flames. They couldn't just sit around and slowly wait for death. They could only go for a fight at this time. Out of your depth. Wang Tang sneered, condensing frost because he had to punish in the harshest way, so he could only go and catch it. But these immortal kings, it had been his intention to exterminate them at will. Wei Qingshan? However, just as he was about to raise his hand to exterminate these immortal kings, a murmur resounded between heaven and earth. What man? Wang Tang instantly looked around vigilantly. As a great emperor powerhouse, he should not be surprised by a single sentence per se. But when this voice rang out, for some reason he involuntarily trembled inside. He looked to the great emperor of the heavenly god hall to the side and realized that the other party was similarly looking around in confusion. What the hell is going on? The voice seemed to carry out the ancient and modern future, making it impossible to capture, yet it was as if it was right next to them. Wei Qingshan? Lang Ningfeng froze for a moment as she similarly heard this heaven and earth murmur. Because the disciple token called Wei Qingshan was in her hand, she slowly opened her eyes and looked around. Again, she had no idea where the voice came from. You're Wei Qingshan? A disciple of the questioning sect? Lang Ningfeng looked up and asked coldly. The moment. Everyone in the entire questioning sect couldn't help but feel a tightening in their hearts as they raised their heads and looked around. Countless disciples of the questioning sect ignited a glimmer of hope and despair. Kill them. The heavenly god hall's great emperor's voice was very cold as he said. At this time, he didn't want to send any more accidents. Since he had already chosen to take action, he would have to completely annihilate the questioning sect. It's useless for anyone to come. They were already great emperor powerhouses and didn't have to fear anyone in this world. Chapter 13. Yes, I am, always. Die. Wang Tong withdrew his gaze and likewise ignored it. He slowly raised his hand, wanting to obliterate all the immortal kings of the questioning sect. Yes, he is already a great emperor. There is no need to fear anyone in this world anymore. Even if Wei Qingshan was really some great emperor of the questioning sect, he didn't need to be afraid because he wasn't the only great emperor who had appeared here. No one could change the next ending of the questioning sect. Yes, it turns out that my name is Wei Qingshan, the disciple of the questioning sect, Wei Qingshan. The questioning sect? It's really a long time ago name. However, just as Wang Tang struck out to wipe out those immortal kings of the questioning sect, that heaven and earth murmur once again resounded in the heavens and earth. His face instantly sank to the extreme as his attack was dissolved, and he couldn't even feel any strikes from his opponent. The questioning sect still had a powerhouse of this level? Wang Tang's gaze was somewhat gloomy as he swept towards the crowd of the questioning sect. It's the old ancestor. It's the old ancestor of my questioning sect blessing. He just saved us. The immortal kings of the questioning sect as well as the giant figures all had excited smiles on their faces at this moment. When Wang Tong struck, they could all clearly feel the suffocating power of destruction pressing down on them. They didn't have any ability to resist at all, yet as that heaven and earth murmur sounded strong, this force was dissolved. Could this be the third great emperor of my questioning sect? A powerful person from the questioning sect said excitedly, and they, who had already fallen into extreme despair, each and every one of them raised their spirits 1,000,000% at this moment. A third great emperor? The heavenly god sect's great emperor powerhouse twisted his head to look at the crowd from the questioning sect. He had deduced that the ancestors of the questioning sect did have two great emperors, but they were already dead beyond repair. But one had never heard of the existence of a third great emperor. It was impossible for him not to have investigated this kind of thing before striking out against the questioning sect, but there had never been any news in this regard. Pretending to be a god. Even if a third great emperor exists, so what? I, the heavenly god emperor, don't mind doing a little bit of emperor chopping. The heavenly god Hall's great emperor raised his hand, and a devastating attack directly wiped towards the crowd of the questioning sect. I'd like to see who can save your questioning sect today. Look out everyone! The hope that the crowd of the questioning sect had just raised was once again drowned in fear within their hearts along with the fall of this terrifying energy. Boom! It was accompanied by a loud bang that spread out. Everyone in the questioning sect slowly opened their eyes and looked around suspiciously. Not dead? It's amazing that all of them aren't dead. It must be this ancestor of their questioning sect called Wei Qingshan who had stepped in to save them. Elder ancestor! Elder ancestor! Someone knelt down in excitement, tears falling involuntarily. There was no end to the sky, there was still salvation for their questioning sect. Are you still there, old ancestor? Please, you must save our questioning sect. If you don't show up, my questioning sect will die. The entire Ask sect was all devoutly praying at this moment, and at the last moment of their lives it was as if they had grabbed the last straw. Old ancestor, are you still there? The disciples of the questioning sect looked around with their fists clenched tightly. They did not know where this heaven and earth murmur came from. But no one has shown up since the beginning. One must know that not far from all of them, there were two great emperors standing today. Old ancestor, are you still there? The disciples of the questioning sect continued to ask, all of them praying devoutly for this last glimmer of hope. Wei Qingshan! Lang Ningfeng tightly grasped the disciple token in her hand and also raised her head to look around suspiciously. Ha! Wang Tang smiled. So what if it's the third great emperor? We have two great emperors here. I think he saw us sneaking away. It's understandable, in this situation nowadays, it's only right for him to run for his life to exist. Wang Tang's voice was extremely mocking, wanting to directly crush the psychological defenses of the questioning crowd. However, the crowd of the questioning sect did not pay any attention to him at the moment, as they looked up to the sky and looked around. The fists were clenched in a death grip. They firmly believed that if the third great emperor of their questioning sect existed, he would never watch their questioning sect be destroyed. Humph, I don't know what to do. Wang Tang said in a cold voice. The thing he was most displeased with was the way these people from the questioning sect were facing death, yet they were unafraid. He raised his hand and instantly grabbed at the condensing frost that he had locked beforehand. This time he wanted to see if the other party could still block him? Or was it just like he said it was? The other side had run away long ago when they saw how many of them there were. Wei Qingshan! Lang Ningxuang held the token in her hand with both hands in a death grip as she coldly looked at Wang Tang who was approaching towards her. She wanted to kill the other person so badly. Cut off your opponent's head like you killed Wang Sen. It was a pity that the other party was simply not on the same level as her. Boom! The terrifying energy storm directly destroyed everything around her, and an invisible giant hand slowly fell towards her. Nervous frost. Chan San Ingyue hissed and looked at the scene deadpan while she could do nothing about it. Wei Qingshan, are you there? Lang Ningxuang rigidly protected this somewhat different disciple token in front of her body. Looking at the somewhat artful form of the name, his mouth involuntarily chanted twice. Yes, I am, always. Just this moment. A voice suddenly rang out, and this time everyone heard the direction of the source of the voice clearly, and they all looked at condensing frost. What? An unprecedented fear appeared on Wang Tang's face. He looked around violently, and his entire body felt like it was locked, unable to move at all. One must know that he was a genuine great emperor powerhouse. How many people in this world could manage to directly lock him up? How? How can there be such a horrible existence? The other man hadn't gone away, had always been. Who was it, and why had he never heard of it? His eyes looked dead at Lang Ningxuang's side, wanting to see a clue, yet he couldn't see anything at all. I can't move. Wang Tang transmitted his voice. The heavenly god Hall's great emperor powerhouse frowned, and his gaze appeared unprecedentedly grave. I didn't expect this mysterious fellow to be able to lock Wang Tang. Even if Wang Tang was a waste, the other party was still a great emperor after all. Who the hell is that? Wei Qingshan? Why had he never heard of this name before, and even in his countless deductions, he had never seen the questioning sect associated with this name. Old ancestor is here. Infinite joy welled up on the faces of countless disciples of the questioning sect, waving their fists in excitement. Especially when they saw the Wang Tang that attacked condensing frost stop in place, their eyes were filled with excitement. He knew that it must be this old ancestor of theirs called Wei Qingshan who had made a move. The moment. A half-broken body also revealed a smile at the last moment of its life, and then silently dissipated into the world. Chapter 14, Beheading. Elder Qi. Someone noticed Qi Yuntian's disappearance and also dropped a tear without realizing it. Some people also silently lowered their heads. If it wasn't for Qi Yuntian, they knew that they simply insisted on not knowing about this moment. What the hell are you? Wang Tang's gaze was dead set on Lang Ningxuang, or rather the disciple token in her hand. He could clearly feel that a terrifying energy was continuously spreading out from above, and even he had some heart palpitations. Wei Qingshan! A voice echoed between heaven and earth as if it was responding to Wang Tang, and as if it was announcing to the world that he had returned. Wei Qingshan? Somewhere within an ancient forbidden land, a monster that had been sleeping for an unknown number of years suddenly awoke from its nightmare. He remembered a name he had forgotten. Yes, Wei Qingshan, but why had he forgotten it? Elder ancestor. What's wrong, old man? Countless disciples sensed the abnormalities within the Forbidden Land and came forward to inquire. Has anything happened in the questioning sect recently? The monster within the Forbidden Land suddenly asked. His voice was extremely penetrating, and some of the strongest people who did not have enough cultivation unconsciously knelt down after hearing this voice. Old ancestor, during these epochs of your slumber, the questioning sect has had no less than 5 cataclysms, and each time, it's been a case of 9 deaths. Something did happen in the questioning sect recently. The Forbidden Land before an old man scratched his head all the way. In fact, he himself do not know how many people's old ancestor, but in front of the Forbidden One, completely is a little brother. Yes? Pass the order down. All disciples of Black Wind Mountain are not allowed to enter or leave, all of them come back. Within the Forbidden Land, the old monster's voice echoed continuously, his face appearing unprecedentedly serious. The day began. The Black Wind Mountain began to undergo a sealing process and no longer had any communication with the outside world. Wei Qingshan? Wei Qingshan? Such a thing aside from the Shen realm, countless forbidden foreign races, and places beyond the heavens, some people all murmured twice in the same manner. A name that had been forgotten by them had somehow reappeared in their minds. But why did they forget? There were shut-ins who chose to come out immediately, and there were others who immediately let themselves fall into a deep sleep, but the name still lingered in their minds. Wei Qingshan? This emperor would like to see just who you are. The great emperor of the heavenly god hall immediately sat down, and a giant wheel appeared behind him, with countless planets rolling day and night. He was deducing, he wanted to see what kind of god this Wei Qingshan was. But as time passed, the closer he got to the truth, it was a blur before his eyes, as if he had touched a heavenly taboo. A mouthful of blood sprayed out directly from his mouth, a void, he could not see anything at all. Did this so-called Wei Qingshan really exist? He shuddered to think. Come back at once. Suddenly, a voice didn't enter his ears, and his face instantly underwent some changes. Hall Master, you know of his existence? This great Emperor Prime of the Heavenly God Hall asked with some surprise, not expecting the Heavenly God Hall Master to send a voice across such a distance to go back immediately. I don't recognize it, but you have to come back first. The Heavenly God Hall Master's voice warned, incomparably solemn. Great Emperor Prime's gaze fell on Condensing Frost's token, knowing that he now had 2 great emperors here. Even the other party's hair figure had not yet been seen. Really want to go? However, he had to be vigilant in the face of the warning from the Heavenly God Temple's Hall Master, as the other party was now with that old man from Tianji. Maybe something has been learned or not. Go! Great Emperor Prime glanced at Wang Tang and directly turned around to leave without any further hesitation. Go! Wang Tang's face instantly darkened. Did the other party think that he was joking when he said he was confined and couldn't move? He had tried tens of thousands of ways to get rid of it in the meantime, and he simply couldn't get rid of it. His eyes glanced in the direction where Condensing Frost was, and his heart was also filled with extreme anger. It was this woman who caused this again. Your Excellency, if you didn't think that there was nothing this emperor could do if you kept confining him like this emperor is going to forcefully kill your questioning sex people, you can't stop them. Wang Tang's icy gaze swept towards the crowd of the questioning sect with murderous intent. A wave of fear spread through the bodies of some of the disciples of the questioning sect. It wasn't that they were truly fearful or afraid of death, it was just that this emotion was completely just involuntary. A single look from a great emperor could cause fear to occur involuntarily in them. Old ancestor, don't worry about us, don't let him escape. Some disciples of the questioning sect hissed while trembling. They weren't afraid of death, and they were more interested in watching Wang Tang pay for the deaths of Qi Yuntian and Duan Lao. Wang Tang. Lang Ningfeng also stared at Wang Tang. Can't stop it? Why bother stopping? I don't know how long it's been since anyone dared to talk to me like that. It seems like you guys have really forgotten about me completely. It was accompanied by an extremely cold voice coming out from the disciple token. Hiss. A head baldness quickly rolled down to the ground. Wang Tang's eyes wide, unbelievable, full of unbelief. The most crucial thing was that as a great emperor, he didn't even know how the other party had struck. This person's strength far exceeded his imagination, and after becoming a great emperor, it was the first time he felt fear, deep fear. Prime, help me. Wang Tang hissed, a great emperor powerhouse, even if his head was chopped off, he didn't die that easily. What? The prime emperor, who had originally left, turned around and saw the scene, and there was also incredulity in his eyes. Wang Tang was decapitated? When he once again looked at the token in Condensing Frost's hand, a deep scorn welled up in his eyes. Go! He quickly rolled up Wang Tang's head and body, disregarding everything to get out of this place. A mouthful of blood involuntarily spilled from the corner of his mouth. The Heavenly God Palace and the Wang family ancestor have been defeated? The countless powerhouses watching the questioning sect's battlefield looked at this scene and couldn't help but also suck in a deep breath of cold air. Who would have thought? Wang Tang, who had come here in a rage due to the decapitation of the clan's descendants' pride, ended up with his own head being cut off. Even more so, they hadn't thought that there was such a terrifying existence hidden within the questioning sect. The crowd. A bald donkey monk silently disappeared from sight, and that lord of the country surnamed Chao likewise did not know when he had quietly left. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How come I didn't know that the questioning sect had such a strong person? I've been married to you for so long, why are you still hiding it from me? No wonder you're dead set against leaving, so you're emboldened. Li Yenner was furious and angry. She had been married to Chu Junlin for so long, she didn't think that the other party was still deceiving herself like this as well. She didn't know anything about the existence of such a strong person in the sect. If she had been told, would she still have left? Would the baby in her belly still be dead? She clenched her fists tightly, and for some reason, a touch of inexplicable fear unconsciously grew within him at this moment. Chapter 15, Master. The questioning sect is saved. Winning. Winning. Excited voices were heard within the Ask the Sect's territory. No one expected two great emperors who had descended powerfully. Surprisingly, he retreated without hesitation, especially Wang Tang. Everyone didn't know what had just happened, but they knew for sure that the old ancestor of their questioning sect had struck. The joy of victory appeared on countless people's faces, and an unprecedented fervor appeared on their faces. Sure. Others took a long breath and collapsed straight to the ground in exhaustion. They're alive. Nervous frost. Chang Sun Yingyu came to Long Ningxuang's side at the first opportunity and gave her a full body check. Lang Ningfeng did not speak. Her gaze fell on top of the disciple token in her hand. A fluorescence glowed from it as if it was condensing something. It's the prototype of the human body. The current patriarch of the questioning sect, Xu Yunfeng, sees my questioning sect's old ancestor. Xu Yunfeng immediately stepped forward and knelt down in front of this fledgling Dao. Disciple of the questioning sect, Xu Junlin, see old ancestor. Disciple of the questioning sect, Lu Yukai, see old ancestor. Ask sect elder Su Chihui, see old ancestor. One after another, disciples as well as strong people from the questioning sect came forward and respectfully spoke in front of this fledgling Dao. Everyone was very curious, but for this old ancestor who had saved their questioning sect from danger, they did not dare to blaspheme in the slightest. They are respectful and devout. And more than anything else, it was gratitude and pride that their questioning sect really did have such a powerful existence. Chang Sun Yingyu has met old ancestor. Chang Sun Yingyu also said very respectfully, and then tugged at Long Ningxuang, who was on the side, signaling her to hurry up and salute. Oh. Lang Ningfeng answered mechanically, then said coldly, thank you. Old ancestor, this girl is just like that, don't take offense. Xu Yunfeng as the patriarch also shook his head and hurriedly explained, if other disciples spoke so perfunctorily he had to beat them up. But condensing cream he is also considered to watch growing up, know each other's character, basically can say one word not to say two cases. Is this the questioning sect of today? Wei Qingshan didn't pay attention to the crowd, but felt everything about the flowers and plants of the questioning sect nowadays, but nowadays it had long been a sea of change. His divine sense had passed from each person, and there was no longer a shadow of anyone he had once recognized up and down the questioning sect today. That's right. Xu Yunfeng nodded. Nowadays the questioning sect could already be said to be riddled with holes. After all, this was an emperor-level powerhouse making a move. What's going on with you, old ancestor? There were powerful people whose gazes fell on Wei Qingshan as they couldn't see any figure. Only a bunch of piles of fluorescence were converging little by little, or the Wei Qingshan today was just a ball of energy body. I'm dead. Wei Qingshan said calmly, as if he was talking about a rare thing. What? The crowd of the questioning sect all instantly seized their hearts at this moment. Ancestor, how could you? The crowd of the questioning sect was unwilling to believe it. After all, they had only just raised their hopes. Not long ago, he had personally beheaded a great emperor, causing the other party to flee. How can you die? Or was this massive energy just his last-ditch backhand to help them stave off this havoc, and it would dissipate soon? After all, this kind of thing was not uncommon in the long course of history, and some of the immortal king giants here were likewise capable of performing such tactics, only that their power was virtually useless in front of a great emperor. Old ancestor, how much time do you have left? I'll immediately go and lure the dog emperor over again. Let's see if we can kill him. An immortal king giant powerhouse looked towards Wei Qingshan and asked hurriedly. I think it's better to cast old ancestor over there. Even if we die, we'll drag everyone from the heavenly god's palace and the Wan clan to be buried with us. Even after killing their great emperor, with the old ancestor's strength, even if it's not difficult to obliterate everyone under their emperor realm one, right? Way to go, old man. A disciple of the questioning sect flashed his eyes, wanting to use Wei Qingshan as a weapon to smash directly into the heavenly god palace or the Wang clan. As the crowd spoke, Wei Qingshan also had a black line on his face, but his thoughts also took him back to that countless epochs ago at once. Back then, when he was still a disciple, the questioning sect was also this lively. Nowadays, it had long been a sea of change, but the soul of the questioning sect that was engraved in the depths of each person seemed to remain unchanged. The people may not be the same as they were long ago, but the souls are still so much alike. Can it be that my questioning sect can't escape extinction after all? Unlike the others, as the patriarch, Xu Yunfeng's emotions were somewhat pessimistic. As soon as I heard that, Wei Qingshan was then somewhat speechless. It's not. Do you want to see what you're talking about? With me here, the questioning sect won't be able to perish in the future. Wei Qingshan's voice echoed around, yet his tone was very certain. The crowd looked at the energy mass where Wei Qingshan was in surprise and asked in confusion, "Old ancestor, you are not you." No word was uttered of that last word, yet all knew what it was. "Dead? When posterity calls me by my true name and remembers me, that is when I will return." Wei Qingshan looked to the side at condensing frost, but of course, now that he was just a ball of energy, no one knew what he was doing. "Calling me by my true name is the time to return?" The crowd of the questioning sect all sucked in a breath of cool air, not having expected it to be like this. "Old ancestor, then this is." The crowd looked at the energy body that Wei Qingshan was in with some surprise. "Gather the flesh," Wei Qingshan said. Now that he has returned, he needs to coalesce a new physical body and undergo a metamorphic rebirth. "So, my questioning sect is really saved?" The gazes of everyone in the questioning sect revealed a look of agitated emotion as their eyes stared dead on that energy body of Wei Qingshan. "That's right. However, in my cohesion of the physical body of the need for a certain amount of time, during which it may not be particularly convenient to strike, everything you still need to be careful and cautious. There are some accounts that I will take you to clear up one by one after my physical body is condensed," Wei Qingshan said. Along with the fall of his words, a brand new boundary began to coalesce within the entirety of the human questioning sect. The surrounding sky was also restored to the color it should have been. He didn't really want to be disturbed while he was condensing his physical body. "Is this a knot?" Countless disciples of the questioning sect looked at the newly raised boundary and instantly felt a sense of security. Their ask the sect was truly saved. "Is the questioning sect saved?" Changsun Ingyue also murmured, and her entire body was happy about it. It was just a matter of what to do with this disciple of hers who had taken the soul breaker. Nervous Frost. "What's wrong with you, Jelsamite?" Changsun Ingyu immediately supported Long Ningxuan, who almost collapsed. Her whole body's hands and feet were a bit at a loss for words. "Master, the questioning sect is saved." Lang Ningfeng had a trace of blood hanging from the corner of her mouth as she gazed at Changsun Ingyue with a smile on the corner of her mouth. Her entire body was limp and at risk of dissipating at any moment. Chapter 16. One wish per person, even if it's to kill the Great One. Nervous Frost. Changsun Ingyu tightly hugged Lang Ningfrost. She subconsciously wanted to channel her aura to save Lang Ningfrost. But in the middle of the road and suddenly thought of nowadays condensation frost now cannot stand any stimulation. Nervous to all of a sudden force was reversed to vomit blood. Elder Ancestor. Chu Yunfeng, who was on the side, looked at Wei Qingshan for help and said, "Old ancestor, Ningxuan, she." Chu Yunfeng spoke about the matter of condensing frost roughly. To the old grandfather. "Old ancestor, you must save Ningxuan." Changsun Ingyue was also nervous as she looked towards Wei Qingshan, her entire body trembling involuntarily. Right. As long as the old ancestor of their questioning sect made a move, Lang Ningfeng would definitely be saved. Changsun Ingyu looked at Wei Qingshan for help. "Soul breakers?" Wei Qingshan also couldn't help but look more at the woman who had woken him up, not realizing that the other party had done so many things. Sure enough, their questioning sect really did have all kinds of people. No harm done. A thick aura will be emitted nearby when I condense my physical body, she just needs to absorb it from the side. Wei Qingshan said. Lao Zu is. Changsun Ingyue opened her mouth, knowing that soul-severing scattering could not be easily touched with aura. A soul breaker's medicinal power will touch these auras will be quickly overwhelmed by the ones. Wei Qingshan smiled and said, "How could an ordinary broken soul nowadays compare to the energy radiating from him?" And there was something he didn't say, he emanated not psychic energy. Ningxuang, quickly thank old ancestor. Words. Changsun Ingyue was also overjoyed, Lang Ningfeng was saved. Wei Qingshan, as the old ancestor of their questioning sect, an existence of this level, believed that he wouldn't be able to lie to him. Lang Ningfeng didn't say anything, she was very weak right now and didn't have an ounce of strength in her body. However, after Wei Qingshan's reminder, she felt that the soul-breaking scatter in her body was indeed dissipating, constantly impacting her entire body. At first she thought it was because she was dying that she was like this, after all, she had never died and didn't know what death felt like. But after Wei Qingshan's reminder, she realized that she was indeed recovering. Thanks. Lang Ningfeng said coldly, the whole is also quiet to recuperate, asked the clan is fine, she can also not have to die. That's so nice. Old ancestor, don't worry about condensing your physical body, during this next period, even if I die, I won't let anyone disturb you. Chu Yunfeng opened his mouth. As the patriarch of the questioning sect nowadays, there was only so much he could do nowadays. He knew that as long as elder ancestor Wei Qingshan existed, then nothing would happen to their questioning sect in the future, so he wouldn't have anyone bother Wei Qingshan. For this reason, he was even prepared to burn his life at any time just like old ancestor Qi Yuntian. Just by thinking of Qi Yuntian, he also involuntarily lowered his head, his fists clenched in death. It's not. Is this the current patriarch of the questioning sect? Wei Qingshan had a black line on his face. If he had hands now, he would love to directly slap the other party. Net say some unlucky words. But nowadays, he didn't bother to take care of the other party, and his divine sense swept over these disciples of the questioning sect who had been robbed one by one, and was more or less touched. Sighing, he said, "You guys take these papers, you can write down any wish you want, and after I condense my flesh, as a gift to meet you, I can fulfill them all for you in turn. Remember, it's any wish, whether you want an emperor-level technique or an emperor soldier, or if you want me to point out breakthroughs, or of course, you can ask me to kill for you, whatever it is, I can fulfill it for you. As long as you guys write down your wishes, then as long as the other party is not from the questioning sect, even if the other party is a great emperor, if you guys want to kill him, I can do it for you, no matter what." Wei Qingshan's voice echoed in the ears of every disciple of the questioning sect, and soon each of them had an extra slip of paper in their hands. Every single one of them, from the immortal king giants down to the most ordinary disciples. This was the rule of the questioning sect, and Wei Qingshan felt that as the oldest ancestor of the questioning sect, it was only right to give some meet and greet gifts to these juniors. The moment. Wei Qingshan's thoughts seemed to go back to a time when he was still an ordinary disciple and often stopped those elders to ask for gifts. Remember, those people are old and stingy. And this time for himself, it should be the most luxurious meeting gift in the history of the questioning sect, right? Wishes? All the disciples of the questioning sect froze for a moment, looking at the extra slip of paper in their hands, and some even started to write it themselves. For some reason, they were already looking forward to the day when Wei Qingshan would condense his physical body early. An ancient palace was in the middle of a place that revealed all sorts of divinity. Several figures appeared in the palace, and among them was Emperor Prime, who had appeared in the questioning sect. Decapitated? At the head of the table, a man frowned and said, an ancient pattern could be found on his forehead, and his entire person looked like he was revealing an ancient imperial might. The Heavenly God Temple's Hall Master, Emperor Kuei. Aha! Emperor Prime nodded. Even he couldn't calm down for a long time, although Wang Tang didn't die. Beheading a great emperor wasn't any simpler than killing the other party. It's a shame. He's pushing it? Di Kang looked to the side at Elder Tianji, who was caught in a strange state. He hadn't thought that his own Hall Master would have invited this one to their Heavenly God Hall as well. Exactly. It's just that the outcome doesn't seem to be that simple. The Heavenly God Hall Master said. No idea what the other guy is yet? Emperor Prime was puzzled. It was reasonable to say that there weren't many great emperor powerhouses to begin with, and it was simply impossible for someone of that level to not have a record. But the strange thing is that they know nothing about it. Questioning sect, Great Emperor Green Mountain. The Heavenly God Palace Master threw an ancient book in his hand directly to Emperor Prime and continued. A few epochs ago, there was a catastrophe in the Tianxian continent, and the foreign races almost took over the Tianxian continent. At that time, it was this person who came out of nowhere and led the questioning sect as well as the various forces of the Tianxian continent to push the foreign races back and prevent this catastrophe from happening. Known as the Great Emperor who suppressed the era, he was so strong that everyone was afraid of him. Only after the foreign races retreated, the other emperors of the Tianxian continent were afraid of him. After he went deep into the alien race, a group of human emperors chose to banish him, completely sealing the entrance to this realm. The Heavenly God Palace Master said, another unknown hidden secret. Could it be that those great emperors back then deliberately erased his existence? Emperor Prime flipped through a few pages of the ancient book he was holding and asked with some curiosity. A group of people who banished him out of scorn. What do you think they have the ability to erase the existence of such a person, to the point where even the questioning sect itself doesn't remember that this person exists? The Heavenly God Hall Master indifferently said, those people did once think of doing so, wanting to completely erase the questioning sect. Only later on, the questioning sect gave birth to two more great emperors, and they failed. But at that time this person was still remembered by the world, and the questioning sect even built a statue of him. It was only a few epochs ago in the recent past that he completely disappeared, and it was as if all information about him was instantly erased. Chapter 17 Beheading, Pious and True. Instant obliteration? Emperor Prime glanced at the ancient book in his hand and asked, where did this ancient book come from? It's placed in our Heavenly God Palace's book depository. The Heavenly God Hall Master calmly said, how is that possible? Emperor Prime's face revealed extreme surprise. As a great emperor powerhouse, there was no way he hadn't seen the books in their Heavenly God Palace's book depository. Why hadn't I seen this book before? Amazing, isn't it? But that's just the way it is. The Heavenly God Hall Master laughed and said, he was also shocked when they saw the book. Is this person really that scary? Emperor Prime took a deep breath and said, having already reached this level, it was reasonable to say that he should not have to fear anyone other than this Hall Master in front of him. But Wei Qingshan always gave him a feeling of unfathomability. Terrible? The Heavenly God Hall Master smiled. Now at the realm of Great Emperor, he no longer needed to fear anyone. The reason why Wei Qingshan was mentioned was merely because he was slightly interested in this strong man who once claimed to have pushed across an era. Sure, if he waited for the day when he was no longer interested, then he wouldn't mind just destroying the other party. In his opinion, Wei Qingshan was at best a product of the old era, and he was the god of the new era. Tianxian continent. After the matter that accompanied Wang Tang's decapitation and the two great emperors being forced to retreat dispersed, the entire Tianxian continent seemed to have exploded. No one could think that the questioning sect, which had only a 0 0.00001 survival probability, had actually survived. Wei Qingshan? Some people were puzzled, completely not expecting that a great emperor existed in the questioning sect, and that it was an existence that they had never heard of before. Hey, keep your voice down, the great emperor's name cannot be spoken directly. Someone warned the person who spoke, as there had once been someone who had died because of the mention of a great emperor and was directly punished by the other party with divine punishment. This questioning sect is worthy of being called the number one sect at one time, inherited for an unknown number of years, and this underpinnings might not even be in existence that we can imagine. Someone exclaimed. Do you guys believe it? My old ancestor's old ancestor has never even heard of this Green Mountain Emperor's name, so just how long do you guys think he's been alive? Now that he has returned, will he wage war against the Heavenly God Palace as well as the Wang clan? Go check it out, go check it out. These days, there were countless powerhouses rushing towards the area where the questioning sect was located in an attempt to eat a line of melons. Gentlemen, what are you doing? Chu Yunfeng frowned as he watched countless people pour into the territory of the questioning sect. Patriarch Chu, I wonder if the great Green Mountain Emperor could still be around, and if he could let us meet him. Someone looked at Chu Yunfeng and opened his mouth, constantly probing towards the inside, wanting to witness the true appearance of the great Emperor of Green Mountain. Get out! Chu Yunfeng said indifferently. These people were gloating one by one when the questioning sect was facing life and death. Now that they watched a great emperor appear in their questioning sect, yet they wanted to come and climb up the ladder. How in the world could something be that cheap? Chu Yunfeng, how many times do you mean? The Green Mountain Emperor has returned. We are here on a pilgrimage, and why are you turning us away? Someone angrily rebuked, directly standing on the moral high ground to accuse Chu Yunfeng. Pilgrimage? Chu Yunfeng laughed coldly. Pilgrims, pious and sincere, but each of you are making such a racket in front of my questioning sect's gate. Have you ever seen any semblance of sincerity? Chu Yunfeng's gaze swept towards the various powerhouses on the scene. As the saying goes, day by day, suffering reveals true love. After experiencing this havoc, he was able to see the faces of these people completely clearly. Chu Yunfeng, have you ever seen that we don't have any semblance of sincerity? I came across several continents from the cloud state. Is this not my sincerity? It's hard to believe that you want us to kowtow one step at a time. A strong man said in exasperation. After learning about what happened in the questioning sect, the old man of his clan immediately asked him to come here to investigate. It's safe to say he's been on the hoof as well. After all, such a strong person had suddenly appeared in the Tianxian continent, and no power dared to be the slightest bit careless about it. As you wish. Chu Yunfeng indifferently said, not to mention that the other party was not kowtowing one step at a time. Even if the other party really did so, nowadays he wouldn't let the other party go to see the old ancestor. After all, he had promised his old ancestor that he would never allow anyone to disturb him before he condensed his physical body. If the other party is really interested in making a pilgrimage, they will naturally have the patience to wait. Chu Yunfeng, your side is blocking us and the others. Could it be that the great Green Mountain Emperor is not in your questioning sect today? Or was he just a remnant soul shadow that day? Someone opened their mouth, their eyes staring deathly at Chu Yunfeng, as if they were trying to discern a clue. Chu Yunfeng glanced at the person who spoke. This person was an old ancestor of the Xian Dao sect, who had previously befriended the Wang family. At the time when the Wang family and the questioning sect were on good terms, the Xian Dao sect and the questioning sect were fairly also on good terms. But now he could tell at a glance that the other party was testing the waters. Get out! Chu Yunfeng didn't bother answering the other party. Is this the attitude of the once number one sect? We came here in good faith and you tell me to get lost? Is this the hospitality of your questioning sect? The Xian Dao sect's old ancestor looked at Chu Yunfeng without the slightest bit of fear. Although Chu Yunfeng's cultivation was even higher than his, he didn't believe that Chu Yunfeng really dared to do anything to him. After all, today's questioning sect was still walking on thin ice, although the return of this so-called Green Mountain Emperor had temporarily resolved their crisis this time. However, one must know that the Heavenly God Hall and the Wang family combined had three great emperors, and most importantly, the one from the Heavenly God Hall. A truly great terror exists. Because he had slaughtered emperors, truly slaughtered them, not decapitated them. But there was indeed no mistake, he had indeed been instructed by the Wang family to come here to check out the truth. After all, everyone knew that the Wang clan's oldest ancestor had been decapitated, which was a great shame. So how could the Wang clan swallow this? Yeah, Patriarch Chu, this is indeed not in keeping with the way of hospitality. We have come here in name only to meet the great Green Mountain Emperor, and why are you obstructing it in every way? Various accusing voices continuously resounded in the crowd, and the Xian Dao sect's old ancestor on the side was also covering his beard with a faint smile on his face. He believed that today's questioning sect categorically did not dare to violate the anger of the crowd. Chu Yunfeng's face was flaming with rage, not expecting these people to be so shameless. I think it's better to let me and the others in. After all, we're all genuinely interested in. Get out! The Xian Dao sect's old ancestor continued to speak, only for his voice to quickly come to an abrupt end. A murmur resounded in the heavens and earth, instantly failing to reach the ears of every powerful person in front of the questioning sect. One could only see the body of that Xian Dao sect's powerhouse instantly dissipate, leaving only a head that directly fell down, making a pilgrimage in the direction of the questioning sect, devout and sincere. Or maybe the head was more like a piece of sacrifice. Chapter 18, is that the best he can do? Dead? The countless powerhouses that had converged here looked at this scene, and they were all apparently somewhat dumbfounded. Inwardly cannot help but are some trembling back a few steps, did not expect that 1 second is still alive a top-level powerhouse, the next second is only left with a head? The death was so tragic. The head was used as an offering towards the questioning sect, pious and sincere. Is this a great emperor? Does the questioning sect really have a great emperor in existence? The minds of countless powerhouses instantly looked like they had short-circuited, and most of them came here because they were instructed by the people behind them. I thought it was just a simple operation, but I didn't expect to really die. How could the great emperor of the questioning sect be so immobile and kill people? Their hearts were overwhelmed with fear. But, in the face of a powerhouse of this level, they didn't even dare to raise the courage to question it. Great Emperor Castle Peak, immortalized forever. Great Emperor Green Mountain, eternal peace for all ages. Countless people fell to their knees in fear and lowered their heads. He knew that if the other party wanted to kill him, even if the people behind him wanted to save him now, it would be too late. Others retreated silently, never daring to linger again. Is that the difference? Looking at the crowd that retreated one after another, Zhu Yunfeng could not help but feel some emotions within his heart. He yelled "get out" a few times and people ignored him. Instead they got the better of him. And the old ancestor shot, the other hand, no one dares to speak again, but also directly scared to retreat, even rolled with a moment do not dare to pocket. Elder ancestor. Zhu Yunfeng muttered as he looked up in the direction where the ancestral land of the questioning sect was located. That was the place where their old ancestor had condensed his physical body. Don't call me that. Looking at this current patriarch, Wei Qingshan was also very speechless. Clearly his strength was above the other party's strength, but he was trying to reason with the other party. I will not strike again for the next few moments, so you must be careful and wait for me. Wei Qingshan's voice transmitted into Zhu Yunfeng's sea of consciousness, his voice unusually cold. During the period when he entered into condensing his physical body, he would most likely enter a period of weakness before he chose to carry out a strike to deter these people. Suspicion is often something that some people never change. After all, he was a forgotten man, and if he appeared only once and then not again after that, he would easily arouse the suspicion of some great intelligence. That was why he intended to strike once more when he was completely in a cohesive state. It was a pity that the other party was not coming from a great emperor, or perhaps the great emperor was slow in coming, but he didn't have time to keep waiting next. It's better to coalesce a physical body earlier. Dragging it out would instead be detrimental to the questioning sect today. I need 7 days. Wei Qingshan continued. It's the old man. Zhu Yunfeng arched his hand and said, originally, it was agreed that no one would be allowed to disturb the old ancestor, but in the end, he still allowed people to disturb him. Was he really a qualified patriarch? But for the next 7 days, he would definitely not let the old ancestor be disturbed no matter what. Fear is that he thus sacrificed and burned his life. Still, the heavenly god Hallmaster looked at the information coming back from the front and couldn't help but smile as well. Has he really returned? Celestial Emperor Prime asked, because he hadn't really seen Wei Qingshan that day, so he was a little skeptical if the other party had really returned. Perhaps. He struck once again, killing a paragon emperor. The heavenly god Palace Master had a faint smile on his face, as if everything was within his grasp. Isn't he afraid of offending the forces of the world? Emperor Prime spoke, or does he think that he still has the strength to push across everything today? The strength that pushes across everything? The heavenly god Palace Master fiddled with a glass ball in his hand, which looked like it contained countless energies as he smiled. Don't you think he's afraid of something? Scared? The Prime Emperor looked at the heavenly god Hall Master with some confusion. If he really had that level of strength, why do you think Wang Tang, who almost destroyed the questioning sect that day, was not directly beheaded, but merely had his head cut off? And why did he have so many people go to the questioning sect to deliberately look for things? But why did he just behead one person? The corners of the heavenly god Hall Master's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Are you saying that his strength is damaged and he is no longer in the same state as he was back then? Or maybe something unexpected happened to him to be out of shape? Emperor Prime suddenly realized something in general, and instantly recalled many details from earlier. A battle result like beheading a great emperor sounded exaggerated, but only he who was a great emperor knew it well. Beheading a great emperor simply wasn't enough to kill the other party, and the other party was doing it solely because that was all he could do? And the reason why he only killed one paragon emperor later, again because that was all he could do? Good. So you were scared off by the other side? Think about it. Clumps of anger instantly surged out on Di Qing's face, feeling nothing but a strange shame. I don't blame you. After all, it's better to be cautious when a great emperor that we are completely unaware of suddenly appears. The heavenly god Hall Master said. It had to be said, but after learning of Wei Qingshan's existence, at first even he maintained a hint of caution. Go! Since you have deduced that the questioning sect will have a robbery against our heavenly god palace, it overlaps with old man Tianji's prophecy. Then we'd better go and pull out this nail first. No one can change the end of the questioning sect. A calamity, getting involved with our heavenly god palace is his true calamity. Even if he is still as strong as ever, this emperor will personally behead him. The eyes of the heavenly god temple's hall master were somewhat cold as he said that he could snuff out any calamity in the cradle. Yes, the prime emperor nodded. His gaze then went back to Elder Tianji, who was not far away, and he couldn't help but ask, what happened to him? Ever since the deduction of that Wei Qingshan, he has started to fall into this situation. This emperor has tried to call him but no have woken up. But don't mind him, he's not dead yet. The heavenly god hall master said. He was a little surprised at the state of the old man Tianji, but he had also seen that the other party was not dead. It wasn't a strange thing for someone like this who deduced heavenly chances to fall into this state. So he didn't choose to pay attention. Soon he disappeared directly into place, heading in the direction of the questioning sect. The prime emperor took one last look at Elder Tianji and didn't say anything. Earlier, he had also attempted to deduce Wei Qingshan, but in the end, he saw a void and suffered some backlash. What Wei Qingshan really scares him is also this point, and after that, Wang Tong only licked his head when he was decapitated. After glancing at the direction the heavenly god hall master had left, he similarly disappeared into thin air. He believed that as long as this one made a move, there would be no one in the entire human heavenly Shen continent who could block its presence. The Emperor's Slayer struck. Either way the questioning sect would have to disappear from history. Chapter 19 Emperor Slayer descends, questioning sect, dangerous. Ask the sect. With the two great emperors fleeing, and after the people who came to test the waters were killed one by one, the questioning sect was considered quiet. But at this moment, all the people of the questioning sect knew that their questioning sect was not yet safe. Perhaps they would only be truly safe when their own ancestors condensed their physical bodies. Sure, even at that time they were afraid that they couldn't be careless. After all, the other party had several great emperors. It was just that when he faced the question that the sect possessed great emperors, such a shameless situation as those people wanting to only send out great emperors for a battle wouldn't exist anymore. As long as the great emperor powerhouse wasn't held back by the other great emperors so quickly, he could similarly kill the other party's lower-ranked cultivation. After all, a genuine great emperor was different from Qi Yin Tian's kind of life-burning situation. Great emperors had the time to consume. Or perhaps as long as the two great emperors just have to hold each other back, then the people below can have a war all the same. At least today's questioning sect wasn't as desperate as it had been earlier, but the prerequisite was to wait for old ancestor Wei Qingshan to recover his physical body. Nowadays, the entire people's questioning sect disciples at all levels of strength were almost all in closed-door cultivation, wanting to be able to make a contribution in the next time they faced a strong enemy. All of the people of the questioning sect, please also immediately hand over the evil spirit of the foreign race and apologize to all the people of the Tianxian continent under the heavens and kneel down in repentance. Otherwise, after today, the entirety of the questioning sect will fall into hell for eternity. A magnificent sound of the great Tao broke the originally dull atmosphere of the questioning sect, and it continued to spread. Even if it was separated by countless states and counties, countless people could feel the terror of this sound. Or maybe it's an imperial decree. The voice of the great emperor was the will, and that was an existence that could not be disobeyed. On guard. All the disciples of the questioning sect instantly became alert and unanimously raised their heads to the sky. Open the boundary immediately. Xu Yunfeng shouted. It's the heavenly god temple hall master, the emperor slayer, has he appeared? Countless people heard the sound and looked up at the incomparably dignified great emperor in the void. Quite a few people just looked at it, and they couldn't even help but pay their respects. The great emperor. This is the great one. Countless strong people were even more incomparably eager. This was a realm that countless people could only dream of. Could it be that you think this so-called boundary protects your questioning sect? Emperor Prime had likewise arrived, his feet stepping on the wheel of life and death, a scarlet world hanging above his head. The boundary of the questioning sect had been forcibly blasted open by him earlier. Evil spirit of a foreign race, could it be that you are serious that there is no one left in our Tianxian continent? Colluding with the evil spirits of the foreign race, your questioning sect is truly taking its own life. Whether it's the entirety of your questioning sect or that evil spirit of the foreign race, all of you must die today. Wang Tong held his head in one hand and made a sound on his mouth. A foreign evil spirit? The top powerhouses of the major forces that had rushed around on hearing the news had been somewhat surprised, although the Heavenly Hall of Gods had always claimed that the questioning sect had colluded with the foreign races. That's why they made a move to destroy the questioning sect, but all almost knew that it was just a trumped-up charge. But now looking at these three great emperors each swearing with conviction, it was hard to believe that the questioning sect had really colluded with the evil spirits of the foreign races. What Green Mountain Emperor? This is nothing more than the incarnation of an evil spirit of a foreign race, with the purpose of entering my Tianxian continent and devouring this world of mine. Emperor Prime opened his mouth. What? The questioning sect's great emperor Qing Shan is a foreign evil spirit? The crowd was the more they heard it, they couldn't believe it, but these words were coming from the mouth of a great emperor. That's right. He is a foreign evil spirit. Have you all heard of my Tianshan continent's great emperor Qing Shan as a person before this? Even if you go through the ancient books and canons, there has never been this person, because he himself is a person of a foreign race, a great emperor of a foreign race. Emperor Prime continued to speak, his voice constantly echoing in everyone's ears, deeply engraved into everyone's memories. This statement was made. Everyone was almost silent, some of them had even lived for an unknown number of years, and had indeed never heard of the three words Wei Qingshan. Even the people of the questioning sect had never mentioned this name. It was as if this was a person who had appeared out of nowhere. Never heard of it. Indeed, I have not heard of it. Could it be that the questioning sect is really? A power as big as the heavenly god palace shouldn't be able to lie, right? Is the Green Mountain Emperor really a foreign race being? Countless people shook their heads and looked at each other in dismay. They had indeed never heard of this name. Sure, there were also some people from the Everlasting Family or the Forbidden Land who remained silent. As the old man from their clan had already mentioned it to them, the questioning sect did have such a person, only to disappear later. Most importantly, they ended up inexplicably forgetting about this person, and it was only recently as well that they remembered, and by all rights it shouldn't be the so-called Fae. So it's a foreign evil spirit. No wonder my Xian Dao sect's old ancestor came to make a pilgrimage with piety but died innocently at his hands. He's using this opportunity to weaken my human race with malicious intentions. Please ask the Heavenly God Palace Emperor as well as the Vine Heavenly Emperor to do the right thing for my Xian Dao sect. The Xian Dao sect's powerhouse knelt down and said in supplication, "Don't worry, this emperor will do it for you," Wang Tang said, looking down at the crowd of the questioning sect below, who likewise had a deep hatred. The major top powerhouses that had suddenly appeared in the surroundings were all moved at the sight of this scene. And even they are all beginning to have doubts within themselves? Eyes couldn't help but also all look in the direction where the questioning sect was, wanting to see how the people of the questioning sect would defend themselves. However, what made them somewhat surprised was that not a single person within the entire questioning sect spoke at this moment. It was because each of them was convinced that Wei Qingshan was their questioning sect's old ancestor, even if they never remembered the existence of this one earlier. Or perhaps even if this old ancestor of theirs was really a foreign evil spirit. So what? If it wasn't him, their questioning sect would have long ceased to exist. Previously, when old ancestor Wei Qingshan hadn't yet appeared, didn't the Heavenly Divine Hall similarly falsely accuse them of colluding with the foreign races? Each of them had a clear conscience, but who would listen to their explanations then? Who would reach out to them? The generations of ancestors of their questioning sect had led the human race of the Tianshan continent to repeatedly defeat the foreign races many times, but in the end, they were falsely accused of colluding with the foreign races. Isn't that funny? Wei Qingshan, right? I know you're still in there. If you don't come out, I'll destroy this questioning sect first. The Heavenly God Hall Master spoke, then glanced at Emperor Prime, who was not far away, and said, "Blast away their boundaries first." He wanted to see if this person whose existence had suddenly been erased had the courage to come out and accompany him in a battle or not. He, who was known as the Emperor Slayer, hadn't slayed a great emperor for a while as well. Chapter 20 Progress is 98% complete. A mere boundary, and you still presume to resist this emperor? Emperor Prime indifferently said, only to see the blood mist behind him tossing and turning rapidly towards the boundary of the questioning sect covering it. The moment the two collided, the entire heaven and earth shook violently, and countless scarlet blood mists began to spread towards the perimeter of the boundary. It began to erode little by little. Out of your depth. Emperor Prime laughed coldly, even the strongest boundary would only be eaten away bit by bit in front of this scarlet mist of his. How? As the crowd of the questioning sect watched the scene, they couldn't help but all sweat inwardly. Is history repeating itself again? Once their questioning sect's boundary was eaten away by the other party bit by bit like this, and then their questioning sect never saw a normal sky again. It's still an ant after all. Someone sighed. The Heavenly God's Palace is invincible. Some people couldn't help but look at Wang Tang. The Heavenly Divine Hall itself is strong enough to question the Tianshan continent, and I didn't expect a great emperor's powerhouse. All Wang Tang was also leaning towards the other side. This situation. Even if that great emperor of the questioning sect was really here, but as a result, so what? I'm afraid I can't stop the Heavenly God's Palace after all. The boundary is breaking, someone said, and they looked at the boundary above the questioning sect, which had begun to show a crack. It won't take long to break open. This boundary is also too trashy. My Nine Spectre sect's boundary has been struck by thousands of people together before without the slightest fluctuation. Someone said with a proud face, looking at the sudden Ask sect boundary easily appearing cracks, only to feel very trashy. Shut up you. Can your lowly sect's boundary be compared to this? You don't even look at who is attacking this boundary right now, a great emperor, or a great emperor who is quite knowledgeable about boundary formations. The crowd despised it. It wasn't that the questioning sect's boundaries weren't great, but the people attacking were too powerful. It was no wonder that the boundary that had blocked the great emperor for so long was already at the top of the world. Damn, how did this happen? The crowd of the questioning sect also looked at this scene and couldn't help but tense up. 3 great emperors descended. Can they survive if the boundary is broken? Protect the old ancestor. Chu Yunfeng roared loudly, ready to burn his life at any time. The old ancestor couldn't have given us such a big meet and greet gift because he knew we wouldn't survive, could he? Some people watched the constant tearing of the boundary, but also could not help but spit out that small note. He had already written a wish, but waiting for the old ancestor to cohesion physical rebirth, to help him realize the wish of marrying dozens of wives. Will he still be able to live once this boundary is broken? This guy. There was also a wave of contempt from the crowd. Although the old ancestor was saying that, how could they dare to ask for any wishes? They only hoped that the questioning sect would be safe and sound. Boom! Yet just at this moment, the boundary that was already covered in all directions by the scarlet blood mist quickly cracked and disintegrated with a lightning-tearing sound. The boundary is broken. The questioning sect is going to be finished. Countless people watching this scene couldn't help but also take a deep breath. If you don't show up, the questioning sect will be finished. Di Kang let out a cold smile and quickly dropped down towards the bottom. Is he really injured, or out of shape? Di Qing was a bit puzzled because Wei Qingshan had not appeared since the beginning, and due to the last time, he did not dare to casually deduce the other party. So nowadays he was not even sure what Wei Qingshan's situation was. It seemed that he could only force him out by striking out at the people of the questioning sect. His gaze went cold and he directly killed. Bang! With a crisp sound, Di King's figure slowly slid down from in front of the boundary. What? Countless disciples within the territory of the questioning sect who had already stormed up and prepared to fight were dumbfounded. This is what's going on. Hasn't the boundary been blown up? There's another layer of boundaries? Chu Yunfeng, who almost burned his life on the side, stopped his hands and looked at the crowd and said, there is still a layer in the boundary. Old ancestor has 2 hands to prepare. The crowd of the questioning sect sighed in relief. Just now, they were almost scared to death, and were ready to die heroically, but they didn't realize that they still had a backhand? It has to be said, this old ancestor really made them feel safe. No way? Outside the boundary, the countless crowds watching this scene were also dumbfounded. The knot can still set layers? Is this the handiwork of a great emperor? Countless people took a deep breath. Who would have thought it would be like this? Especially when they saw the way Di King crashed and slid from the front of the boundary. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was a great emperor, they would have laughed out loud. Emperor Prime slowly got up, his face very somber as he said, no wonder you didn't show up. It turns out that there is another layer of boundary. Since that's the case, then it's good that this emperor continues to break it. Let's see how long you can hide. A blood moon instantly appeared behind Di Cheng, and scarlet blood mist continuously gushed out. And this time, compared to the previous one, this time it was obvious that this energy was even more violent, and it was obvious that he didn't want to continue wasting time. This time, I'll see what else you have up your sleeve. Emperor Prime said indifferently. Boundary sets of layers were rare, but not impossible, so he wasn't much surprised. Soon, the brand new boundary was soon cracked again under the addition of his berserk blood mist. It's useless. Even if he still has a layer of boundary, it's still useless. A strong person who specialized in formation side, if we rely on this boundary alone, I'm afraid the questioning sect won't be able to hold it off for long. Many people nodded in recognition of this statement. The boundary can last for a while, but not for a lifetime. What to do? The heartstrings of the crowd of the questioning sect who had just breathed a sigh of relief could not help but also tighten up, and they likewise understood this. Afraid of what? If there's a second layer, maybe there's a third? Lu Yukai said disdainfully. The crowd was a bit speechless, though they wished it were so, but I'm afraid that's not very realistic, is it? Boundary set layer they have heard of, but set the third layer, this feeling is still some too dreamy, not to mention that at that time they were watching the boundary rise with their own eyes. It didn't take the old man too long back then. I'm afraid even a great emperor couldn't do that in such a short time. No matter what, they must not be allowed to disturb old ancestor. Chu Yunfeng's gaze was somewhat grave as he continued towards the crowd, already ready to burn his life to fight along with it once again. Bang! There was, once again, the sound of this layer tearing. The second boundary of the questioning sect broke open once more. Is there really a third layer of boundaries? Everyone in the questioning sect had a flash of surprise on their faces the moment the boundary broke open. They realized that Emperor Prime, who had originally rushed towards them, had stopped, and a third layer of boundary was once again raised within the territory of the questioning sect. Still, Chu Yunfeng once again stopped preparing to burn his life in battle. Damn, how is that possible? Di Jing's face also gradually turned cold. This was something he had definitely not expected. Can anyone really manage to set up 3 layers of boundaries in a short period of time? This emperor doesn't believe you have a 4th layer. Emperor Prime said with a grim face, cracking again. This emperor doesn't believe you still have a 5th layer. This emperor doesn't believe you can get on the double anymore. Whether it was everyone from the questioning sect or everyone from all sides who were paying attention to the scene, all of them were dumbfounded. Is this still a boundary? Am I dreaming? Some people looked incredulously at the crowd around them, seriously doubting the scene that was happening in front of them. Earlier they said that the boundary couldn't save the questioning sect for one lifetime. But now their thoughts wavered. This emperor doesn't believe you still have the 99th floor. 2 days later, Emperor Prime let out a near roar of fury and said, his entire being caught up in extreme anger. However, as the 98th layer of the boundary broke open, the scene that appeared in front of him made him breathe a sigh of relief as well. Congratulations, the progress of the boundary breaking hierarchy is 98% complete, please keep up the good work. On the knot, a horizontal text was revealed. Is it finally done? A rare smile finally appeared on Emperor Prime's face as he said, so what if there are more layers? It's ultimately unbearable, and it still stops the Ask sect from being destroyed. Chapter 21, just what kind of character is this Green Mountain Emperor? Is it going to end? Countless top-tier powerhouses couldn't help but also breathe a sigh of relief as they watched this scene. If this continued, they would really have to doubt life. 98 layers of not set together, not to mention that they had never seen it before, they hadn't even heard of it. They wouldn't even dare to dream about it. I didn't expect this boundary to block these 3 great emperors for 2 days, it's enough to leave a name in history. Someone exclaimed. It's just 2 more days to live, 2 days are just a snap of the fingers. The progress is already 98% complete, this dying struggle is just provoking a great emperor to anger. Once the boundary is broken, they'll be prepared to bear the wrath of the great emperor. Some people said disdainfully, although this boundary has blocked the great emperor for 2 days, there will still be a time when it breaks down after all? At that time, I'm afraid that everyone in the questioning sect would have to endure the accumulated wrath of the great emperor. How many floors do you guys think are left at the end? Why don't we open a disc and bet on it? A young powerhouse's gaze flickered a bit. Young man, you're very smart, but what's the point of betting on a result that everyone knows? The crowd scorned, no one paid any attention to him. 98% isn't it obvious that there are still the last 2 levels left? Sure. Most importantly, who dares to gamble with a great emperor? Young people don't want to die, but how can some of them who have lived for ages be brainless? The great emperor was breaking the boundary, but they used it to bet against him. Wasn't that treating the great emperor as a tool? That consequence was not an existence they could afford to think about. Don't waste time. The heavenly god Hallmaster looked at the progress bar's prompts and also looked at Emperor Prime and said, even he hadn't expected that a small boundary would be able to hold them back for 2 days. Within a short period of time, did you casually set up 100 layers of boundaries? That's some skill, but the more this happens, the more it proves that you're afraid nowadays. This emperor would like to see how long you can hide. The heavenly god palace lord sneered. From the beginning to the end his entire person was looking cloudy. Like him, this level of powerful person, it was indeed also very difficult for anything to make him fluctuate. Even if you have 100 layers of boundaries, this emperor is going to peel them off layer by layer for you now. Emperor Prime indifferently said, the blood moon behind him constantly evolving, as the doomsday-like scene was always pressing down on the heads of everyone in the questioning sect. Old Ancestor has been guarding us for 2 days, it's our turn next. No matter what, we must not let them disturb Old Ancestor. Chu Yunfeng tightened his grip and roared, once again preparing to burn his life and fight. He hadn't expected at all that the Old Ancestor had left them such a big handout before proceeding to condense his physical body. Layers and layers of knots kept pulling them back alive again from despair. How do you guys know that there are no numbers after this 98? 98%? Lu Yukai spoke again, some fervor already in his eyes. His own ancestor was too powerful. Awesome. The crowd couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. As much as they would like it to be, it's obviously a bit unrealistic. 100 layers of boundaries dragging down the 3 great emperors for 2 days was already an existence they could only dream of. If there was a number after 98%, wouldn't that mean that there were more than 100 layers of this boundary? How is that possible? Even the most powerful and strong person couldn't do this in a short period of time, right? Boom! However, just as they were all sorts of puzzled, the 99th layer of the boundary had already broken open. The last floor. Emperor Prime laughed and said, as he continued to break the boundary, he was also getting more and more insightful, so his speed behind him was getting faster and faster. The last floor. Countless people raised their heads, gathering all eyes on Emperor Prime. Even though they had been looking forward to it 99 times in the past 2 days, they were still overwhelmed with anticipation at this moment. It was as if repressed emotions were about to be released. The more they got to the last minute, the more nervous they became, and finally it was time. It's okay, you've been guarding us for 2 days now. Looking at the point of light in front of him that was coalescing little by little, Condensing Frost said indifferently. In the past 2 days, she had recovered a lot, and had already felt the soul-breaking scatter in her body gradually dissipate. Look out everyone! Chu Yunfeng reminded the crowd. And it. Emperor Prime looked at the scene within the questioning sect, his voice sounding as if a god was judging, and he directly used the most severe means to destroy the final layer of the questioning sect's boundary. Shasta. The entire skies dimmed, and the terrifying imperial might directly covered the entire territory of the questioning sect. A streak of blood-red lightning began to wreak havoc on the questioning sect boundary, disintegrating under everyone's anticipation and gaze. Boom! With a loud bang that resounded through the heavens and earth, the 100th layer of the boundary broke. It's over! It's over! It's finally over! Countless people watched this scene without fail and breathed a sigh of relief. This questioning sect boundary that had resisted a great emperor powerhouse for 3 days finally ended at this moment. Next, you should suffer this emperor. Di Qing had just opened his mouth, only for all of his words to be swallowed back in the next second as he looked at the scene in front of him in horror. Congratulations, current not cracking progress +2, current not cracking progress 98. 98%. Please keep up the good work and ask your friends for help too. A subtitle appeared in the sky, and soon a layer of boundary once again surfaced within the territory of the questioning sect. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. Just what kind of character is this Green Mountain Emperor? Countless people looked at this scene in horror. A great emperor that they had never known before had given them such a great shock. The first strike decapitated a great emperor, and the second strike destroyed a quasi-emperor. This third time had completely overturned all their perceptions. Is this still human? I told you so, ha ha ha. Within the territory of the questioning sect, Liu Yukai smiled at the crowd. Talented. The crowd gave him another thumbs up. You guys said that the old ancestor asked me to make a wish back then, saying that even if I wanted to ask for his help to kill a great emperor, would it be true? Liu Yukai blinked and approached one of the Heaven's Pride disciples to see what was written in the other's wish. Roll. I only want to marry dozens of wives. This Heaven's Pride disciple proudly said as he pushed Liu Yukai away. Quickly and discreetly, he put his wishing paper away again. However, his voice also caused a group of female disciples of the questioning sect to despise him, and even some of the female elders looked at him in disgust for a few moments. I only wish that the entire Ask sect will be peaceful and immortal, Xu Yunfeng muttered. But this moment, everyone up and down the questioning sect couldn't help but wonder just what level of existence this old ancestor of their own was. Can he really behead the emperor for them? Chapter 22 Emperor Slayer Strikes, Terrifying Strength on Display. How? As D. King watched the scene, he was having to be a little skeptical of life. After certifying as a great emperor, had he ever been in such a sorry state? 98. 98% completion progress, 98. 98% left after he broke the layer. Was this not a bottomless pit? Wang Tong, help me. Emperor Prime decisively pulled in his best friend to help. Yes. Wang Tong opened his mouth, carrying his own head in one hand and stepping forward with his emperor's soldier in the other. Even he glanced at Emperor Prime with some surprise, not realizing that this great emperor, who was known as a master of formations, was actually made difficult by this questioning sect's boundaries. This emperor won't believe it. Without saying anything more, Di Jing once again began to launch an attack on the questioning sect's boundary. Chop! Wang Teng similarly swung out a terrifying sword chi. Along with his addition, the speed of the questioning sect's boundaries tearing apart grew faster and faster, layer after layer. It was just that what made them a bit numb was that they didn't even know how many layers there were in this damned boundary. It's totally like a bottomless pit. They seriously doubted if this boundary was really laid out casually by Wei Qingshan. Could it be that the questioning sect can really block these three great emperors with this boundary? Someone sighed, and had to admire themselves for thinking too boldly. Was this really possible? Elder Ancestor. The crowd of the questioning sect couldn't help but all look in the direction where Wei Qingshan was. Their old ancestor was truly guarding them all the time. Break! Chop! Break! Chop! Outside, Wang Tong and Di Qing continuously took turns bombarding the questioning sect's boundary. Soon another day passed. 3 days, the three great emperors surprisingly did not take to break through the boundary of the questioning sect for 3 days. This one thing had swept across the entire Tianxian continent, and countless people could not help but be shocked by it. In particular, this unknown number of layers of boundaries had overturned everyone's perception. However, at this moment, both Emperor Prime and Wang Tang looked at each other and smiled as the numbers on it moved. What started out as 99, 98% has now become 99, 99%. This shows that their sustained attacks these days are not without effect, and they believe that it won't be long before the 99% becomes 100%. Change. Countless people were also looking at this scene in awe. I'm afraid that the boundary of the questioning sect had already resolved to be broken. The time of day value is finally moving. Let me do it. And at that point, the Heavenly God Palace Master who had been watching this scene without speaking for the past few days also suddenly opened his mouth. His gaze was a bit gloomy, not wanting to continue wasting time, because the moment the boundary broke, he vaguely felt that a terrifying energy was continuing to grow within the questioning sect. Although it was very introverted, but what level was he? How could this escape his senses? Is this perhaps the same great emperor who once asked the sect? Was he really recovering? Either way, he was no longer going to give the other party time. It's the Heavenly God Hall Master. He's going to make a move, that Emperor Slayer. Someone looked at the heavenly god Hallmaster and stood out, and could not help but also be a bit shocked and said. It was at this time that they remembered that although the three great emperors had descended on the questioning sect, this heavenly god Hallmaster had not made a move since the beginning. Emperor Slayer. Emperor Slayer. I didn't expect that I would be able to see a character of this caliber make a move in my lifetime. I truly have no regrets in death. Countless people gathered all their gazes on the body of the heavenly god Hallmaster. Carrying out the ancient and modern, this level of existence they are also very difficult to see each other strike a few times. Did not expect that today they are actually fortunate to see. One must know that this was a great emperor powerhouse who could kill great emperors. He struck. As the countless top powerhouses within the territory of the questioning sect watched this scene, their hearts couldn't help but tighten up as well. I didn't expect that in their lifetimes they would see an existence of this level strike, but it was to deal with them. They're still honored. Previously, why the probability of their questioning sect surviving in the face of the heavenly divine hall was only 0.001 was also precisely because of this person's existence. Try asking. Their questioning sect hadn't even had a single great emperor powerhouse earlier, yet an existence existed on the other side that could even decimate emperors. How desperate is this? Damn, 4 more days. Shu Yunfeng clenched his teeth. Earlier, the old ancestor had told him that it would take 7 days to condense his fleshly body and be reborn, but now only 3 days had passed. Can they hold out until then? Shu Yunfeng clenched his fists tightly, once again ready to burn his life in battle. 4 more days and I'll be able to marry dozens of wives? The heavenly pride disciple of the questioning sect was vaguely looking forward to it inwardly. Will. Lu Yukai watched that figure full of dignity and unassailable step out. Even if he wanted to say something at this moment, he didn't seem so confident. One must know that this was an emperor slayer, an existence that had truly killed a great emperor, and it was said that there was more than one. Although he had strong confidence in his own ancestor, but he had not even recovered his physical body yet, could the boundary he had casually set up really withstand the other party? Sorry. Although this emperor still wants to see what you're capable of, he doesn't want to waste time with you now. The imperial might of the heavenly god Hallmaster reverberated, only to see him casually lift his hand, and the glass ball in his hand that contained countless destructive powers instantly flew out. Accompanied by the rapid flow of the sphere, a destructive energy began to emanate as soon as it hit the boundary of the questioning sect. Boom! Just in the instant of touch, the layer of boundary of the questioning sect instantly disintegrated. The second layer of the boundary that appeared was similarly rapidly eroded, so fast that even the crowd was dumbfounded one by one. The questioning sect boundary had many layers, and they were clear about the speed of recovery, but now the terrifying destructive power emanating from the energy ball was destroying at a speed that was not slow at all. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4, 18, 19, 20. The 20 layers of the boundary instantly disintegrated in an instant, yet it still didn't stop, as if he could destroy as many layers of the questioning sect's boundary as there were as long as there were. Is this the Emperor Slayer? Countless people sighed in their hearts. This was no longer an existence that was out of their reach, it was an existence that was beyond their dreams. On the side, Emperor Prime also shook his head, realizing that his abilities were still much inferior in front of this Hallmaster. Heavenly God Hallmaster. Wang Tang likewise looked at this scene. His defection to the Heavenly God Palace was indeed not wrong. I just wondered if this Hallmaster had any way to help him attach his head when the time came. Earlier, he had tried many methods and realized that he had never been able to connect his head after it had been decapitated by the man, which was why he was now holding his head out. 35, 36, 37, 38, 69, 70. Layer by layer, the boundary was already breaking down, and the crowd was somewhat speechless, not realizing that there were so many layers of this 99%. It seemed incomparably close, but it turned out to be so far away, and if it wasn't for this butcher's hand, they were afraid that they wouldn't know when they would have to wait. Chapter 23, Heaven's Chance Awakens. Is he a Hulk? 71, 72, 73, 99, 100, 101. The questioning sect boundary was still being torn apart layer by layer. Soon the crowd was gradually dumbfounded. They realized that the speed of that destructive energy storm from the Heavenly God Hallmaster had all gradually decreased, but the boundary of the questioning sect still looked like a bottomless pit. No, how is that possible? Is it true that 99% of this progress is left? This was the first time they had been skeptical of a value that had turned all of their perceptions upside down. Long live the old man. Within the Wan Dao sect, countless people boiled over, constantly waving their fists, countless fervor as well as excitement showing on their faces. The old ancestor only needs to make a slight move, and the Heavenly God Hall's great emperor is already helpless. Lu Yukai laughed and said, not realizing that even if this Emperor Slayer personally made a move, he still couldn't shake the boundary of their questioning sect. Wouldn't that mean that when his own ancestor had condensed his physical body, wouldn't the next thing be a change of shape between offense and defense? There's hope for my dozens of wives. That Heaven's Pride disciple was incomparably excited as he waved his fist and began to prepare to find someone to customize the sign to flip it when the time came. Elder Ancestor. Chu Yunfeng watched all of this happen from afar. It seemed that he did not need to burn his life to fight for the time being. Li Yener, I told you, the questioning sect will not die. Zhu Junlin, who was on the side, similarly clenched his fists and said, his mind recalling scene after scene from that day. Is that really not your child? But so what if it is? So what if it isn't? He died, at the hands of Li Yener. Interesting, really interesting. In the void, the corners of the heavenly god temple's mouth couldn't help but also evoke a smile as he watched the scene. I didn't expect that even if I personally made a move, I still couldn't completely destroy this boundary with a single strike. But no harm done. He had just made a slight move, and the real show was yet to come. Looking at the smiles of the crowd of the questioning sect below, he quickly offered several jade glass balls in his hands, which similarly contained countless destructive energies. This time, this emperor would like to see if you guys can still laugh. The heavenly god hall master indifferently said, and several glass balls instantly landed on the boundary of the questioning sect. Shasta. The entire territory of the questioning sect looked like it had fallen into darkness, and destructive energies constantly raged above the boundary. Boom! Countless people could feel this heart-stopping scene, as if these energies could immediately destroy everything as soon as the boundary was broken. Damn, what's with all this? The crowd of the questioning sect was also startled by this scene. Earlier, the other party could destroy 100 layers of their boundary with one energy ball. Now 5 balls in a row. How long could this boundary support? After all, this progress has reached 99%. Yeah. This is infinitely close to the limit in everyone's perception. Is this the Emperor Slayer? The countless top powerhouses watching the battle were also feeling their hearts pounding as they could clearly feel the terror of this energy. These energies were afraid that they would be able to wipe out any giants and quasi-emperors in an instant, right? Yet the other party had taken out 5 of them so easily. Hiss! Constantly, the boundaries were tearing apart. The crowd realized that the speed at which the boundary was tearing apart had obviously gotten much faster. But is this officially close to the limit? Looking at the boundary that was constantly being destroyed and reappearing, no one dared to jump to conclusions easily anymore. What exactly is that Green Mountain Emperor? Why haven't we heard of a powerhouse of this level before? Could he really be a fae? Countless people were very puzzled inwardly. It was reasonable to say that it was impossible for a person of this level to be unknown at all. A character who once pushed across an era. Someone replied inwardly, but the old monsters in the clan had warned them that they should never mention it, so at this moment, he didn't dare to say it. But the more this happened, the more curious he became. Why would a character of this level suddenly have his traces erased? Is there anyone in the world who can do that? 203, 204, 205, 288, 289, 290. The questioning sect's boundaries had been destroyed, but the sect members had all become numb. It's a bottomless pit, and the crowd is reacquainted with what 99% means. So much for the 5-star streak. The crowd of the questioning sect laughed, and some of them even sat down in place to continue cultivating. Countless powerhouses were also somewhat speechless as they watched this scene, realizing that there were 3 great emperors outside. Are they really that relaxed? Together. Emperor Prime glanced at the headless King Vine on the side and said in a cold voice. Directly once again, the scarlet blood mist was used to cover the entire range towards the questioning sect. Wang Tang raised his head to look at the heavenly god hallmaster, and after seeing that the other party did not speak, he also raised the longsword in his hand with one hand and swung it out. Chop. That's some trick. The heavenly god hallmaster didn't stop the other 2 great emperors from intervening, but instead looked at the questioning sect's boundary with a grave gaze. Of course he didn't think so. Dealing with boundaries wasn't his strong point. In his opinion, perhaps the one inside was nothing more than a strong person specializing in this area. The moment. None of the 5 Forbidden Zone's powerhouses that hadn't shown their faces for tens of thousands of years were watching everything that was happening in the questioning sect. That name was long and strange, and at their level, where memory itself is eternal. But I didn't realize that I had forgotten about this person. The most important thing is that now he has returned. Some chose to continue hibernating, while others chose to walk out of the Forbidden Zone and rush to the questioning sect. Boom! However, just as everyone's eyes were focused on the questioning sect, an explosion directly spread throughout the entire Tianxian continent. Countless people looked over in the direction where the explosions were. The Temple of Heaven? Some people were alarmed because that was the direction of the Heavenly God's palace. Could it be that great Emperor Qin Shan had attacked the Heavenly Hall of Gods when the great Emperor of the Heavenly Hall of Gods attacked the questioning sect? What? Wang Tang also trembled inwardly, a little worried that their Wang clan would be attacked as well, and at that moment, he looked towards that Heavenly God Hall Master. No harm done. It's that Tianji guy, he's waking up. The Heavenly God Hall Master didn't take it personally, as the Heavenly God Hall Master, even if he wasn't there, he could still know exactly what was happening in the Heavenly God Hall. I wish he would run out of his own accord instead of hiding inside the boundary like a turtle. The Heavenly God Hall Master looked at the questioning sect's boundary and said indifferently, if the other party was willing to come out, he was certain that he would once again be able to behead the Emperor in front of the world, even if the other party was a former powerhouse. I wonder what he saw this time. Surprisingly, it caused such a big commotion. Emperor Prime said with some curiosity, as he had also deduced some things, so he was a bit worried. He is Havoc, must kill him, he will bring a havoc to the Tianxian continent. At this moment, a crazy old man was rapidly rushing towards where the questioning sect was, fear written all over his face. Chapter 24, your entire Wang family will eventually cease to exist. Quickly! Kill it, the world will kill it, he is Havoc. Elder Tianji's voice continuously echoed along the way, and his entire body was trembling. He continuously accelerated his speed by consuming his longevity, as if he was fighting for time. That's old man Tianji? Countless people were looking at this crazy old man with some disbelief. Havoc? Who's he calling Havoc? Some top-tier powerhouses noticed Elder Tianji's words and quickly followed. In the Tianxian continent, this old man was not like the heavenly god Hall Master who had managed to slaughter gods and behead emperors, causing countless people to fear him. But this person's every word and action was enough to attract the attention of everyone in the world. He had predicted no number of events under the sun, and they all eventually happened without exception. He went in the direction of the questioning sect. Could it be that the Havoc is related to the questioning sect? My family's old ancestor is watching the battle from the front line, and according to his latest newsback he said that the Ask Sect's Green Mountain Emperor is most likely a foreign evil spirit, and I don't know if it's true or not. Countless powerhouses along the way looked at the direction in which Elder Tianji had disappeared, and various speculations could not help but also appear within their hearts. What's going on? The heavenly god Hall Master directly tore through the void and directly brought Elder Tianji to himself, and could not help but frown as well. Quickly! Kill him immediately, kill Wei Qingshan, yes must kill him, he is Havoc, the whole Tianxian continent died because of him. Elder Tianji opened his mouth with trembling all over his body, his eyes staring down at the bottom of the questioning sect with a deep fear in his eyes. Don't worry, if this emperor wants him to die, no one in this world will be able to save him. The heavenly god palace lord said indifferently. He thought that old man Tianji wanted to say something, this matter even if the other party didn't say anything, he would still kill Wei Qingshan. But before that he still had to break through this questioning sect's boundary first. No. It's too late, we have to kill him now before it's too late. Elder Tianji hurriedly waved his hand and said, his voice trembling as he spoke. What happened? Emperor Prime frowned and said, because he had previously deduced something and suffered a backlash, so his entire being seemed more wary. Now is the time when he is at his weakest, he is condensing his flesh to be reborn, 7 days later he will bring a catastrophe to the Tianxian continent, all of you will have to die by then. No, it's not 7 days anymore, there are 4 days left now, come on. We have to kill him while we can, or it will all be too late. The more the old man Tianji said, the more fearful he became in his eyes, as if he had seen some horrifying scene, and that scene happened just 4 days later. All die? Countless people looked at the Tianji elder who looked like this and couldn't help but also nervously grabbed their fists. One must know that Elder Tianji's words had too much dominant power in the entire Tianxian continent, and no one dared to disregard them at all. However, there were 3 great emperors present. This kind of lineup was not seen much even in the entire long history. There was really someone who was their opponent. These will die? It was hard for them to imagine the scene of 3 great emperors falling, but they did not dare to be careless about old man Tianji's words all the same. So it's coalescing flesh? The heavenly god Hall Master smiled and said, it seemed that his earlier guess was not wrong. The other party did indeed have some unexpected situation. This emperor would like to kill him immediately, but unfortunately this boundary is slightly tricky. The heavenly god Hall Master said, if he could he naturally wished that he could immediately strike to kill Wei Qingshan. Of course this wasn't because that he was worried that the other party could really do anything to him after recovering his flesh. Nowadays his strength didn't need to fear any of the great emperors. Purely because he wasn't going to waste any more time, I guess. Boundaries? Elder Tianji looked toward the boundary in front of the questioning sect and said with some doubt, isn't this progress 99% complete? Crowd. This 99% might be a little different from what you think. Tianji, is what you said true? Wang Teng said with some uncertainty, he hadn't thought at all that Wei Qingshan wasn't in a full body state when he beheaded him earlier. Nowadays, although he didn't seem to be in any serious trouble, the key was this ordinary strike, causing him to be unable to catch it all the time now, so up and down wouldn't he have become a Toto Emperor? The other party was able to inflict this kind of damage on him without condensing his physical body, and if he really wanted to recover, wouldn't that mean that the other party was truly able to kill him? So he had to be cautious. Those 2 from the heavenly god's palace might not be afraid, but he was after all just an outsider and had to remember. Do you think that I, Tianji, who has been roaming the Tianxian continent for tens of thousands of years, have the need to lie to you? If you don't kill him, not only will you die, but your death will be extremely miserable, and your entire Wang family will eventually cease to exist. Humph. I'd like to see what's different about this 99%. The old man Tianji quickly offered a large formation in his hand, instantly covering the entire boundary of the questioning sect, bit by bit aligning the disassembly set. It wasn't long before a smile appeared on his face. Isn't this broken? The crowd ignored him. This boundary was exactly like a specialized blow to someone's confidence, always making people step into despair when they thought they were infinitely close to hope. What's going on? Elder Tianji frowned as his gaze quickly swept around, realizing that everyone seemed to be unsurprised by this. Is this the means of this havoc? Elder Tianji laughed bitterly as if he understood something, and then looked at the Heavenly God Temple Hallmaster and said, quickly, make a move together, or we will all be too late. The Heavenly God Palace Master nodded and did not reject Elder Tianji's offer. Chop! Wang Teng took the lead and swung his sword. The words of Elder Tianji earlier had touched him greatly, and he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Moreover, what Elder Tianji said wasn't wrong, and the other party had no reason to lie to him, and nothing he did nowadays seemed to be targeting him. So no matter what, it was still safest for him to destroy the one from the questioning sect first. Boom! Boom! All sorts of terrifying abilities continued to fall on top of the boundary of the questioning sect, and layer upon layer of the boundary continued to be torn apart, yet the 99% result never faltered. Asterisk. The crowd of the questioning sect couldn't help but also clench their teeth in anger as they watched this scene. They had never offended this old man Tianji when they tried, but they didn't expect that the other party would want to put them to death now. Elder Tianji, his words had a certain influence in the entire Xiantian continent. It could be seen that more and more top-tier powerhouses had appeared in their questioning sect's territory nowadays, and they couldn't see a trace of goodwill from the eyes of these people. Break! The three great emperors plus Elder Tianji continuously bombarded the boundary of the questioning sect. The entire boundary was at risk of completely collapsing at any time. Soon another day passes. Chapter 25, Everyone Joining Forces? Speech by Elder Tianji. 3 days left. Elder Tianji said in a bit of a panic. His entire person was in an extremely anxious state. The scene he had once seen was a havoc-like existence for the entire Tianxian realm. Since he had foreseen it, he would never allow it to happen. Therefore, it was necessary to kill Wei Qingshan before he could completely condense his physical body. Damn it, just how many more layers of this boundary are there? He said in annoyance. How could he not have thought that so many of them had joined forces, but they were actually trapped outside a boundary? Which of course is more proof of the horror of that man. Old man Tianji, aren't you able to count? Can't you calculate just how much of this 99% is left? D. King couldn't help but say angrily, a boundary blocking a group of their great emperors for 4 days was simply an impossible existence to imagine. Right. Elder Tianji came to a realization and immediately squatted down to make deductions. This time it was surprisingly unexpected, and nothing happened to him during the entire push. Soon, he read what was on it, only to be dumbfounded by the whole thing. 99,763,331%. As a layer of the boundary was destroyed again, he saw the value on it change. 99,963,332%. It's not. His whole body was dumbfounded as well. Breaking a boundary increases 0.00000001. If all of them break through, they have to wait for what year and month? How? As Elder Tianji deduced, these numbers were likewise revealed to the crowd. Is this 99%? Some people feel like they have a whole new appreciation for the so-called 99%. When they looked at the questioning sect's boundary, they always felt that the arranger of this boundary was really nakedly mocking them. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. Relief, this old ancestor did a beautiful job. The crowd of the questioning sect also saw this scene and couldn't help but laugh as well. Had they known there were so many layers, they would have done what they should have done, causing them to worry for half a day. It looks like I won't have a chance to burn my life fighting. Chu Yunfeng also smiled and said, so many levels. Even if this group of great emperors joined forces, it would be impossible to break them all within a few days. Nothing. Lang Ningfeng's beautiful eyes looked at the values appearing in the sky, and she also said 2 cold words. It looks like the questioning sect is okay. Her gaze fell back to Wei Qingshan. She knew that it was the other party who had saved the questioning sect as well as her. Asterisk. Elder Tianji's face completely sank, and his entire person looked more and more faded. There's no need for you to hang your head in shame. Even if he does condense a physical body, as long as this emperor is around, he won't be able to make any waves. The Heavenly God Hall Master glanced at Elder Tianji and said, with no ripples on his surface. No, you don't understand at all. He's more powerful than any of us can imagine. We have to kill him before he condenses his physical body and is reborn, or else it will all be too late. Elder Tianji said, his entire body still continuously deducing and searching for a way to break the situation. This emperor doesn't understand? The Heavenly God Hall Master glanced at Elder Tianji and said in a cold voice, if he was truly capable of anything, how could he have been completely obliterated back then, and how could he have needed to gather a physical body to be reborn? Those emperors who were once beheaded by this emperor, how was he ever not incredibly confident? But in the end, they didn't die in the hands of this emperor. Even if he, Wei Qingshan, has even greater abilities, this emperor can suppress him with one hand even if he has one hand. The voice of the heavenly god Hall Master was incomparably cold, but it equally represented his incomparable confidence in his own strength. One-handed suppression? Elder Tianji glanced at the heavenly god Palace Master. It was indeed a single-handed suppression, but it was the one from the questioning sect who had single-handedly suppressed the other party. He had witnessed that horrifying scene with his own eyes, where this as the heavenly god temple's hall master was being carried by one hand, begging for mercy continuously like a little chicken. Sure. These words, however, he didn't dare to say, or else he wouldn't have to wait for Wei Qingshan to make a move. This great emperor in front of him would first slap him to death with one hand. Kuei Emperor, you are naturally not afraid of the other party, but can you ever think that if the other party strikes, what about the rest of your heavenly god palace? Will these people be able to stop the other party? As well as this, why don't we first wipe out the other party now, and why do we need to take extra risks for no reason? As Elder Tianji spoke, he intentionally glanced at Di Kang. Words. The heavenly god palace master frowned. What Elder Tianji said was not without reason. Although he had strong confidence in his own strength, he equally liked to nip any instability in the bud. That's why there was the matter of Emperor Prime making a move on the questioning sect earlier because of the deduction. Nowadays, it seemed likely that the robbery of that thrust of his had also come from Wei Qingshan. Can anything be done? The heavenly god palace lord frowned and asked. There was no problem trying to strangle the other party, as long as this damn boundary disappeared. He could easily erase Wei Qingshan, who was still in the process of condensing his physical body, but the problem now was that they wouldn't be able to break through this boundary in a short period of time. All together. Elder Tianji said solemnly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Together? Wang Tang was puzzled. They had already struck out together earlier, but it didn't do anything at all. Elder Tianji ignored him and instead slowly rose into the air, looking down at the countless top powerhouses that looked around him and said in a cold voice, I am Elder Tianji. His voice echoed around, identifying himself to all. He then continued to speak. Recently, I had projected the ages and saw a glimpse of the future. In 3 days, our entire Tianxian continent is caught in a catastrophe. Countless top powerhouses have fallen, and even the powerhouses that have been hiding in the forbidden zone for several epochs without coming out have not been able to avoid disaster. After seeing this glimpse of the future, I wasted no time in consuming my lifespan to capture the source of this cataclysm, and finally saw a glimpse at great cost. Elder Tianji's gaze glanced towards the questioning sect, his voice incomparably cold as he said, and the source of this havoc comes from this questioning sect, that is, that so-called great emperor of theirs, the Green Mountain. In the midst of this holocaust, there is no way for us to live, and no one will spare you even if you plead to the death. But in the midst of despair I also found a glimmer of hope that the reason that havoc happened 3 days later was because today he is not in shape. He's condensing his physical body. It only takes 3 days. After 3 days he'll complete this metamorphosis. At that time we will all be hard to escape death. So no matter what, all of us must join forces and must destroy him before this catastrophe comes. He absolutely cannot be allowed to condense his physical body. Otherwise each of us will be plunged into endless despair 3 days later. Chapter 26, The Taoist Sect, Dangerous. Elder Tianji's voice continuously echoed in everyone's heart, and everyone was palpitating the more they heard it. Havoc? All of them will die? From the appearance of Elder Tianji, quite a few people had heard the word havoc already mentioned in the other party's mouth. At that time, they didn't know what it was and thought that it was directed at the Heavenly Divine Hall or the Wang family. Now that it was once again spoken in detail from the mouth of Elder Tianji, each of them did not all tremble inwardly. Elder Tianji, are you telling the truth? Some people looked up at Elder Tianji and inquired. It was hard for them to believe such a thing. After all, they had only been a melon-eating crowd since the beginning, and they had no grievances with the questioning sect. Boom! A terrifying pressure instantly landed on the strong man who spoke, pressing him so hard that he could not move directly. You're a tiny true immortal. Do you think we have the contempt to lie to you? Before Elder Tianji could say anything, Wang Tang glanced at the powerhouses below and said with an incomparably cold voice. Words. The crowd was also instantly immersed. Yeah. These great emperors shaking their feet could cause the entire Tianxian continent to shake for a few days. Was there a need for these to deceive them? Especially the heavenly god Hall Master as well as Elder Tianji. These two, one could be said to be the representative of Tianxian continent's battle power, while the other was the representative of authority. In the past, the future events that he had predicted had never been wrong, and at this moment countless powerful people had looked in the direction of the questioning sect boundary and clenched up. I once saw your head cut off and kicked like a ball by the crowd of the questioning sect during the Showa. Elder Tianji also looked at the true immortal powerhouse who had spoken earlier and said, What? The entire body of the true immortal powerhouse who had just stood up in a sorry state almost fell down again. Is that his future? He had only come to eat a melon. How could it be like this? He had to throw himself in the direction of the questioning sect's boundary. Elder Tianji didn't lie about his words. That was the end of him. And it was true that Elder Tianji had no need to lie to him, so perhaps he should be lucky. After all, if it was on a normal day, if someone else wanted to ask Elder Tianji to tell their fortune for them, they would have to pay a great price. Thanks to Senior Tianji for reminding me. The true immortal's powerhouse arched his hand at Elder Tianji, his mind already made up its mind. That dead old man. The crowd of the questioning sect watched as Elder Tianji kept opening his mouth there, and they also bit back their anger. Are they to be exterminated because of a vague prophecy? Although the boundary is still divided into many layers, but the other side really launched so many people words, I'm afraid that it is also very difficult to resist the pressure. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chu Yunfeng was also infuriated and clenched his teeth, once again ready to burn his life to fight at any time. I, the divine punishment forbidden area, have come forth today and would like to do my part for the entire Tianxian to slaughter demons and defend the Tao. A quasi-emperor level powerhouse slowly walked towards the front of the questioning sect boundary and directly attacked the questioning sect boundary after arching his hand at the heavenly god hall master and the others. He said indifferently, as early as tens of thousands of years ago, I had spied that the questioning sect was involved with a foreign race, and now that I have received confirmation I should do my part for my human race. His voice echoed in the surroundings, only to see his voice fall. He used his bottom card to hard blast off a layer of boundary of the questioning sect. God's punishment forbidden zone? Did the people from the forbidden zone come out as well? Countless people watching this scene couldn't help but also be a bit surprised and said, the questioning sect, which they originally thought the heavenly god hall could destroy with their hands, did not expect that it would end up causing such a big commotion and still standing. The rise and fall of the world is the responsibility of every man. How can there be any egg under the nest? As the glance of the Tianxian continent, I, the divine punishment forbidden region, cannot live on at this time? The divine punishment forbidden area's paragon emperor said with great righteousness, constantly using the forbidden area's terrifying means to go in and bombard the boundary. He didn't look like he was holding back in the slightest. Chu Junlin looked at this scene, clenched his fists and said, damn, the heavenly god palace is going to beat us, the Wang family is going to beat us, how nowadays the forbidden area, how the forbidden area's people also come to join in the fun. Then fight. Yu Choi picked up on his words. Honestly, if his strength didn't allow it, he would have wanted to go out and beat someone up. The crowd from the questioning sect looked at him and couldn't help but also give him a thumbs up. Talented. The crowd couldn't help but admire his courage, and were tempted to just put him out there to give those people a taste of their own medicine. There's another one coming. To the side, Shang Sun Ingyue looked out of the boundary and said, is he? Xu Yunfeng's face directly went cold, and the crowd of the questioning sect's faces were all showing ill will at this moment. Li Xian Tian. Quite a few people already knew what had happened to Chu Junlin, so they basically had no favorable feelings towards this person at this moment. Chu Yunfeng, even in my dreams, I, Li Xiantian, never imagined that your questioning sect would do something so heartless. At the loss of my Li who had previously married his daughter to your clan's heavenly pride, now it seems that I, Li Xiantian, am truly blind. I'm guilty. Li Xiantian continuously scolded Chu Yunfeng within the boundary of the questioning sect, only to see a piece of the mountain and river diagram swiftly sacrificed on his body. He made seals with both hands, and the mountain and river diagram appeared directly above the boundary of the questioning sect, and mana continuously gushed out, destroying the boundary of the questioning sect. It's the Li family's mountain and river map, the Li family's family treasure. Some people marveled, not expecting the Li family to directly use their own clan suppressing treasure as soon as they made their move. However, nowadays, in this kind of scene, it would be hard to take a shot without using this kind of killing weapon, just like the previous Forbidden Area powerhouse had also used his bottom card once he came. That's right. Li Xiantian looked at the crowd and said, today, my Li family would like to help the Heavenly God Palace and would like to dedicate myself to the survival of the entire Tianxian continent. Today, my Li family is willing to slaughter the demons and defend the way. Li Xiantian continuously urged the energy of the mountain and river diagram as if he was on the side of justice. Li Xiantian. Looking at Li Xiantian appearing in front of him once again, Xu Yunfeng gritted his teeth in hatred as a hint of blood filled his eyes. Earlier, he had given up on his intention to strike at the questioning sect because he was worried that the other party had defected to the Heavenly Divine Hall to strike at them. It hadn't occurred to me that in the end now, the other party had still defected to the Heavenly Goddess Hall. Whoever strikes against the questioning sect is an enemy. Chu Junlin similarly clenched his fists as he gazed outside the boundary and did not find Li Yenner's figure. Boom! However, as the powerhouses of the Forbidden Zone as well as Li Xiantian began to make their moves, many people joined in. The questioning sect. Colluding with a foreign race, it deserves to be destroyed. Colluding with foreigners and foreign races is incompatible with heavenly justice, and this day, this king is also willing to slay demons and defend the way to protect the peace of my Tianxian continent. Soon one strong person after another stood out, and the layers of the questioning sect's boundary began to fall crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ask the sect, danger! Chapter 27, It's not that I, the questioning sect, am burdened by the people of the world, but that the people of the world are burdened by me, the questioning sect, first. Boom! Along with a constant stream of strong people joining in, all sorts of great killing weapons were offered up, and the entire boundary of the questioning sect had almost become a testing ground. Ha 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 ha, is this questioning sect's boundary paper mache? This is too unbearable, isn't it? Someone laughed out loud, and under the bombardment of countless instruments and killing strokes in every aspect, the entire boundary was almost shattered in a single blow. Soon, another day passed. There were only the last 2 days left before Wei Qingshan's cohesion of his physical body was completed. Some of the powerhouses fell to the ground panting and tired, looking at the value of the layers on the boundary with some despair. They couldn't laugh anymore at this moment. Too much. Even if countless top powerhouses attacked together, now that the entire boundary was breaking even faster, it would be difficult to destroy them all within 2 days. Many people had originally waited to see when the boundary was destroyed at first to witness the demise of this once #1 clan. But now that they were unable to destroy the boundary, it was as if it had become a countdown to their own demise. Some people twisted their heads to look at Elder Tianji. If it was really like what he said, they would experience a catastrophe 2 days later. Everyone step up! Someone roared angrily as they looked at the way the disciples of the questioning sect gnashed their teeth at them within the boundary. They knew that since they had already been offended, they couldn't stay their hand. As long as the boundary was broken and the 3 great emperors struck out together, the questioning sect definitely did not have a single path to survival. Not enough, not nearly enough. Damn it, what are you all waiting for? Elder Tianji frowned and looked toward the crowd that was still hesitant to make a move today and roared, "Under the nest, is there no egg? I have seen your misery and heard your wails of despair, and this is what will happen to you in the Holocaust. Do each and every one of you think that if you stand by and do nothing, nothing will happen? No, you will all die, all of you." Elder Tianji's extremely cold voice swept towards the crowd. If it wasn't for the fact that he was also in the middle of this havoc, he felt a little bit pathetic for these people. One by one, they are dying but still do not know it, even thought of sitting and watching the victory and defeat. Spell it out. Someone who heard Elder Tianji's words also gritted their teeth and got involved. Now that so many people had joined forces, and even the Tianxian continent's topmost battle force, Emperor Slayer, was involved, they felt that there was no need to fear the questioning sect whatsoever. What to do, Patriarch? Some immortal king giants looked towards Chu Yunfeng and couldn't help but ask with some worry, not expecting that one of their little fallen clans would provoke the entire world's top powerhouses to surround them. Is it their honor? But this honor seemed to be something they couldn't afford. They could imagine what they asked the sect would go through once the boundary was destroyed. Be ready to fight at any moment, Chu Yunfeng said indifferently. What could he do at this time? If he were a quasi-emperor powerhouse in normal times, he would basically be able to run rampant in the Tianxian continent. But when faced with this kind of formation nowadays, he was also more than capable of doing so. Now not only are the great emperors striking out against them, but the monsters of the Forbidden Zone have appeared along with them, as well as. Xu Yunfeng's gaze fell on Li Shantian and he clenched his fists. He had already decided that if the boundary was truly broken, he would burn his life at the first opportunity and kill this person no matter what. Ask for the ancestral land of the zones. This place was shielded by Wei Qingshan, and people in the outside world couldn't see this place, but it was able to clearly see what was happening in the outside world. Lang Ningfeng looked up at what was happening outside the boundary, her eyes a little cold. However, her gaze soon fell back to Wei Qingshan's body. The energy body had rapidly changed as time passed. Much like a baby's embryo is rapidly forming and is growing little by little. She knew that Wei Qingshan's cohesion of his physical body to be reborn had entered the most crucial moment. Slowly getting up, she looked towards the crowd in the outside world. Along with the constant addition of people, the questioning sect boundary could collapse at any time. She could never let anyone interrupt at this time. Outside. The moment. The appearance of several figures caused a hint of alertness to appear in the crowd that was besieging the boundary of the questioning sect. They all looked at these people who had suddenly appeared, and an immortal king giant chortled, "Black Sword Sect, what are you doing here?" Boom! A mighty pressure landed forcefully on the speaking immortal king, instantly crushing him into immobility. Imperial might? He's a great emperor? Some people looked at the Ask sect's strongest person who had struck out in horror. It's the Black Sword Paragon. Has he broken through that realm as well? Some people looked at the old man from the Black Sword sect who had struck out in horror and recognized the identity of the other party. Some were even more alert and said, the questioning sect is friendly with the Black Sword sect, and has helped the Black Sword sect resolve crises and many catastrophes. The Black Sword sect won't be here to help the questioning sect, right? The person who spoke trembled and took 2 steps back. The other party was a great emperor powerhouse and was friends with the questioning sect. How could he not be afraid? The Heavenly God Hall Master glanced at the Black Sword sect's old man with somewhat indifferent eyes. If the other party really wanted to help the questioning sect, he wouldn't mind beheading a great emperor before suppressing Wei Qingshan. You all have misunderstood. The questioning sect colluded with the foreign races and put my Tianxian continent's life and souls in danger. How can I, the Black Sword sect, be in their company with such a treacherous person? This day, this emperor appears, just like all of you, only to slay the demons and defend the way, returning the world to a peaceful and prosperous world. I, the Black Sword sect, will always stand only on the side of justice. As a great emperor, the Black Sword sect's old man's voice was extremely penetrating, causing countless people to be shocked by it. The Black Sword sect is also here to deal with the questioning sect? And a great emperor has come? On the side of justice? Someone looked behind the black sword sex old man and realized that the black sword sex patriarch was also there, but nowadays, he looked more like a puppet. Fellow Taoist, strike then. Wang Tang glanced at the black sword sex old man and said in a cold voice. Now that time was no longer on their side, they had to completely annihilate each other before Wei Qingshan could gather his flesh and regenerate. Yes. The Black Sword Emperor nodded and then offered a black sword with demonic chi churning on it. He slashed his sword directly at the boundary of the questioning sect. Just as he had said, he had come to deal with the questioning sect. Black Sword Sect. Black Sword Sect. I bah. Ungrateful, wolfish thing. In the past, your Black Sword Sect went through a catastrophe, and at the time of despair it was my disciples of the questioning sect who pulled you along despite everything, but I never thought that you would be so wolfish. A powerful person from the questioning sect roared angrily. He was involved in the war at that time, and countless disciples of the questioning sect even lost their lives because of it. I didn't expect to be rewarded with this kind of return. Those disciples of the asking sect who died because of helping the Black Sword sect back then, if the Nine Springs learn about it, can they rest in peace? As I said, the Black Sword sect, will always only stand on the side of justice, and everything is your ask sect's fault for going against the heavenly Tao. The Black Sword Emperor's voice was cold and indifferent as another sword mercilessly chopped on top of the questioning sect's boundary. I shucks. The disciple of the questioning sect also clenched his teeth in anger at the other party's shamelessness. They only hoped that their own old ancestor would be reborn as soon as possible, and when that time came, they would let these ungrateful people know what it meant to be truly havoc. It's not that I, the questioning sect, have burdened the people of the world, but the people of the world have burdened me, the questioning sect, first. An immortal king giant contained killing intent in his eyes, unable to imagine that there were so many people out to strike at a tiny questioning sect of theirs. Chapter 28, The Boundary Breaks. It's all coming to an end. With the addition of the Black Sword Emperor, the speed of the boundary destruction continued to accelerate. At the same time, countless people were demoralized by it. Another great emperor has joined. It seems like what old man Tianji said is most likely true. The gravity of some people's expressions were equally swift as they joined in, wanting to contribute their own small part to the Tianxian continent. Indeed, there was no need for these great emperor powerhouses to deceive the likes of them. Moreover, many people are power. With such a powerful lineup of them, the questioning sect would definitely not have any chance of survival, and they naturally wouldn't worry about being retaliated against. Still too slow. Elder Tianji still said with some reluctance, there are still the last 2 days left. Let's see if we can fight to completely destroy this boundary today. As the time got closer and closer, his eyebrows kept jumping and he had a strong bad feeling inside. The havoc 2 days later lingered in his mind like a nightmare. Terrible. It's horrible. Everyone, don't leave your strength behind. We don't have time. If the questioning sect doesn't die, you will die. Elder Tianji said. He had even gone so far as to burn his lifespan as a price, and was continuously accelerating the progress of breaking open the boundary. Is it really necessary? The heavenly god Master couldn't help but shake his head as he watched the scene, but in the end, he still offered up a large number of glass spheres in his hands and quickly blasted them down towards the questioning sect's boundary. Break it for this emperor. Di Kang gave a loud shout, his entire body transforming into a roiling blood mist itself, continuously eating away at the questioning sect's boundary. Chop! Wang Tang was still holding his head in one hand and swinging his sword towards the bottom. Everyone fight! Countless people hissed as they united as one and kept on destroying the questioning sect boundary, as if they were all doing it for the sake of the world. Crazy! It's all crazy! The crowd of the questioning sect clenched their teeth in anger. They couldn't help but wonder if they were really that great of an evil. Chu Yunfeng, if I were you, I would sanction immediately, or else once the boundary breaks, you, the questioning sect patriarch, are afraid that you will have to bear the primary responsibility. Li Xiantian roared towards Chu Yunfeng within the boundary, only to see his mountain and river diagram constantly evolving the ages. Each of the shadows that came out of the scrolls had a huge impact on the boundary of the questioning sect. All of you can die, only that girl child, this emperor will make her life worse than death. Wang Tang's head is talking, his body is attacking constantly, and it's a general spectacle to land on the scene. Gentlemen, there are still the last 20,000 floors left. We must do our best. If we stop this catastrophe, all of you today, in the future, Tianji, can all divine for you once. Elder Tianji looked towards the strongest of the boundaries that were constantly attacking and promised. What? Countless people could not help but be energized, knowing that on weekdays, if one were to find the old man Tianji to divine, one would almost always have to pay a great price. And this is all unattainable existence. I did not expect that now the old man Tianji has taken the initiative to promise them divination, and it is free of charge? An existence of the level of Tianji elder, it was naturally impossible for him to break his promise in public, and this was a complete surprise for them. Put up a fight. The questioning sect will die. Countless people seemed like they were pumped up with chicken blood, barely sparing any effort to attack the questioning sect boundary. They were not only for a chance to divine, but likewise for their own lives. Having already struck out, they had no way back. Come on everyone, we are in a race against death or it will be our death hoax in 2 days. We must make this countdown stop. Someone yelled. All of you. The questioning sect's collusion with the foreign races to overthrow my Tianxian continent is already ironclad, and for those who are unwilling to step forward, my heavenly god palace has reason to suspect afterward that you're similarly colluding in it. Di Jing's voice continuously echoed throughout the Tianxian continent, echoing out to every strong person. For the sake of the future of the Tianxian continent, I, the Black Sword Sect's Lord Patriarch, am willing to sacrifice myself just to bring a ray of life to the Tianxian continent. The Black Sword Emperor suddenly opened his mouth, and before the crowd could react, a figure behind him suddenly leapt out and rushed towards the questioning sect boundary without hesitation. It's the Black Sword Sect Patriarch. Some people were surprised, but soon they were all dumbfounded, only to see that the Black Sword Sect's sect master didn't hesitate to sacrifice himself and die with the countless layers of boundaries. He didn't even say a word during that time. Countless people were dumbfounded by this scene. A powerhouse of a quasi-emperor didn't hesitate to sacrifice himself just to break the boundary of the questioning sect? What kind of vigor and courage was this? And the Black Sword Emperor had no intention of stopping it at all. The Black Sword Sect's great justice. Countless people secretly gave the Black Sword Sect a thumbs up. It seemed that the Black Sword Sect was indeed on the side of justice. And due to the sacrifice of a quasi-imperial patriarch, countless people were already convinced of Elder Tianji's words, or else there would be absolutely no need for this. The crowd of the questioning sect only felt a wave of nausea. They didn't know much about the Black Sword Emperor, but this Black Sword Patriarch, he was the one they helped in the first place. Did he have to hate their questioning sect so much? Overthrowing the questioning sect, I, the Jiangnanlu family, am willing to make a modest contribution. The questioning sect has indeed gone too far this time. No matter what, they shouldn't collude with a foreign race when dying. If the questioning sect wants to bring a catastrophe to the Tianxian continent, they have to ask me, the Haotian Holy Land, if I'm willing to do so first. As Emperor Prime's voice continued to spread throughout the entire Tianxian continent, countless powerful forces that hadn't come out to walk around for many years joined the battle, striking out to unleash destruction on the questioning sect's boundaries. Who would have thought that this kind of formation was only meant to be against a sect that previously had no great emperors? My ancestors of the questioning sect had led the major forces of the Tianxian continent to resist the foreigners countless times, to the point where I didn't expect that one day our questioning sect would instead be dealt with as a foreigner by these people joining forces. It's still ridiculous. Watching this scene, the crowd of the questioning sect only felt shame. Everyone step up. Watching people arrive one after another, Elder Tianji was relieved. It seemed that Tianxian continent was saved. 10,000 floors, 9,999 floors, 9,998 floors. Although time was constantly passing, the speed of the boundary destruction was already accelerating quite a bit. Lang Ningfeng's beautiful eyes looked at the boundary and her hands blocked Wei Qingshan's body. The countless powerhouses of the questioning sect were on guard, and Xu Yunfeng was once again ready to burn his life in preparation for battle. The knot won't last 2 days from now. Someone from the questioning sect clenched his lips and said, speaking out the fact that the crowd should be unwilling to accept. Old Ancestor has already protected us for so many days, it's our turn to protect Old Ancestor next. We must not let anything happen to Old Ancestor. A strong member of the questioning sect roared. All of them nodded, and the whole group was ready to die at any time. With the passage of time, another day passed, and there was still one last day left before Wei Qingshan could condense his flesh body. However, at this moment, all the people in the outside world who were involved in the attack on the questioning sect's boundaries were all relieved at this moment, with a ray of joy appearing on their faces. It's dawn and it's all over. 100, 99, 98, 97, 50, 49, 48, 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Chapter 29, Progress of Flesh Cohesion 99. 98% complete. Boom! A violent tearing sound rang out. The boundary of the questioning sect, which had blocked countless powerhouses from the Tianxian continent, collapsed at this moment, shattering in front of the crowd like a mirror. Wei Qingshan, you lost. Elder Tianji had a faint smile on his face. Although they didn't break the boundary yesterday, it was all in time. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Sounds of triumphant joy resounded all around, and countless people breathed a long sigh of relief. So what if there are even more boundaries, going against the people of the world? He is destined to die. That's right, the questioning sect should die. Various voices rang out from the crowd, and countless people were already celebrating the victory. With such a formation, once the boundary of the questioning sect was broken, the end of the questioning sect was already doomed. Hurry! Kill all these traitors who collude with the other world, and leave one alive perhaps. Kill! Someone hissed, and without waiting for those great emperors to make a move, they took the lead and attacked towards the questioning sect. Victory is ahead. Now is the time for them to grab the fruits of their victory. Everyone prepare to fight. The crowd of the questioning sect instantly stormed forward to meet them. The boundary is broken. Their old ancestor held it for them for 6 days, and on the last day the top powerhouses of the entire Tianxian teamed up to break their boundaries. It was time for them to guard the old man next. Boom! I could have no time to waste with you. Suddenly a mighty pressure instantly landed on everyone in the questioning sect, directly hardening these people. In front of these great emperors, they wouldn't even have a chance to fight. You guys aren't still trying to stall, are you? D. King indifferently said that once the boundary was broken, the outcome of these people was already doomed. So it was there? The heavenly god Hall Master said indifferently, his gaze glancing toward the location where the questioning sect's ancestral land was located. Boom! He casually slapped his hand, and a film covering the ancestral ground instantly disappeared. An exquisite and stunning teenager emerged in front of them. The teenager gently closed his eyes as if the outside world had nothing to do with him. There was also a steady stream of energy converging on their bodies at the moment, and his entire body was emitting a hint of fluorescence. An ice-cold white-clothed woman opened her hands and protected him, her gaze coldly staring at the group of strong men above. There was defiance and stubbornness in his eyes. Not good. Quickly kill him. Elder Tianji's complexion changed greatly, completely not expecting the other party's progress to be so fast. His flesh body had almost condensed to completion. Wouldn't that be the end of them as soon as he awakens, and the next thing you know, it's the end of them? Not good. Protect the old ancestor. The pupils of the crowd of the questioning sect continued to widen, and countless people stifled a mouthful of fresh blood from their mouths. They couldn't move at all. Nervous frost. Chang Sun Yingyu looked at condensing frost and likewise opened her mouth. Her entire body almost stuck to the ground and kept sinking. Why didn't the two guys who collected the beauties come? I have to say that the women of this questioning sect are really stupid. As someone looked at Chang Sun Yingyu, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but also show a hint of an evil smile, but there was some regret on his face. Pity. Some people shook their heads because they knew that everyone from the questioning sect would die. The matter was so important that even if they were itching in their hearts, there was nothing they could do about it, so they didn't know if old man Wang Tang would give them a wave of benefits at that time. Some people couldn't help but cast their gazes at Wang Tang and sneak a glance at condensation frost. What are you waiting for? Quick, kill him. Elder Tianji watched as several great emperors' gazes fell on Wei Qingshan but did not make a move, so he could not help but also continue to shout anxiously. These people have no idea of the horrors of this one before people. That's right. That's him. During his deduction, the glimpse of the future he saw was that the figure in front of him was bringing an unprecedented catastrophe to the entire Tianxian continent. Are you ordering this emperor? The heavenly god temple hall master glanced at Elder Tianji, his face a bit irritated. This emperor doesn't see any power in him. Even if he really awakens, he can be suppressed with the lift of his hand. The voice of the heavenly god temple's hall master was incomparably confident. If he had been a little worried earlier, but the moment he saw Wei Qingshan he wasn't so worried. Nowadays, he couldn't feel any cultivation fluctuations in Wei Qingshan's body. Even if he did awaken, he would still need time to recover his cultivation. The other great emperors looked at this scene and all of them had this doubt as well. I'd like to see what this so-called Green Mountain Emperor is capable of. Suddenly, after glancing at Wei Qingshan, a tremor appeared within the quasi-emperor powerhouse of the divine punishment forbidden area, as if he had received some sort of instruction. He directly chopped towards Wei Qingshan. The condensing frost on the side wanted to resist, but with her cultivation, she couldn't move at all under the other party's pressure. Moreover, Wang Tong, who was on the side, was also directly locked onto him. Is it going to end? Countless people watching this scene couldn't help but get nervous as well. They knew that as long as Wei Qingshan died, then everything would be over. Elder Ancestor. Countless people from the questioning sect looked at this scene and couldn't help but also feel raw despair. The boundary set up by their old ancestor had held back the questioning sect for 6 days, but they couldn't hold it back for a moment. The moment. A wave of powerlessness drained them of almost all their strength. Some disciples with weak cultivation were even spitting out a mouthful of blood and passed out under the layers of pressure, not knowing if they were dead or alive. It's better to play it safe. Wang Tong thought about it and similarly struck out. No matter what, he wanted to exterminate this existence first. Elder Tianji's words were like a thorn in the middle of his throat, and all of their Wang family would have to be buried for this. Then it's over. Di Kang glanced at Elder Tianji, similarly not wanting to waste any more time, also liking deduction. He still had more faith in some things, so don't want anything to happen as a result. Since I, the Black Sword sect, have chosen to stand on the side of justice, so this final blow this emperor is willing to deliver. The Black Sword Emperor held up his long sword that was entangled in black mist, and with that, he also chopped down towards Wei Qing. And it. Li Xiantian, who witnessed all this from afar, muttered. Watching the impending destruction of the questioning sect, he also felt more and more that his choice was incomparably correct. The questioning sect had been slapped with the banner of colluding with foreigners, as a lineage that had once been linked to the questioning sect by marriage. In order to get rid of all the suspicion, this time he had to make a move, for which he did not regret at all. Boom! With a loud bang, all of the countless top powerhouses launching attacks towards Wei Qingshan froze as a peerless figure blocked in front of them. In the meantime, they saw a segment of values appearing on Wei Qingshan's head as well. Progress of corporeal cohesion is 98% complete. Chapter 30 Awakening, the havoc is upon us, you may begin to flee. Flesh progress is 98% complete? Countless people couldn't help but also froze for a moment when they saw this scene, but as a result, they were also relieved. These days, they naturally understand what 98% means, and there should be some time left. So soon, they gathered their eyes on the figure that was blocking Wei Qingshan's body. A stunningly beautiful woman. Beautiful to the point of almost suffocating existence, she exuded a gust of majesty all over her body, and that pair of alien pupils even made people unconsciously fall into it. Emperor realm. She was emanating a burst of imperial might. This was clearly a genuine female emperor. If not, she was afraid that she wouldn't have been able to block the attacks of the previous few great emperors. But why would a hallowed female emperor appear here? Could it be that the ancestors of the questioning sect also had a strong female emperor? A foreigner? The heavenly god palace master said in a deep voice, taking a step out. A foreigner? Countless people were stunned by this cry from the heavenly god temple's hall master. The woman in front of them was actually a person of a foreign race? Could it be that the matter of the questioning sect colluding with the foreigners was true? Countless people looked at the mysterious woman and realized that she didn't deny it. It's the Fae, it's just those people who show this disgusting scent. Some strong people who had lived for countless years had had some insight and looked at the mysterious woman in front of them in shock and said, "Are you Wei Qingshan?" However, the woman didn't speak, but instead looked at Wei Qingshan, who had his eyes closed, and asked. Seeing that Wei Qingshan didn't respond, she withdrew her gaze. This woman is afraid she doesn't know what this 98% means, right? Someone laughed out loud. After this battle in the questioning sect, all of them had a certain concept of 98%. It was estimated that he wouldn't be able to wake up for a while, or that several great emperors had made a move and there was no chance for him to wake up. This woman actually doesn't recognize Wei Qingshan? There were also people who were puzzled. Pretending, right? From the moment she appeared, the collusion of the questioning sect with the foreign races was already ironclad, and no one could change it. From today onwards, the questioning sect will be thoroughly engraved on the Tianxian continent's list of shame for the rest of eternity. Someone said indifferently, not feeling that this woman didn't recognize Wei Qingshan or the crowd of the questioning sect. I don't know why I'm here and helping these people. Looking at the various voices around her, the woman was obviously also a bit overwhelmed, and she instantly helped the top and bottom of the questioning sect unlock the pressure on them. I'm sorry, I didn't want to make a move if you guys could have blocked it, but now I can't watch you guys perish. My ancestor once told me that Wei Qingshan had been kind to him, and that if his clan encountered a crisis in the future, he could help them out. But I had somehow forgotten that this person existed before, as well as the clan associated with him, so I didn't show up during your earlier crisis. The mysterious woman apologized. Her voice was so sincere that no questions could be raised. But the crowd didn't doubt his words at all, especially when he mentioned forgetting about Wei Qingshan. Many could almost be sure that what she said was true, because many of them have been in the same situation. No harm done, thanks to the fairy for saving me. The crowd of the questioning sect respectfully saluted and said, nowadays they didn't care about any foreign races or not. Not to mention the fact that now this foreigner had saved them. Aha! The mysterious woman nodded. You guys take him and hurry, I'll help you hold them off for now. She then looked at the crowd of the questioning sect and opened her mouth, and her entire demeanor became incomparably solemn. Go, do you think you guys can walk? The heavenly god palace master snorted coldly and took a step out, directly launching an attack towards the mysterious woman, and in an instant, the entire world seemed to fall into darkness. A crack appeared in the heavens and earth, and countless destructive storms covered towards the mysterious woman, and the two sides were instantly engaged in battle. Move! The mysterious woman roared towards the crowd of the questioning sect below. She could be seen to be among the disadvantaged, not just disadvantaged, or only beaten, only constantly forced to defend. Is this the Emperor Slayer? Countless people looked at the battlefield in the void and couldn't help but fall back and take a deep breath. The strength of this heavenly god hall master was far beyond their imagination. Could it be that great emperors also had 369 and so on? Some of the powerhouses below the emperor realm only saw how powerful the heavenly goddess hall's hall master was, but they didn't actually have a concrete concept of how powerful this was. However, the other great emperors present were all sweating inside at this moment. They seemed to understand why this one was called the Emperor Slayer, because he could really do it. Looks like it's just one more corpse. The Black Sword Emperor laughed and said, originally, the sudden emergence of an additional great emperor on the side of the questioning sect had made them more or less fearful. It's not easy for a woman to cultivate to the emperor realm, but she ended up running to accompany the questioning sect to the funeral. It's not worth it, Wang Tang said as he rested his head. In less than half an hour, Palace Master should be able to behead her. Di Jing similarly opened his mouth, and there was no one present who knew the strength of this heavenly god temple hall master better than him. This? Countless people looked at the words of these few great emperors and could not help but be somewhat dumbfounded. Is the Emperor Slayer going to behead an emperor again? However, they didn't expect that they would be fortunate enough to see Di Lu today, so it wasn't a wasted trip. Ha 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 ha. Li Xiantian laughed out loud. No one could change the end of the questioning sect. His decision was incomparably correct. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chu Yunfeng's eyes were filled with blood as he directly ignited the flame of life. That's right. He burned for his life. Chu Yunfeng recklessly killed Li Shantian. Death he would pull this one down to avenge his apprentice grandson. Master. Chu Junlin reached out his hand to try to stop. It was already too late. His master's father burned his life for him to kill Li Shantian. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Shantian's smile came to an abrupt end, not expecting Chu Yunfeng to fight him tooth and nail. The opponent himself was above him in strength, and this situation had lit the flame of life. Did he hate him that much? He gazed around at the other great emperors and realized that they didn't seem to be paying any attention to him. Kill him first. Elder Tianji said. This time he didn't want any more changes to happen. Several great emperors nodded. Emperor Prime directly transformed into a blood mist that flooded towards Wei Qingshan. Lang Ningfeng stubbornly blocked in front of Wei Qingshan without the slightest bit of retreat. Even under the layers of the great emperor's pressure she had already spilled quite a bit of blood from the corners of her mouth. If you want to die, it won't be that easy. This emperor said he would make your life worse than death. Wang Tang, a giant hand, slowly grabbed down towards Lang Ningxuang, and at the same time Di Qing's attack also fell towards Wei Qingshan. On the side, the Black Sword Emperor's long sword in his hand was haunted by black mist, and was ready to be less than ready at any time. The Holocaust is upon us, you may begin to flee. The teenager with his eyes tightly closed slowly opened his eyes at this moment. His voice was calm, just like an ordinary teenager opening his mouth. But for some reason, no one dared to ignore his words. Progressive cohesion of the physical body is 100% complete. Chapter 31, Wang Teng dies tragically, Black Sword Emperor flees without a fight. What? Asterisk 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 asterisk, how? Countless people were shocked by this calm voice. Unprecedented fear grew from deep within, and countless gazes looked in the direction of Wei Qingshan, where there was no longer a silhouette. No, it's all 99. 98%. How come there's such a big difference? Someone inwardly let out a growl like a great demon imprisoned for 1,000 years. Previous 99. 98%. A few of their great emperors joined hands with countless and took days and nights to completely break through. How come you got to 100% all of a sudden? That's not fair, someone said in exasperation. The bottom line is that this is clearly still all about your tactics. Not fair? Could it be that it's fair for you to put up such a big front against my questioning sect? The disciple of the questioning sect responded angrily. In order to deal with them, these people even used all sorts of clan-suppressing treasures to break the boundary. Everyone directly used great emperor powerhouses to crush them, never giving them a chance to fight as equals. Was this what was called fair? You people, what the old ancestor said is not wrong. The catastrophe has arrived. Run for your lives. Long live the old man. The faces of everyone in the questioning sect were filled with joy. They hadn't expected at all that their own old ancestor had awakened ahead of schedule. They're saved. Where's the old man? The crowd of the questioning sect looked around. After Wei Qingshan disappeared from his spot, they surprisingly did not see him. Not only the crowd of the questioning sect, but also the crowds of the various forces present were all searching for Wei Qingshan's figure. Bang! Yet just as the crowd was a bit confused, an arm suddenly fell vertically from the sky, containing countless terrifying energies and even imperial might. Emperor's hand. Someone was horrified. It was a great emperor's arm that had just been chopped off. Looking at this scene, countless people only felt a chill down their spine. If it was usual, the appearance of an emperor's hand could cause countless top forces to fight for it, and the gaining force might even rise for a few epochs as a result. But at the moment, it didn't dare to make a move. Elder Wang Tang. Someone took a deep breath and recognized the owner of the arm. The Void. Wang Tang was trembling as he looked at the figure behind him. His gaze seemed to coalesce into a killing intent. Blood was constantly seeping down his arm. As a great emperor's strong man, a drop of blood can transform the sea of the ocean. As long as he is not willing to bend should not fall, blood is right. But now he couldn't control it at all, and the blood dripped slowly as if he had been injured in a normal way. It's emperor blood? A fervor appeared in the eyes of the disciples of the questioning sect, and they directly took the bottle and filled it up. That's a lot. He licked his tongue, somewhat curious if Wang Tang had been stabbed in the vein by his old ancestor. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Countless people looked at this scene and their eyes were also incomparably envious. The disciples of the questioning sect could not care about this, but they did not dare to easily offend Wang Tang. I haven't gotten loaded yet, old ancestor. There's more. Lu Yukai saw that there are benefits, immediately also ran over. Also do not know where to come from the bucket of urine, directly placed on the ground to catch the dripping blood. Even the bloody enemy hand was mounted by him. Talented. The crowd had been a bit speechless and also gave him a thumbs up in admiration. Seek death. In the void, Wang Tang naturally noticed this scene, and his face instantly went cold. This emperor is not dead yet. His head levitated, and his only remaining hand directly slapped down towards Lu Yukai below. Tube enough. Wei Qingshan laughed and said as he spat out a sword intent from his mouth, so fast that even Wang Tang did not react. The hand that had just been raised had not yet fallen, only to hear a hiss sound. His only one was also chopped down. No! Wang Tang looked at Wei Qingshan incredulously. As a great emperor, it was the first time he had shown such a look. Glancing at the severed mouths of the two severed arms, no matter how he cast his spells he couldn't stop the wounds, just as he couldn't attach the heads before. Who the hell are you? Wang Tang's gaze was dead set on Wei Qingshan, and at this moment, he remembered what Elder Tianji had said. He'll die a horrible death, and the entire human king family will be buried with him. It wasn't until this moment that he was truly convinced that such a thing was really possible. Wei Qingshan. Wei Qingshan answered him with only 3 simple words. How do you want him to die? Wei Qingshan twisted his head and looked at the condensation frost next to himself again and asked. Lang Ningfeng froze for a moment, obviously not reacting to the fact that Wei Qingshan was asking her. Just now when Wang Tang grabbed at her she thought she was going to be finished. It was too late for her to kill herself at that point. However, she didn't expect that when she opened her eyes, Wang Tang's arm that was grabbing at her had already been chopped off raw. Wei Qingshan saved her once again. Kill. Lang Ningfeng said coldly. She remembered that it was Wang Tang who had killed Qi Yuntian. Yes. Wei Qingshan nodded. As an old ancestor, he naturally wanted to fulfill the wishes of his juniors. Kill this emperor? Wang Tang looked as if he had heard something funny. Although Wei Qingshan didn't know what method he used to chop off his arms, it wouldn't be that easy to chop him off. After all, not everyone was the heavenly goddess Hall Master. No good. Quickly. Quickly just go save the king. Vine, quickly. Tianji old man face showed a horrified face. Yes, the same, everything is the same as the corner of the future he saw. This is the end of Wang Tang. Asterisk 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 asterisk. D. King also gritted his teeth, not expecting the waste in question to be brought up by that person so quickly. He disappeared directly from his spot with a leap. The Black Sword Emperor's gaze flickered for a moment, and he likewise chose to follow. This emperor will behead you, a female child, no matter what, today, for my clan's descendants. Wang Tang angrily rebuked Lang Ningxuang, not expecting a junior female child to dare threaten to let the emperor die. Now he had changed his original idea of punishing Lang Ningxuang and only wanted to kill the other party quickly. It was a pity that his voice ended abruptly before he could finish his words. Sorry. You can die. Wei Qingshan appeared in front of Wang Tang, and in the next second, one of his destructive powers directly disappeared into the other party's body. Immediately after that, he kicked the head suspended in the void directly. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A voice of the great Tao resounded in the sky. It was the voice of Emperor Meteor. What? Emperor Prime, who had just arrived, froze in place, looking at the intact Wei Qingshan in front of him, as well as Wang Tang, whose body was gradually dissipating, and the whole thing was somewhat dumbfounded. Still a step behind? I didn't think this punk wouldn't even be able to hold out for such a short period of time. Emperor Prime said indifferently. Originally, he was still thinking of using Wang Tang to feel out Wei Qingshan's strength, so he didn't make a move in the first place. After seeing Wang Tang fall below he could only choose to aid. But never thought I'd come up here and people would die? Black Sword, let's go. Emperor Prime drank, although while scolding Wang Tang waste, but the real fight he did not dare to be careless, so he could only face. Just. Black Sword. D. King's face instantly sank. Where was this any more Black Sword Platinum? The Black Sword Emperor escaped. Escaped the moment Wang Tang died. Now he was the only one facing Wei Qingshan. Chapter 32, Old Ancestor, can this little chick be bled? Imperial Fall? Everyone froze as the sound of that great Tao sounded. It hadn't occurred to me that the great battle had only just begun, and an emperor had fallen so quickly. Have times changed? How is it that even great emperors fall so quickly and easily? Countless people sighed in their hearts. Did the heavenly god temple's hall master behead an emperor again? That female emperor counts as a great beauty amongst people, it's a pity. Someone sighed, although they knew it was an emperor's fall, but no one was sure which great emperor had fallen. It's not the side of the heavenly god temple's hall master. A Jedi powerhouse said with a grave gaze as he used his secret technique to keep watching the battle over at the heavenly god hall. Although the heavenly goddess hall master had been in an advantageous position, there was almost always a chance that he might be able to decapitate that female emperor at any time. But the other party had too many cards, like they didn't want money, and kept dying for her, so they had been still supporting her. Indeed, it's not on the side of the heavenly god temple's hall master. Another strong person spoke up. The heavenly divine hall master was known as the topmost combatant in the Tianxian continent, and all the supreme powerhouses who paid attention to his battles were still more than enough. These were almost all close to the peak of the quasi-emperor, so they were also looking for an opportunity to break through. Could it be? The crowd said incredulously. Think of the arm that fell off earlier. Some Jedi powerhouses immediately looked at the battlefield where Wang Tang was, and there was no longer any figure of Wang Tang long ago. The great emperor who was currently having a confrontation with Wang Tang was Emperor Prime. The King Vine Emperor has fallen? Countless people's voices trembled a little less willing to accept this result. After all, they were on the same side as Wang Tang nowadays. The next step can only be left to the Black Sword Emperor and Emperor Prime. Some low cultivators sighed. They couldn't see anything even though their necks were sore from tilting up. What Black Sword Emperor? He escaped. The god punishment forbidden area's paragon emperor frowned and said. His concern was always Wei Qingshan, so he watched the scene from Wei Qingshan decapitating Wang Tang to the Black Sword Emperor fleeing without a fight. What? Escaped? The countless strong people who heard the words had some serious doubts as to whether or not they had heard it wrong. Would even a great emperor-level powerhouse flee? Someone said incredulously. Nonsense, is the great emperor not human? Is the great emperor not afraid of death? But didn't the Black Sword Emperor say that he was on the side of justice? Even the Black Sword sect patriarch is willing to sacrifice for justice. Some people recalled the righteous appearance of the Black Sword Emperor from when he had just appeared, and remained a bit incredulous. This punk, does he think he'll be fine if he escapes? Is there no egg under the nest? When the time comes, this demon will personally go to the Black Sword sect and stab him in the throat with the black sword he holds in his hand, dragging it along to its death. Tianji old man said angrily, how could he not expect the Black Sword Emperor to escape? No wonder he saw that corner of the future in the middle of the other party would be that kind of scene. Everything seemed to be happening according to the future he had foreseen. Was it all over? Could no one stop the Holocaust? Countless people's gazes landed on Elder Tianji's body, and from his words, they were basically also certain that the Black Sword Emperor had actually escaped. Is this really a Holocaust? Some people staggered back and kept shaking their heads, really a little reluctant to believe this reality. Wei Qingshan had just returned from condensing his fleshly body, and in a short period of time, he had killed a great emperor and scared away a great emperor. Was this really an existence that they could fight against? Perhaps it really is like what Elder Tianji said, this will be a catastrophe. The original situation of 4 against 1 for the great emperors had now instantly turned into 2 against 2. Things are changing in a bad direction. In the void, an unprecedented grimness appeared on Emperor Prime's face. I didn't realize that a titular great emperor would flee without a fight. How did he become a great emperor with such a Taoist heart? He was very puzzled. However, when his eyes looked at Wei Qingshan, all the anger towards the Black Sword Emperor instantly turned back into fear of Wei Qingshan. It was no longer the time for him to concern himself with other people. Facing Wei Qingshan alone, he felt an unprecedented pressure. Your turn? Wei Qingshan looked at Di Cheng and laughed. These would rather line up to die. Boom! Without any hesitation, Emperor Prime directly offered his strongest killing move. The blood mist in the sky directly surged, as if it was like a sea of blood to engulf Wei Qingshan and Lang Ningfeng. The countless people below only felt incomparably suffocated when they saw this scene. What are you all waiting for? Go, all of you go together. Elder Tianji roared, is it hard for you guys to still be here watching the show? He won't let you go, all of you will die. If we don't kill him, we can't escape death in the end of this Holocaust, and you'll all die, one by one, all of you. The voice of the old man Tianji constantly echoed between everyone's hearts. His voice was like a curse, making each of them palpitate uncontrollably. Some of them were already trembling. Why? Why yes. I only wanted to come and see you masters sparring. Why has it become a havoc? And we have no grievances with the questioning sect. Why did they kill us? Damn it, why is this happening? Elder Tianji's words were undoubtedly piercing into everyone's hearts like some poisonous needles. Some people had already begun to fear. After all, their strength was still too small in the midst of this catastrophe. After all, the great emperors had all fallen and escaped. No grievance? Lu Yotsai's face instantly sank when he heard this, and he said in a cold voice, who is the one who was attacking our questioning sect boundary without leaving any stone unturned earlier? Who is the one who claimed to be slaying demons and defending the Tao, and letting the entirety of our questioning sect die without a burial place? And now you all are telling us that there is no offense? Lu Yotsai's voice was very cold, but it hit everyone like a heavy hammer. Yes. Not long ago they thought that Elder Tianji's prophecy was true, and they were all leaving no stone unturned against the questioning sect. So I have no way back? After Lu Yotsai's reminder, someone suddenly calmed down as well and glanced at Lu Yukai. It's not. Did I say something wrong? Lu Yukai only felt like he was being stared at by something dirty and subconsciously took a step back. In that case, then be my hostage. If this king dies, how can I drag one of your disciples of the questioning sect to hell? An immortal king giant raised his hand to grab down Lu Yukai. Old ancestor, save me. Lu Yukai subconsciously shouted, suddenly realizing that he hadn't been too hasty. But when he opened his eyes, several figures suddenly appeared in front of him. A handsome teenager, yes, this was his own old ancestor. There was an ice sculpture son beside him. This person he directly ignored. Soon his gaze fell on the figure carried in the hands of his own old ancestor, already dying like a chickadee. Emperor Prime? Lu Yotsai's mouth opened into a big O. He didn't expect that those people were still hesitating to go to support the battle, but his own old ancestor had already ended the battle. Is this still human? But after returning to his senses, he immediately looked at his old ancestor with some anticipation and asked, Old ancestor, can this little chicklet be bled? Chapter 33, The First Gift of Meeting, done. Yu Jie glanced at his bucket of urine that wasn't filled with blood and got a little OCD. Can you fill it up? How? How is that possible? Originally was about to grab Lu Yukai, looked at Wei Qingshan, appeared in front of him and backed up in shock. How could he not have expected this? How could you? How could you? Impossible, it's not possible. The more he looked at Wei Qingshan, the more his heart palpitated, and he was almost already speaking. Especially noticing that the original great emperor that he had been out of reach of was now being carried like a small chicken, fear instantly spread to his entire body. Dragging my questioning sect disciples to be buried with you, do you have that qualification? Wei Qingshan looked towards the so-called immortal king giant and said in a calm voice. It was just that this seemingly calm pressure fell in the ears of this immortal king, first like a terrifying sound of the great Tao. His entire body was instantly pressed to the ground by a wave of gravity, and a hideous and horrible face appeared on his face. No, don't kill me. Boom! With a loud bang, his voice came to an abrupt end, and in that instant his body instantly dissipated. Dead. A giant immortal king figure died just like that. Countless people sucked in a breath of cool air, their hearts delayed in calming down. Old ancestor is mighty. Lu Yukai shouted out in excitement. Is this the pain of having someone behind you? This is also too good, right? What is your status? What is my old ancestor's imperial status? Don't even piss and look at your own shadow. With this you still want to take me as a hostage? Lu Yukai ran to the place where that immortal king had disappeared and angrily stomped on it a few times, but it had almost scared him earlier. The mention of urine, though, seemed to make him immediately think of something else as well. He quickly ran to Wei Qingshan's side, directly ignoring the ice sculpture sun on the side, and continued to look at the Emperor Prime and Wei Qingshan's hand and asked, Old ancestor, can this little chick let be bled? My bucket isn't full yet. Yu Choi coherently brought his own bucket of piss. D. Kang looked at the fat man in front of him with annoyance. He wasn't dead yet and was still hanging on to his last breath. Chicken Little? Bloodletting? He didn't think that this mole in front of him would dare to talk like this. Where did he get the courage to talk like this? A mole that he could kill with a single thought on a normal day. Pop! Lu Yukai slapped unceremoniously directly on D. Kang's cheek. He secretly glanced at Wei Qingshan, and after realizing that the other party did not say anything, he went to the right for another slap. Pop! You what? You want to kill me? Do you have what it takes? Chicken Little. Lu Yukai will be a small chicken, several words biting very heavy. The flames are very arrogant and need to be beaten. However, as soon as he finished slapping the person, he subconsciously hid behind Wei Qingshan. How could he say that Emperor Prime was a great emperor after all? Crazy. Crazy. Countless people were startled by Lu Yotsai's actions. A junior dared to slap the face of a great emperor? What kind of world is this anymore? Someone pinched their face, seriously doubting that theirs was a dream, and how the scene in front of them was a bit unreal. It was only at this moment that countless people suddenly realized a more serious fact than the death of that immortal king giant earlier. That was none other than Emperor Prime, who fell into his hands. Deep fear appeared on the faces of some of the top powerhouses, not having thought that the titular great emperor would fall into someone else's hands like a chicken. The most important thing was how long it had only been, although it was said that a great emperor powerhouse could blast out tens of thousands of moves in a few breaths. But that's too soon. It was almost as if they had only just raised their heads to see D. King strike as a scarlet blood mist covered the sky. But who would have thought that the next moment, it would already be over? The heavenly god Hallmaster is still fighting. Some people looked over to the battlefield where the heavenly god Palace Lord was. He was still very dominant and had the upper hand. Very strong. But there's no comparison. Heavens, this side of the battlefield has seen one great emperor die, one escape, and one captured in a short period of time, and the heavenly god Palace Master, who is known as the Emperor Slayer, is actually still fighting? A strong man marveled. However, his words also caused some people to have cold feelings, but likewise made many people recognize a reality. The situation is seriously unfavorable for them. Many people's gazes went to Emperor Prime, subconsciously clenching their hands tightly, wondering if the other party still had a chance to turn the tables. You seek death. Di Qing's face was unusually livid. His hallowed great emperor had been slapped in public? This was a shame that he would find it hard to wash away, and that would stay with him for the rest of his life, affecting his Tao heart in the future. Especially because his own abilities were confined. At the moment he was just like an ordinary person, and when Lu Yukai slapped him on the face, he could clearly feel a blazing pain. No? The Great One's face is swollen? Someone looked at Ti Qing in surprise, clearly seeing the redness appear on the other's face. It's not. I thought you were just a formality, but I didn't realize it was a real injury. Some people looked at Lu Yukai, and they had to say that this was really a talented person who had slapped the great emperor's mouth in public. With today alone, he was afraid that he would be famous for ages. Red so soon? Looks like the blood color is good. Can old ancestor release it? Lu Yukai didn't pay any attention to the crowd, and after realizing that Emperor Prime was just in an impotent rage, he immediately looked towards Wei Qingshan and winked. Is that your wish? Wei Qingshan looked to the side and asked Lu Yukai. Wishes? Lu Yukai froze for a moment, suddenly remembering the paper Wei Qingshan had given them that day before he condensed his physical body. It really works? Lu Yukai was inwardly ecstatic, nodding his head continuously. Yes, old ancestor, quickly bleed this little chicklet. Liu Yukai immediately took out his own small piece of paper, and without hesitation, he wrote the words Bleeding Emperor Prime in large letters. He glanced vigilantly at Cold Frost, who was also holding the wish paper in her hand, to the side and said, Ice Sculptor, don't try to steal it from me. Is it okay for the old man? Liu Yukai immediately shoved the wishing paper to Wei Qingshan against, or a side of the condensing cream, and he scrambled. Yes. Wei Qingshan nodded his head as he glanced at the wishing paper in his hand, then instantly turned it into ashes. Bang! With a palm he directly blasted above Emperor Prime's chest, accompanied by blood dripping down continuously, while also representing his first meet and greet. Done. What are you staring at? Keep more. Liu Yukai quickly took a bucket to catch the dripping blood of Dekang, and slapped a slap directly on Dekang's brain. He had finally realized that this so-called great emperor in front of him was really and completely a chicken in the hands of his own old ancestor. No matter how much the other man glared at him or gnashed his teeth, it was ultimately an impotent rage. Old ancestor. At this moment, countless disciples of the questioning sect were also looking at this scene. Was this the strength of their old ancestor? Also, it's actually possible to make a wish? Excitement appeared on the faces of countless disciples of the questioning sect. Ha 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 ha, my dozens of wives are in good hands. An excited voice rang out from the crowd. The crowd of the questioning sect also had black lines on their faces, calling out that they didn't recognize them. Chapter 34, The Great One Does Not Lie. How? Compared to the excitement of the disciples of the questioning sect, the crowds of the other forces present could hardly be described as fearful. At this moment, even if they wanted to run, their legs and feet were already out of control. Lord T. Kang. There were also people who looked nervously at D. Kang, not realizing that a great emperor had actually been bled. In the beginning, Elder Tianji said havoc, and without having experienced it they simply couldn't experience that kind of scene. And now that they had watched the great emperor fall to this state, they sort of understood. What is this if not havoc? Looking at Wei Qingshan now, they felt like they were looking at a demon. Everyone, come together, and kill them, or we will all die. Elder Tianji came back to his senses and hissed towards the fearful crowd around him. Some of them looked at Elder Tianji and then at Wei Qingshan, subconsciously clenching their fists. Great Emperor Qingshan, although we participated in the attack on your questioning sect's boundary earlier, our strength was limited and we didn't do too much damage to it. Now that all the Taoists of the questioning sect are at peace with each other, can you spare us? There were also people whose gazes fell on Di Qing's body and finally looked at Wei Qingshan warily. Yeah. Quite a few people followed suit and echoed, eagerly looking towards Wei Qingshan. Spare you? Wei Qingshan smiled and said, his voice was always calm, letting people not see a bit of joy and anger. We are willing to look after the questioning sect from now on and follow the orders of the great Emperor of Green Mountain, even if it means helping you to deal with them in turn. A top-tier powerhouse opened his mouth and said, and at the end of his words, he once again glanced at Elder Tianji. Yeah. A group of people hurriedly agreed, 3 great emperors, 1 dead, 1 escaped and 1 was captured and bled out. With the people they had, where would they have the courage to fight? I'm afraid that's not going to work. Wei Qingshan smiled, and when his voice came out, although it was only a few short words, it caused the atmosphere of the scene to fall directly silent. No? Countless people looked at Wei Qingshan in horror. You were limited in strength when you attacked my questioning sect, but you didn't leave anything to chance. The reason why the entirety of my questioning sect is fine until now is not because of your limited strength or great mercy. Would you have spared them if I hadn't shown up? Wei Qingshan slowly opened his mouth, a calm voice, but it set off huge waves within countless people. The scene was dead silent because what Wei Qingshan said wasn't wrong. If the one who had the advantage today was the Heavenly Goddess Hall, perhaps someone would have already dug up the questioning sect and divided everything up. It will be spared. We have no grievances or enmity with the questioning sect. Someone still somewhat unwillingly begged for mercy. He did not want to die. Do you believe it? Wei Qingshan asked. The strong man who spoke in the next second only felt a chill run down his spine, and an infinite amount of fear appeared on his face. He couldn't keep talking. His body was dissipating bit by bit, and in a few moments his entire being had been reduced to nothing. Phew! Countless people were stunned by this scene. A top powerhouse had died just like that. The other party really had no intention of letting them go, and even their bitter pleas had no effect. Great Emperor Green Mountain, I joined on the last day and have only made one move. Another strong man stepped forward, but his voice similarly came to an abrupt end, endless fear spreading across his face as his entire being rapidly dissipated. Some people didn't feel sorry for his death though. This kind of person was undoubtedly betting on the last day when he said he was going to make a move. It wasn't that he sympathized with the questioning sect or anything, but he had watched as the questioning sect's boundary was about to break, and had stepped in at the last minute to get a piece of the pie. Asterisk. Along with the man's death, those who were originally in the same situation as him paused in their steps at the first opportunity. These people are also quite numerous. It's no use, he's a holocaust, a plague, he'll kill us all. We must join forces to kill him, otherwise we can't survive at all. Even if we temporarily escape like that black sword, his end will be equally miserable. Tianji old man's eyes stared deathly at Wei Qingshan and said, earlier when those people begged for mercy he was already aware of the result of the other party. However, he did not stop it. He was trying to tell these people through Chu Feng that it was impossible for the other party to let them go. They can only let go. Damn! How could this be? Countless people looked at Elder Tianji, and then glanced at Wei Qingshan who did not have the slightest intention of letting them go, but also their hearts were as silent as death. Could it be that they would really be buried in this catastrophe? I said, is it possible that this old man is the one who killed you? I, the questioning sect, have no grudge against you. If this old man hadn't compelled you to strike against my questioning sect, would you have had this so-called catastrophe? I think it's 80% that this havoc is this old man's and theirs, but he's forcibly and deliberately pulling you guys down. Lu Yukai glanced at the old man Tianji and said, he had long looked at this fellow with displeasure. If not for the previous compulsion, these I'm afraid that even the boundaries of their questioning sect could not be broken. Asterisk. Yes, we have no grievances with the questioning sect. If we hadn't struck out at the questioning sect first, would they really be a havoc for us? Lu Yaotsai's words inevitably also reminded quite a few people, and some of them looked at Elder Tianji angrily. Yes, it's this old man that's gotten them into trouble. He saw the future, and maybe that future was just for him, but he pulled everyone down with him. No, not really, no. Elder Tianji hurriedly waved his hand. He could clearly sense that these people were not kind. Great Emperor Qingshan, if we hadn't made a move against your questioning sect in the first place, would you really not have made a move against us as well? Some people opened their mouths and asked, wanting to die completely to understand. The questioning sect had always been a righteous sect claiming to be a righteous sect. Would it really strike at them for no reason? No way. Wei Qingshan calmly said. No? The crowd couldn't help but all have blood dripping inside. They would have preferred to hear something other than this result. Great emperors don't lie. Lu Yukai added, as if he was like a murderous executioner. Won't? The Great One doesn't lie? At this moment, many people really died of heart. It was they themselves who took the havoc upon themselves. Turns out they were the ones who got themselves killed. Old man Tianji. Some people gnashed their teeth and looked at old man Tianji. It was this old man who had gotten them killed. No? Tianji old man looked at the unkind gazes around him. He was also a bit flustered, but he did not see this scene in that corner of the future. Damn. Chapter 35, the fireworks, are they good? Stop. However, just as some of the enraged people wanted to walk towards the front of Elder Tianji and ask him a question, the quasi-emperor powerhouse from the divine punishment forbidden area on the side directly opened his mouth and droned. Have you thought about the consequences before you try to do anything? Are you guys sure that by doing so that Emperor Slayer of the Heavenly God Palace will be able to spare you? The words of the divine punishment forbidden area's quasi-emperor powerhouse hit the crowd like a sobering agent. Yes, the Heavenly God Temple Hall Master is still around. He is an Emperor Slayer. Someone sobered up instantly. Yes, the Heavenly God Palace Master is still around. This is the topmost battle force in Tianxian continent, and the Chenkuan has yet to be determined. Some secretly clenched their fists, as if they saw a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Sure, there were always still people in the crowd who remained conscious, and their eyes fell on Wei Qingshan's body, looking very wary. The Heavenly God Hall Master was an Emperor Slayer, but was the one in front of him really any worse? The three great Emperor dignitaries, one dead, one escaped, and one captive bled out. Such a battle achievement had never been seen more often even if one looked at the entire length of history. Do you one and all think he'll let you go if you turn your guns around at this point? No, you're all going to die, and if you don't, he's going to kill you, and he's not going to let you go no matter what you do. The divine punishment forbidden area's quasi-emperor powerhouse seemed to be able to see the hesitation in some people's hearts, so he continued to speak. Every time he opened his mouth he pressed down on each one of them as if it were a mental pounding. Really? Someone looked in the direction where Wei Qingshan was and muttered, "You're all going to die." Wei Qingshan's responded to them, not denying it at all either. Asterisk. Some people's eyes were filled with blood. Wei Qingshan's seemingly simple few words, but it made them feel raw despair. The Heavenly God Palace Master will save us and will personally cut him down. Someone said with a grimace, seeing that Wei Qingshan didn't give them a chance, so at this moment, they no longer hid anything. Gentlemen, what I say is true, he is the Hulk, he will kill us all, you will all be killed by him in that corner of the future I saw. I, Tianji, have never lied to you. As if he had seized the opportunity, Elder Tianji immediately said towards the crowd. It's already ironclad that the questioning sect colluded with the foreign races, and now that female emperor of the foreign races is still entangled with the Heavenly God Palace Master by some unknown means. He is deceiving you, even if you don't participate in the attack on the questioning sect. Do you believe that a sect that colludes with a foreign race will really let you go? No, I have seen your miserable state and heard the echoes of your deaths in that corner of the future to come. He will kill all of you, and the entire Tianxian continent will be turned upside down by him. Elder Tianji continued, as his gaze glanced at Wei Qingshan, a large amount of false sweat involuntarily broke out, This was the fear he felt when he saw that corner of the future. Everyone, don't hesitate anymore, let's go together. Only by killing him can we change our future fate. At the first moment he had already utilized his most powerful secret technique, his body rapidly expanding as if he were a giant holding the nine heavens' divine hammer, with the countless power of thunder and lightning contained on it. Rescue Emperor Prime first, let's go together. As long as we pester him and wait for the heavenly divine hall master to finish the battle, he'll definitely die by then. The god's punishment forbidden area's quasi-emperor droned in a cold voice as a hammer slammed down towards for Wei Qingshan, followed by a handful of him grabbing towards Emperor Prime. His purpose was obvious, attacking Wei Qingshan was just a bluff, he knew he was no match. That's why his goal since the beginning was to save Emperor Prime first. Go! Countless top powerhouses had used their most powerful killing moves to blast towards Wei Qingshan the moment the divine punishment forbidden area's quasi-emperor made his move, and countless others had also but used their most powerful killing moves to blast towards Wei Qingshan. Lightning Feng took a step forward and tried to make a move, only to be stopped by Wei Qingshan. However, Liu Yukai on the side did not have the slightest intention to make a move, and he knew his position very well. In front of these immortal king giant paragon emperors, he was just a mole cricket. No, he couldn't even be considered a mole cricket. No, are you okay? Liu Yukai slapped Emperor Prime's back with some exasperation. No, you pretend to be a pussy every day when you strike with a sky of blood mist, but this is the only result of this amount of blood? Can you do it? Liu Yukai backhanded T Kang and gave him another mouthful, not paying the slightest attention to the situation in front of him. What's he afraid of with the ancestor around? He just wanted to squeeze out a little more drops of blood while he was at it, which was good stuff, claiming that a drop of blood could turn the sea into a sea. Emperor Prime glared angrily at the fat man in front of him with a death glare, and out of the corner of his eye, he glanced again at the urinal below. It's almost full and you don't know it? He swore. He vowed that as long as he waited for him to get out of the trap, sooner or later he would let the fat man in front of him know what it meant to be worse than death. Pop. However, Liu Yaozai's slap directly brought him back to reality. Still staring? No. In his shock, DK received another slap from Liu Yukai, only to feel a paroxysm of pain in his cheek. A mole. How dare a mole treat him like that? However, although there was endless anger in his heart, he didn't dare to express it at this moment, otherwise the fat man in front of him would really continue to slap him. Not far away, countless Ask-sect powerhouses looked at this scene and couldn't help but all give him a thumbs up. Talented. Liu Yukai was unimpressed as he looked up at the giant hand hanging above his head, and he also couldn't help but spit out another waste. Sure enough, there's the old man. He can let a heart out or he can continue to bleed it. That asshole. The countless powerhouses around them looked at Liu Yaozai's what's it called villainous look, and they were also itching to fly over and bite him to death. But they couldn't do it. A dogfighting thing. Some people cursed. However, at this moment, there was more panic within them, whether it was the powerhouses of the divine punishment forbidden area who attacked towards Wei Qingshan, or them, the ones who initiated the attack, they were all unable to move at this moment. What's going on? Someone said in fear, his eyes staring at Wei Qingshan in death, constantly struggling. From the moment I awakened, I told you that you could flee, but instead of fleeing, you attacked me. I have to say, you guys have a lot of courage. Along with Wei Qingshan's voice falling, the entire sky dimmed in the slightest, as if darkness had descended. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by a loud sound that rose, the countless powerhouses that were fixed in midair exploded one by one, like a brilliant bouquet of fireworks. Is it nice? Wei Qingshan twisted his head to look at Long Ningxuang as well as Liu Yukai on the side and asked. Aha! Long Ningfeng nodded coldly. Wait, old ancestor, slow down, I'll look for the shadow retention stone. Liu Yukai kept rummaging around on his storage bag. Chapter 36, The Future You See, I Let You See It on Purpose. Soon, he found a retention stone on Emperor Prime's body and recorded the wonderful night. This is the flame of victory. Liu Yukai had a faint smile on his face, and was constantly adjusting the angle of the shadow retaining stone, like an accompanying reporter following the camera. Good looking. Lang Ningfang also said a rare extra word. The questioning sect didn't perish, but the enemy did. No. Unlike the crowd of the questioning sect at this moment, all of the top powerhouses present at this moment had unprecedented fear on their faces. Especially those who were previously fixed in mid-air because of their strikes against Wei Qingshan, this moment was even more torturous for them. Watching the constant fireworks and explosions around them, none of them knew who would be next. Despair, regret, fear? A variety of emotions spread through the minds of all. It's havoc, it's havoc. He really wants to kill all of us, he is going against the entire Tianxian continent, how did he dare, how did he? Boom! Boom! Someone hissed in despair, then transformed into an explosion and completely disappeared into the world. Go! Go! Some people couldn't care less about the others, let alone going to kill Wei Qingshan or save Di Qing. Take advantage of the fact that they just didn't make a move and weren't banned by the other party in the first place, and flee as far away as possible. Escape? It's a little late to leave now. As Wei Qingshan raised his hand, countless flying insects instantly flew out of his hand, instantly surging towards those who fled. The first thing that appeared on his face was a cold intent. These people who had struck out against the questioning sect, he had no intention of sparing any of them since the beginning. Damn, what kind of bug is this? Would I, a hallowed immortal king giant, be afraid of a small bug? Go to hell. Boom! Shasta! The worm in front of him directly disappeared into this immortal king giant's body and began to gnaw on his body. His voice came to a screeching halt, and his eyes became horrified, as if he had been instantly hollowed out. Boom! With a loud bang, this so-called immortal king giant directly collapsed, and countless bugs flew out of his body. With that, he transformed into a withered bone, accompanied by a wisp of fresh wind, and completely disappeared into the world. No! Don't! I finally understand why the Black Sword Emperor fled. Damn it, why didn't he save us? Why did he leave us behind? Some of them regretted their broken hearts. At the beginning when Wei Qingshan awoke he said for them to escape. Why didn't they escape? Are you staying for the show? Or stayed behind and waited to die? Yes, waited to die. All of them were going to die soon. No! Don't kill me! Damn bugs! No! Damn fireworks! No! Fearful voices were constantly spreading in a continuous manner, and it was as if heaven and earth were plunged into an earthly purgatory. As Elder Tianji said, this is a catastrophe, where the real catastrophe lies. All of them will die. Damn, how? Obviously I've seen that corner of the future. Why? Why can't I stop it yet? Elder Tianji said shakily, and all that was in his eyes was raw despair. I went out of my way to spy on this. I got here in the first place, and clearly was a day ahead of schedule to stop him. Why? Why is it like this? Why is he so strong? I've seen the future. Why can't it change? Elder Tianji's entire body looked like he was delirious, and his mouth kept opening. Why? Wei Qingshan landed in front of him and suddenly laughed and said, because that corner of the future that you think you're in is what I purposely let you see. What? Elder Tianji looked at Wei Qingshan who appeared in front of him in shock, unbelief written all over his eyes. The old man peering into the heavens, that's a real heavenly chance. How can it be manipulated by someone who can? No. What exactly are you? Elder Tianji staggered back, looking at the man in front of him in horror. All this he only felt was too terrifying. Oh, well, why don't you try and still see me at this hour? Wei Qingshan smiled. Originally he had noticed when Di Qing tried to push him, at that time he had subconsciously shielded the other party. But in the end, he never expected that someone else would be spying on him, and it was because of one of this person's prophecies that the questioning sect had this crisis. In that case, I don't mind playing with him, and I can use this to see how many people are still thinking of being unfavorable to their questioning sect nowadays. No. How is that possible? Elder Tianji didn't hesitate for a second, and after hearing Wei Qingshan's words, he decisively sat down and deduced. Even if that corner of the future was too terrifying for him to take another look, there was nothing he could do about it now. He has to. Now this scene was not in the least bit weaker than that corner of the future, it was equally horrifying and incomparably suffocating. He had to keep going to deduce and find the real way to break the situation, or else he would really die, and everyone would die. The man in front of him must be killed. However, as he pushed deeper and deeper into his deduction, his pupils stared wider and wider, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out directly from his mouth. No. No way. How can you not see? Avoid. What are you really? Why is the world suddenly devoid of your memory? Put. The pupils of the old man Tianji gradually widened, and he lost half of his life in the entire instant. He felt that as long as he dared to continue trying, he would immediately fall, and this was definitely not a joke. I, Tianji, have spent my entire life deducing and avoiding countless crises and hardships. I never thought that one day I would personally send myself to the brink of extinction because of my deduction. Elder Tianji laughed, his smile looking a bit forlorn. Kill me. Elder Tianji gently closed his eyes. At this moment he had already accepted his death. Kill you? You didn't think that by selling a little bit of misery on your deathbed and then putting on a look of great enlightenment, I'd let you die a quick death, did you? Wei Qingshan slowly raised his hand and aimed it at old man Tianji's head. I grant you to die of fear. What? A flash of fear flowed out of Elder Tianji's mind, and soon the entire person was plunged into endless fear. Here he has experienced countless havocs, and in despair he will always have only greater despair. Hope is not so much dim as it is completely absent. His entire body continued to convulse, his pupils falling into a void. He wasn't dead yet, but at this moment, his state was even worse than a dead man. Old ancestor is mighty. Lu Yukai roared excitedly, you're fantastic, old ancestor. Just now, when he heard that old man selling his misery and talking to beg for death there, he thought that his old ancestor would really give him a hard time. That would be too cheap for him. It could be said that this bad old man could almost be said to have taken the credit for the crisis that their questioning sect was experiencing today. At least the old ancestor had directly told him with his actions that the old ancestor was the old ancestor. The beautiful eyes of condensing frost on the side were also a bit different, but she didn't speak, still standing there coldly, like an ice sculpture. Chapter 37, May the entire Ask sect be safe. *********. Countless people's gazes fell on Elder Tianji, all knowing that the other party was afraid that it was over. Honestly, many people in the crowd were somewhat resentful of Elder Tianji, feeling that if it wasn't for him, perhaps they wouldn't have offended the questioning sect at all. I'm afraid I wouldn't have ended up in this situation today. But at this moment, when they saw that Elder Tianji had ended up like this, they couldn't help but also have the feeling of a rabbit dying. Boom! Especially the explosions that kept ringing in the air and the rampage of the bizarre bugs below made them feel the imminence of death once again. No! Don't! Within a short period of time, there were constantly strong people falling, making the entire world look like an apocalyptic battlefield. Do you think you can escape? Suddenly, Wei Qingshan twisted his head to look at the divine punishment forbidden area Paragon Emperor who had transformed into a giant. Sacrifice. The god's punishment forbidden area's Paragon Emperor didn't pay any attention to Wei Qingshan, knowing that he couldn't stay and wait for death. He let out a loud cry, only to see his entire gigantic body quickly begin to burn, and a divine soul quickly detached itself from his physical body. Great Emperor Qingshan, what I have to say about you is that your means of confinement is very skillful, perhaps even a great emperor cannot easily get rid of it. It's just a pity. The divine punishment forbidden area Paragon's soul body let out a smile. This was his most powerful card, confident of escaping at the hands of an enemy stronger than himself. Wei Qingshan glanced at him before withdrawing his gaze. Through the method of destroying the physical body, thus getting rid of the confinement from his, it had to be said that this was a good way. Just, how do you know I can't imprison your soul? Suddenly, the smile on the face of the god punishment forbidden area Paragon Emperor gradually disappeared. The smile would not disappear, but transferred to Wei Qingshan's face now. How is that possible? The divine punishment forbidden zone Paragon Emperor's soul body was almost unstable, like it was about to be blown apart by the wind, and he was fixed in place and unable to move. If I remember correctly, back then, your divine punishment forbidden area was also a shudderer, right? Wei Qingshan indifferently said. At first, he led the powers of the Tianqian continent to repel the foreign races and pushed back an era horizontally. At the time of victory, originally thought to be the time of universal celebration, did not think of these people when he once again deep into the alien race is ready to end forever. These people, however, were afraid of his strength, but chose to completely shut down the interface, blocking him and the foreigners out completely. At that time, he had gotten several times that the questioning sect had been suppressed by these people and almost exterminated, but he had never been able to return. Luckily, the questioning sect ended up giving birth to a few great emperors as well, and was able to defuse the crisis. Now he has even returned. Then it's time to settle the score for that year. Just because a lot of time has passed and maybe some of the people from back then are dead, doesn't mean that time doesn't mean that everything can be forgotten. Even if it means flogging a corpse and going to hell to ask for someone, there are some things he has to clear up completely. No, I don't know, don't ask me. No. The divine punishment forbidden area quasi-emperor's soul body instantly dimmed considerably. This was his fear, the fear of approaching death. Even if he was full of confidence earlier and shook that he was not afraid of death, but when he was really on the verge of death, his kind of fear was involuntary. You're mistaken, I wasn't asking you. Wei Qingshan shook his head and said, and to kill you, I likewise don't need any evidence. Making me suspicious of you guys is already a capital offense. No, Shasta. The soul body of this god punishment forbidden area Paragon Emperor directly dissipated into the world. Old ancestor bully. Lu Yukai called out excitedly, filled with a look of adoration. Old ancestor, you said earlier that even if we wanted you to kill the great emperor, we could do it without asking for the original reason. Now I do believe it. An immortal king giant of the questioning sect flew over and landed beside Wei Qingshan, and he had to say that his own ancestor was simply domineering. What, do you have a great emperor you want to kill? Wei Qingshan looked at the immortal king giant asked, since promised these disciples manpower a meeting gift wish, he naturally is also thinking of early realization of the better. No, how could I, an immortal king, have any ability to provoke a great emperor? This immortal king giant hurriedly shook his head. His name was Zhou Zhang, and he was considered one of the topmost combatants of the questioning sect. You use a sword? Wei Qingshan looked at Zhou Zhang and asked. Yes, old ancestor. Zhou Zhang nodded. I have an imperial sword here, do you want it? Wei Qingshan offered a sword in his hand, which he had taken from Wang Tung earlier. Imperial soldiers? Looking at the long sword in front of him, Zhou Zhang's eyes flickered constantly. As a strong person who used a sword, it was absolutely false to say that he was not moved. Old ancestor, is it really possible? Zhou Zhang opened his mouth. This was an emperor's soldier. It was not a rare sight in the entire Tianqian continent. He also saw that the long sword belonged to Wang Tang, but now everyone knew that Wang Tang was dead. If this side of the emperor's sword fell into his hands, he was certain that he would break through to quasi-emperor in a short period of time. Well, as long as you write down your wish, it's yours. Wei Qingshan nodded. Well. Zhou Zhang nodded excitedly and immediately wrote down the idea of wanting this imperial soldier on the wishing paper. Here. After Wei Qingshan burned the wishing paper in his hand, he directly handed the longsword in his hand to Zhou Zhang. Imperial soldier. Surprisingly, he really gave him the emperor's soldier. Asterisk 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 this guy. Countless disciples of the questioning sect had envious looks on their faces. Am I losing money? Liu Yukai looked at the still unfilled bucket of urine next to him, and immediately felt that he had lost some money. Pop. He slapped his face directly at D. King's face again. Giving you a chance doesn't even work. Liu Yukai was really pissed off. This guy's daily strike was a roiling mist of blood filling the sky, and as a result, the bloodletting was just that tiny bit. Not as much as Wang Tang's. Ryu Yukai bristled. Wang Ji, have the guts to fight with this seat for 300 rounds. Zhou Zhang's confidence increased greatly after getting the emperor's soldier, and he directly looked at one of the inquiring sect's supreme elders with a smile on his face. Wang Ji's face twitched as he turned his head toward Wei Qingshan and said, Old ancestor, I also use swords, can you give me a sword of the emperor's soldier as well? Yes. Wei Qingshan directly agreed. He wished that all of these disciples wanted imperial soldiers, that would save him a lot of trouble. But after thinking about it, Wei Qingshan added, but I don't have a long sword on me for the time being. I see that what's his name Black Sword Emperor had one earlier, yours. Thank you, elder ancestor. A wild excitement appeared on Wang Ji's face, even though that black sword was now in the hands of the Black Sword Emperor. But he believed that since the old ancestor said it was his, it was his. Ah, I have an imperial soldier too. Wang Ji looked provocatively at Zhou Zhang, who's afraid of who now? However, after he handed the wishing paper in his hand to Wei Qingshan poured a handful of cold water directly on him. I'm sorry, you seem to have written that you wish for the peace of the Ask sect? Chapter 38, Old Ancestor, can I stuff this back in? Wang Ji was a little embarrassed and turned his head to Wei Qingshan and said, Old Ancestor, it's just as well that you changed it yourself, I just tried to rub it off. Besides, with you, Old Ancestor, aren't we already at peace in the questioning sect? Wang Ji heart screamed bitter ah, how did he know that the wish paper given by the old ancestor is really able to ask for emperor soldiers to give emperor soldiers ah? At that time, the questioning sect had encountered a life and death crisis, so he wrote casually, only hoping that the questioning sect could get through this difficult time, and that the upper and lower levels would be at peace. Besides, he didn't know that he couldn't change what he wrote on the wishing paper. I'm sure the old man should be able to make some accommodations, right? However, soon Wei Qingshan poured another pot of cold water on him. I'm sorry, once a wish is written down, it can't be changed for any reason, but whatever the wish is, I'll fulfill it for you, that's the rule. Wei Qingshan said, his voice was calm, his gaze swept to all the disciples of the questioning sect present, and he was also speaking to all of them. If you can change it will, ask the clan so many disciples, if the person in front of the wish and see the back of the person to make a wish he wants more, so continue to change the words, it is not chaotic, have to exhaust him not. For example, a person was thinking that he could just ask for cookies and wrote down cookies, but then he suddenly realized that the person behind him could have asked for a cake as well and thought about switching, and that definitely wouldn't work. That's why he had to lay down rules and serious discipline. Ha! Many of the originally excited disciples of the questioning sect lowered their heads at this moment. Inside, the blood kept dripping. God! The earth, yeah. Can you reboot? Ha 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 ha. Zhou Zhang once again laughed out loud and returned Wang Ji's provocative gaze. He decided that every time he returned to the clan and encountered Wang Ji he had to carry his sword on his back and swing past his eyes. I'm ecumenical, I'm proud of the clan. Wang Ji squeezed a smile on his face, he. Can't it be changed? The condensing frost on the side looked at this scene and also spoke coldly. She glanced at Wei Qingshan without knowing what she was thinking. Nervous frost. Chang Suning Yu also immediately landed to the side of Lung Ningxuang, surveying her with great concern. Now with those attacking the questioning sect imprisoned in the air setting off fireworks, those being nibbled on by the bugs were nibbling, and almost no one was paying attention to them. Sure, there is one other exception. Her gaze glanced towards a battlefield where it was none other than Chu Yunfeng and Li Xiantian. Moreover, Chu Yunfeng had clearly won the battle as well. How do you want to die? Chu Yunfeng coldly blasted a fist above Li Xiantian's chest with killing intent. Put! Li Xiantian sprayed a mouthful of blood directly from his mouth, splashing directly onto Chu Yunfeng's body. His entire aura appeared to be very shriveled, and the mountain and river diagram in his hand fell not far from him. He opened his mouth and said with some supplication in his eyes, Can you spare my daughter? Can't. Before Chu Yunfeng even opened his mouth, a voice directly answered for him. Wei Qingshan slowly walked over with the crowd from the questioning sect. Elder ancestor. Elder ancestor. Chu Yunfeng on the side and Chu Junlin who was not far away had looked over with some surprise, but soon his eyes widened. Especially when he saw Liu Yotsai's side constantly being squeezed with blood Emperor Prime as well as Zhou Zhang carrying an Emperor soldier, his shock was even more indescribable. Is this a win? The questioning clan won, and he saw everyone. And, earlier, he had been in extreme anger, burning his life away, wanting nothing more than to put Li Xiantian to death. So there was no time to pay attention to the other battlefields, he was all ready to die. Now there was time for him to look at the various battlefields not far away, and his pupils were dilated, winning, really winning. A rare joy surged on Chu Yunfeng's face. Nope. And so on. Soon his smile came to a sudden and abrupt end. The enemies are dead. Everyone in the questioning sect has survived. He burned for his life. Yes, he burned his life. Burning for life. Nope, old ancestor, can I have this flame of life stuffed back in? Chu Yunfeng suddenly realized a serious problem. Yes, he burned his life. Am I being hasty? Chu Yunfeng had a feeling of wanting to cry. Had he known that his own old ancestor was so powerful after awakening, even if he didn't burn his life, this Li Shantian wouldn't be his opponent. No wonder after half a day of fighting on his own, no great emperor powerhouses had come to intervene in this side of the battlefield, so it turned out that they had all been resolved by his old ancestor. Yes. Wei Qingshan nodded and said, Chu Yunfeng suddenly froze for a moment, and soon he became excited again and said, wait, what did you say, old ancestor? Stuff it back in for you. Wei Qingshan said that this was not a problem for him. Do you still have the wishing paper? Wei Qingshan looked at Chu Yunfeng. There is. Chu Yunfeng was so excited that he directly handed the wishing paper to Wei Qingshan. However, Wei Qingshan frowned after just one look. May the entire Ask sect be at peace and pass through this calamity safely? On the side, Lu Yukai came up and read the words on it directly. Ugh. Upon hearing this, the crowd of the questioning sect all sighed. What? What are the expressions on each of you? Don't you believe that old ancestor can help me? Chu Yunfeng looked at the crowd in disbelief. He believed that since the old ancestor had said it, then he must have his way. It's not that we don't trust the old man, but... Zhou Zheng proudly explained the rules to Chu Yunfeng. Words. Chu Yunfeng was dumbfounded. Is he being hasty again? This wish was supposed to wait for the old ancestor to awaken before it could be fulfilled, so why did he write it down in advance? My old man, I have it here. Suddenly, Chu Junlin directly handed the wishing paper in his hand to Wei Qingshan. Writing down the words helped Chu Yunfeng recover. Although nowadays he already knew that the wishing paper could grant him any wish, Chu Yunfeng was after all his master, and it was also because of him that he burned his life to kill Li Shantian. So no matter what, he could not watch Chu Yunfeng go to his death. Yes. Wei Qingshan nodded, and after burning the wishing paper in his hand, he directly raised his head and quickly pressed down Chu Yunfeng's life fire. Shasta. Chu Yunfeng's entire body then recovered as before. How is that possible? Li Shantian, who was still hanging on to his breath at the side, was obviously a bit incredulous as he watched this scene. He didn't expect someone to be able to press back the ignited flame of life alive, which had overturned his perception. Originally, he thought that even if Chu Yunfeng killed him, sooner or later, he who had ignited the flame of life would go down to be buried with him, but he didn't expect the other party to survive hard? Nothing is impossible. By the way, I forgot to answer your words. Not only will you die, Li Yener will die, your entirely family will not exist. Since you've already made your choice in the first place, I'm sure you won't regret it, right? Wei Qingshan looked at Li Shantian and said, there was no need for anyone to tell him about what happened in the questioning sect, he already knew about it. He naturally knew exactly what the father and daughter had done, so there was no one who could save them. Whether to kill them or not was also not something that Chu Yunfeng's master and disciple could decide. Chapter 39, but now it's the Emperor's soldier. Won't you regret it? Li Shantian muttered with his mouth, looking at the crowd of the questioning sect who were now safe and sound. One of the great emperor powerhouses had died, one had fled, and one had been captured. Did he really not regret the choices he had made in the first place? From the 3 words of the disciples of the questioning sect he already knew that the extremely young-looking great emperor in front of him had given every disciple of the questioning sect the opportunity to make a wish. Chu Yunfeng had thus reversed his certain death, and an immortal king giant of the questioning sect had thus obtained an imperial weapon. If his daughter was still in the questioning sect at this moment, wouldn't it mean that she also had this opportunity? Right. And his grandson. But all this, Li Yener, she used to be from your questioning sect as well, can you? Li Shantian said. Can't. Wei Qingshan coldly said. How dare you stand in for her? Chu Yunfeng directly interrupted Li Xuantian's words. He was on fire at the mention of Li Yener, and directly threw a punch at Li Xuantian's body. Now the questioning sect has survived this calamity. It was a pity that his disciple grandson didn't have a chance to get through this calamity, all because of that wicked woman. Yes? A mouthful of blood spilled out from the corner of Li Xuantian's mouth as he swept his gaze towards the crowd of the questioning sect, his gaze instantly becoming incomparably gloomy. You, Chu Yunfeng, can risk burning your life for the sake of your so-called disciple grandson, then I, Li Shantian, can likewise blow myself up for the sake of my daughter. The words fell. Only a golden crack began to appear on his body, and finally his gaze landed on Wei Qingshan's body. He knew that his so-called self-detonation would not have much effect on this person, I'm afraid, but as long as he could pull a few ask the sect a few to hell, or heavily injure Wei Qingshan, then it's all worth it. When the time came, the Heavenly God Palace Master would be able to ensure that everything was safe, and then his daughter would be safe as well. No good. On the side, Chu Yunfeng's pupils kept widening, and immediately shouted toward the disciples of the questioning sect behind him, quickly, everyone run. Late. The corners of Li Xuantian's mouth sketched a smile, as if he could still see these people on the Yellow Springs Road, and slowly closed his eyes. Late? Wei Qingshan slowly raised his hand, and everything around Li Xiantian seemed as if it was imprisoned, even time stood still. Late? Wei Qingshan asked. Li Xiantian opened his eyes in shock and looked at Wei Qingshan as if he was looking at a monster, unbelief written all over his eyes. How? Nope. Wei Qingshan could reverse Chu Yunfeng's life. Wasn't it normal to be able to stop him from blowing himself up? He should have thought of that a long time ago. Looking at the young yet unfathomable great emperor in front of him, there was only deep despair in his eyes at the moment. The moment. He also finally understood what the havoc that old man Tianji had spoken of was. Die. Wei Qingshan's palm closed. The Li Xiantian in front of him instantly turned into ashes, and his death didn't even trigger a single ripple. As Li Xiantian died, time began to flow once again. Quick! Everyone run! Damn! How did he? Chu Yunfeng continuously hissed towards the crowd, preparing to burn his life again to block this self-destruction. What? However, when he turned around he froze in place with some surprise. Where is Li Xiantian? Dead. Wei Qingshan replied. Dead? Chu Yunfeng fiercely looked around and realized that there was indeed not a single trace of the other party left. But what had just happened he didn't even know at all. Was this the strength of his own ancestor? Old ancestor is mighty. Worthy of being an old ancestor, with the snap of a finger, a quasi-emperor powerhouse flies to dust. The crowd of the questioning sect was excited, no longer surprised by Wei Qingshan's power. After all, previously so many quasi-emperors and even great emperors didn't have a chance to explode themselves in his hands, let alone this one tiny Li Xiantian. Here's an imperial soldier, which one of you wants it? Wei Qingshan casually grabbed the piece of mountain and river diagram on the ground and looked at the crowd of the questioning sect and asked. This statement was made. Countless disciples of the questioning sect were dripping blood in their hearts, opening their mouths several times ultimately not saying a single word. It was too hasty earlier, but soon a true immortal level woman stood out. She looked gentle, like a lady of the house. Yan Lingxian, do you want this mountain and river diagram? A nearby disciple of the questioning sect asked. That. Yan Lingxian carefully opened her mouth, but then looked a little hesitant. Wishes are always written down and may not be changed, but rest assured that no matter how heavily the wish may seem to you, I will help you fulfill it. Wei Qingshan emphasized again. Yan Lingxian, you wouldn't have also written in advance wishing for peace and safety for the entire Ask sect, would you? Don't worry, this wish of yours has already been realized by the old ancestor, and there is no chance for you to exchange it for the mountain and river diagram now. Some disciples of the questioning sect opened their mouths and laughed. They looked like they were smiling on the surface, but on the inside, they all didn't know how much blood they were dripping. There are quite a few people who write such wishes. No. Yan Lingxian hurriedly waved her hand and said, that old ancestor, that I want to ask. What is it? Wei Qingshan asked. On the side, Condensing Frost could not help but also look at Yan Lingxian with a cold gaze. That old ancestor, isn't that a quasi-emperor soldier? Yan Lingxian took a deep breath and finally said what she wanted to say. Although quasi-imperial soldiers were not bad, but who wanted quasi-imperial soldiers when you could have imperial soldiers? As soon as she opened her mouth, though, her entire being would immediately regret it again. With the cultivation level of the old ancestor, how could he not see that this was a quasi-imperial weapon? Wasn't it a bit bad for him to dismiss his old ancestor's face like this in public? Eyes glanced around quietly. She regrets it. The crowd's gazes couldn't help but also land on top of that mountain and river diagram. He then looked at Wei Qingshan in a somewhat strange manner. Does the old man think they don't know what they're talking about? This mountain and river diagram was undoubtedly a quasi-imperial weapon no matter how one looked at it. How could it possibly be an imperial weapon? Wei Qingshan also noticed the gazes of the crowd, then waved his hand and said, earlier it was a quasi-imperial weapon, but now it is an imperial weapon. Only to see that a spiritual energy had not entered the mountain and river map, an epic history was evolving, and the villain on it began to come alive. Soon vast imperial might began to surge above it. Countless people were all a bit dumbfounded as they watched the scene. Surprisingly, it's really turned into an imperial soldier? An emperor soldier, is it really an emperor soldier? Countless disciples of the questioning sect wiped their eyes, seriously doubting if they had misread the situation. How did a good quasi-imperial weapon become an imperial weapon all of a sudden? Could it be that this old ancestor of his was also a refiner? Ancestor, here. Yan Lingxian immediately handed Wei Qingshan the wishing paper in her hand, on which she wrote her wish for the mountain and river map. Soon she quickly took over the mountain and river diagram from Wei Qingshan's hand again, and glanced vigilantly at Lung Ningxuang on the side, fearing that she would be robbed by the other party as if she were. The woman's intuition was accurate. She realized that when she just spoke, this girl looked at herself with a hint of hostility? Soon, she was a little surprised again. After she took away the mountain and river diagram, Condensing Frost surprisingly did not look her way, and her emotions did not fluctuate at all. No, you don't have a chance? Chapter 40. What you should be shouting is for the temple master to run. The crowd looked at Yan Lingxian with envious and jealous eyes. Yan Lingxian also felt wonderful in her heart. Fortunately she was quick to do so, but on the surface she showed a dignified smile. This mountain and river map really suits her. Pop. It's so unimportant to give you a chance. Liu Yukai slapped Emperor Prime's body again. Looking at Yen Lingxian, who had also obtained an emperor's weapon, he again felt that he had lost a lot. Destroy it. DK's entire body had gone numb, and if he looked in the mirror right now, he definitely wouldn't be able to recognize that pig's head in there as himself. However, he was equally shocked, casually turning a quasi-imperial weapon into an imperial weapon. Was this really something a great emperor could do? I'm afraid that even the best emperor-level refiners can't do it so easily, right? What exactly is this person's strength? His gaze slowly lifted up and looked toward the void battlefield not far away. In his state today, he could barely see anything either, but he could only put his hopes in the hands of that temple master of his own. As long as he was there, everything still had a chance to turn around. In time. Thinking of this fat man beside him, he couldn't help but shiver inwardly. It was hard to imagine that a single hallowed great emperor had developed fear of a junior. The void. Ha ha ha. The heavenly god hall master let out a loud laugh, a raging imperial might permeating his body. The woman he was standing against, on the other hand, was at the moment unable to even stand, her aura constantly dropping. If you don't have any more cards, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave here today. The heavenly god palace lord said indifferently. He hadn't thought that this foreign woman who had suddenly appeared had so many cards on her. It's just a shame that these are ultimately just external things. Humph. It's not that easy to kill me. The mysterious woman stifled a grunt, her gaze fixed dead on the heavenly god hall master. Although she said so on her lips, she was indeed completely out of options. What she could use she had already used. She only hoped that her delay could be exchanged for a glimmer of life for those in the questioning sect, or to pay back her ancestors' karma for that year. Yes? The heavenly god temple hall master sneered and said, this emperor, will once again behead the emperor in front of the world today, and it's ridiculous that you won't be able to see it because it's you who's being beheaded. It's over. The heavenly god palace master had made a seal with both hands, and an ancient vision suddenly appeared behind him. No good. The mysterious woman turned around and left. She no longer had any cards. He would definitely die at this rate. Only escape. She dragged her injured body towards the bottom and fled. After dragging on for so long, she only hoped that the crowd of the questioning sect could more or less escape a few. Only as her figure got closer and closer to the ground, her entire being was a bit dumbfounded. How? She turned her head quickly, trying to reverse her direction, but it was too late for that. Escape? Do you think you can escape? The heavenly god hall master was in hot pursuit carrying a terrifying killing move, and now that he had reached this point, how could he let the other party escape? Why are you guys still here? The mysterious woman was incomparably shocked as she looked at the crowd of the questioning sect. None of these people had even left? However, it was good that none of these happened by accident, but when she thought of the heavenly god palace master behind her, panic suddenly appeared on her face as well. His gaze landed on Wei Qingshan's body, and he hurriedly shouted, You take your disciples of the questioning sect and leave first, I'll hold them off for you for a while. The mysterious woman said with clenched fists, her eyes flashing with determination. Are you sure you can block him in your current state? Wei Qingshan slowly raised his hand and a bubble instantly wrapped the woman in front of him. The mysterious woman's face was startled, and just when she wanted to make a move to resist, she only saw her entire body float up, and the foam slowly landed behind Wei Qingshan. I don't really recognize who you are, but you did a good job. Thanks. Wei Qingshan raised his hand and flew a piece of wishing paper towards to her. There's nothing for you to do next. What? The mysterious woman was still a bit confused. What exactly had happened down here? She glanced around, and it seemed as if everyone else had disappeared except for the people of the questioning sect. What the hell is going on? When she fought with the heavenly god hall master, she didn't dare to have the slightest distraction at all. As long as she had a hint of carelessness, the other party could build her to death in less than a second. So she didn't have any time to care about what was going on down below, and could only inwardly pray for these people from the questioning sect. Calm down. Calm down. She tried to calm herself down, but when she saw the disembodied T-King beside Liu Yukai, her entire being couldn't calm down. What the hell is going on here? A change of heart? In the void, the heavenly god hall master who was strongly killing the ground also froze in place. He realized that it seemed like everyone else below had basically disappeared except for the people of the questioning sect, and there was not even a trace of their breath left. Where are the people? Emperor Prime, come out to me. Who told you to withdraw without the permission of this palace master? The imperial voice of the heavenly god temple's hall master echoed as his gaze looked around gloomily, finally landing on the pig's head next to Liu Yukai and frowning. Emperor Prime? He froze for a moment and reached out to grab directly toward the bottom. Wei Qingshan took a step out and blocked him. Your Highness, save me. Di Qing's entire body looked as if he had grabbed a lifesaver, and light instantly appeared in his dull eyes. It's really him? There was some coldness in the eyes of the heavenly god temple's hallmaster, not expecting Emperor Prime to end up like this? Pop. However, just as everyone's eyes were focused on the body of the heavenly god hall's hallmaster, Lu Yukai suddenly gave Emperor Prime 2 more mouths and said with an exasperated face, "Say, this is at least your heavenly god palace's palace master, is this how you repay him? Do you know what you're talking about?" Pop. Lu Yukai backhanded another slap, "You disloyal and unfilial thing. You." Di Qing's entire body was red warm, his eyes filled with blood, aggression, unwillingness, and anger. "What did I say?" he hissed, really not understanding what was wrong with him shouting out a little for the temple master to save me. Pop. Lu Yukai slapped again. "Do you know why I'm hitting you? This slap I'm hitting you on behalf of your hall master. T. Kong?" Pop. "My questioning sect ancestor has gone up, yet you still dare to ask your heavenly god palace master to save you? What you should be shouting at this time is for the temple lord to save me? What you should be shouting is for the temple lord to run away and leave me alone, you selfish thing." Snap. The more Lu Yukai fought, the more angry he became. When he looked up into midair, in fact, he couldn't help but also thump inside, panicking. Who in this Tianqian continent didn't know about the mighty reputation of the heavenly god palace master? If Emperor Prime is really saved by the other party Emperor Prime, the consequences are simply unimaginable. In the future, if you turn around and are in each other's hands. Lu Yukai couldn't help but think about it, and as soon as he did he couldn't help but give Emperor Prime a few slaps on the face. Chapter 41, Desperate? Talented. Countless people watched this scene with dumbfounded eyes and gave him a thumbs up. It was hard to identify whether what was in his hands at the moment was a great emperor or a chickadee. Seek death. The heavenly god palace master naturally saw this scene, and his face instantly went cold as well. How could Di Jing be said to be his heavenly god palace's great emperor? How could he allow others to insult him at will? A confinement technique? That's something. The heavenly god hall master looked at Wei Qingshan and said. The void behind him was instantly torn apart between a lift of his hand. The entire world looked as if it was about to break apart at any moment, suffocating the senses. No good, he's gone. Lu Yukai let out the first shrieking sound, and the little chickadee that had just been in his hand suddenly disappeared. It's the shifter. He replaced Emperor Prime. The mysterious woman's face said with some gravity. She was also considered someone who had fought with the heavenly god hall master, recognizing some of the other party's methods. Where's Wood? Where's my little chickadee? Lu Yukai shouted anxiously, his eyes quickly looking in all directions. It's air, he traded air for you. The mysterious woman explained. With air? Is my little chickadee worth a little air? Lu Yukai cried out in defiance. This heavenly divine hall master was also too shameless, which only made him feel bloodthirsty to the core. Willow. Yes. Talent. Suddenly, a gnashing voice rang out from the void, word for word, as Di Kang limped out of the crack. His eyes were dead set on Lu Yukai. He remembered, he was a great emperor, but now he remembered this junior. Asterisk 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 there you are Chicken Little. Lu Yukai almost subconsciously shouted, but after noticing the murderous gaze of Emperor Prime, he panicked and subconsciously went to Wei Qingshan, seeing that the other party was in midair before hastily shielding Chu Yunfeng in front of him. Senior, can you still burn life? He's not afraid of being crippled by me. Talented. The crowd was a bit speechless, but also had to admire this guy and gave him a thumbs up. Yes. Chu Yunfeng said solemnly, the other party now had two great emperors, he was ready to burn his life to support Wei Qingshan at any time. Now the great one is 2 against 2. The heavenly god hall master looked at Wei Qingshan and said, strangely enough, he didn't feel any cultivation on the other party's body, not even imperial might. Are you sure it's 2 on 2 now? Wei Qingshan calmly asked. Oh, the heavenly god hall master glanced down at the mysterious woman below and smiled, is that so? It seems that she no longer has the ability to fight, so you will surely die. I'm looking forward to it. Wei Qingshan smiled, and in the next second he directly disappeared from his original spot, not leaving even a trace of breath behind. Did you escape? The heavenly god hall master frowned. It's still you, your highness, who's great. Di Jing arched his hand at the heavenly god hall master. It seemed that even Wei Qingshan would only have the chance to run away when facing this hall master. You are getting wasted. The heavenly god hall master didn't give Di King any good looks in the slightest, especially after seeing the other party's previous wretched appearance. If this were to be spread out, where would their heavenly god hall's face go? Die. Di Cheng didn't dare to retort, so he can only direct his anger at the people of the questioning sect, especially Lu Yukai. As soon as he saw this fat guy his whole body went straight to red temperature. Lu Yukai shivered inwardly, always feeling as if he was being targeted by something dirty. Ancestors save me. Lu Yukai subconsciously shouted, although he didn't know where this young old ancestor had run off to, but shouting was the right thing to do. Save you? You should have told him to hurry up and run instead of letting him save you, you disloyal and selfish person. Di Kang said in a cold voice, raising his hand and grabbing directly towards Lu Yukai. No, you learn from me. Lu Youcai's face twitched as he watched Emperor Prime strike. Good on. Emperor Prime's attack didn't fall. Ancestor manifested? Lu Yukai slowly opened his eyes and looked at Wei Qingshan, who had reappeared in the void, and instantly felt relieved inside. How? Di Cheng slowly turned back to look at Wei Qingshan. The suppressive feeling of being on the verge of death was not the first time he had felt it. Facing the man in front of him, he seemed to have nothing but despair. Was this the man who had once pushed across an era, causing the people of the world to fear having to banish him and shut him down? If you were at ease being a chicken asterisk, you might not die so easily. A destructive energy from Wei Qingshan directly covered Di Qing's head at close range, and the latter let out a miserable cry, "Hall Master, save me." At the moment, there was only fear in his eyes, and only fear remained. Come back. The great change in the heavenly divine Hall Master's complexion once again cast the shifting flower and tree technique on Emperor Prime. However, what shocked him was that Di Qing was still in the same place and hadn't changed at all. How? He twisted his head to look at the void rift behind him and realized that it had now become a disordered space. The road is blocked. Damn, you just disappeared because... The Heavenly God Palace Lord only felt annoyed that the other party had just disappeared, not in a so-called escape, but by destroying something directly behind him. The bottom line is, he was oblivious? Your Highness. Ti Kang let out a final hiss. A sound of the great Tao resounded in the heavens and earth. This was Emperor Meteor, and the heavens and earth were lamenting for him. Boom! Just then, suddenly an attack with an endless killing aura directly blasted towards Wei Qingshan, and the corner of the Heavenly God Palace Master's mouth sketched out a smile. Do you think this emperor really cares about the death of that trash? Nowadays, if my Heavenly Divine Hall wants to cultivate a great emperor, it doesn't require much extra effort, as long as I have him in and fighting against this emperor, yet you still dare to be distracted to kill others. You're afraid you don't know what this emperor is, right? This emperor is the Emperor Slayer. So also please go to hell. The Heavenly God Hall Master's tone was very confident, and the devastating attack instantly flooded Wei Qingshan. Elder Ancestor. It was only in an instant that the great Emperor powerhouse struck, so they didn't react in the slightest. Don't worry, you killed a great emperor of my Heavenly God Palace, but your entire questioning sect will also be buried with you. The Heavenly God Palace Master's gaze swept towards the crowd of the questioning sect below. I'm afraid that these people were still rejoicing over their short-lived victory just now, weren't they? Unaware that as long as he was there, he could reverse all the results. This was the Emperor Slayer. Die! The Heavenly God Hall Master's face became very fierce as a destructive energy instantly pressed down towards the crowd of the questioning sect. Desperate? Desperate? The two voices spoke at almost the same time, only for the Heavenly God Palace Master's smile to instantly freeze in place. Chapter 42, The Original Closers. You're not dead? The Heavenly God Palace Master's gaze was dead on Wei Qingshan, only to see the ball of light in front of him instantly disappear. What do you think? Wei Qingshan smiled and said, you do have some skills, but this is what makes it interesting. Then let this emperor see what skills you actually have, to make that old guy Tianji scared into. Boom! An explosion didn't wait for the Heavenly God Hall Master to finish his sentence. Wei Qingshan had an extra war halberd in his hand and violently stabbed towards the front. A bolt of lightning raged madly, as if it could destroy all the laws of the world. Shasta. Just the head of the Heavenly God Hall Master was then pierced through. Like stabbing the eye of a volcano, the head of the Heavenly God Temple's Hall Master was constantly bubbling up with waves of air, and golden waves swept through the place like a kind of earthly purgatory. He looked over at Wei Qingshan and a smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. It's been a long time since this emperor has been hurt like this. Only to see his hands forcefully grabbing the spear in Wei Qingshan's hand and directly incinerating it in a flash. Old ancestor, be careful. The crowd from the questioning sect hissed. What kind of monster is this? Does having his head pierced through have no effect on him? The crowd of the questioning sect only felt that their perceptions had been turned upside down. A battle of this level was simply not an existence they could comprehend. If it wasn't for Wei Qingshan's protection, perhaps they wouldn't even have the chance to observe. This monster! That mysterious woman also took a deep breath. She was well aware of how terrifying the Heavenly God Hall Master was. Even if she exhausted all of her cards, she would ultimately be unable to escape death. The other party was truly capable of decapitating great emperors. She glanced at the bubble wrapped around her, and she could feel the energy in it healing herself a little. She immediately sat down to recover. As long as she recovered a little, she could go help Wei Qingshan. At that time, when two great emperors dealt with one of the other, they might not have no chance of winning. Wait for me. Die. The Heavenly God Hall Master killed Wei Qingshan, his face filled with confidence. The more powerful Wei Qingshan was, the more excited he became. His pupils were as sharp as red flames, the armor on his body was piercing and eye-catching, and his body's battle aura surged, shaking the four seas. He went through the air, similarly offering a war halberd in his hand, stabbing towards Wei Qingshan's chest, the runes dense and resounding. You won't fight back, are you waiting to die? He looked at Wei Qingshan indifferently, his mouth speaking, but the movements in his hands had no intention of stopping. Boom! The waves went straight into the sky, rolling up 1,000 feet high and flooding the area, and all those ancient runes transformed into countless attacks at this moment, blazing with fire. Is this the great emperor? Everyone in the questioning sect looked at this scene in astonishment, only to feel incomparably suffocated. With their cultivation, as soon as one gets close to these attacks, I'm afraid that they will immediately be devoured and destroyed. Everyone be careful. Chu Yunfeng looked at the crowd of the questioning sect and shouted. He realized that there was a protective light shield above their heads, which should be the handiwork of their old ancestor. Elder ancestor. Some people watched the Void War, and they began to get a little worried as the war went into overdrive. Lang Ningfeng glanced at the mysterious woman in that ball of light. Give me 5 more minutes, just 5 minutes and I'll be able to keep striking. The mysterious woman also seemed to have seen what Condensing Frost was thinking, and without the other party saying it, she would likewise do the same. Lang Ningfeng nodded and didn't say anything. Is this what you're capable of? A constant dodging? The heavenly divine hall looked at Wei Qingshan with a fierce gaze, although the other party did not strike, but he was helpless for a moment by dodging. Is that all you've got? Since the other party opened his mouth, then Wei Qingshan also stopped and couldn't help but smile as well. All your skills? Are you pretending to be calm? I heard that you once swept through an era, and this emperor will tell you today that times have changed now. The heavenly god hall master droned coldly, his eyes were like blades that were compelling, and he exuded a terrifying aura all over his body. Have to say, compared to a great emperor like Emperor Prime King Tong, he was indeed stronger by more than one notch, and it was no wonder that he could be called an emperor beheader. Times have certainly changed. Wei Qingshan appreciates this statement. Are you admitting defeat? A smile hung at the corner of the heavenly god hall master's mouth. Admit defeat? Wei Qingshan froze for a moment and glanced at the heavenly god hall master. Times have indeed changed, and the great emperors of this era are even weaker. Weak? The heavenly god palace master kind of wanted to laugh. Then this emperor will show you what true terror means. He instantly killed Wei Qingshan, his attacks growing stronger and stronger, as if he wanted to completely destroy this world. Destroy! The glass balls in the sky rose from behind him, which contained countless horrors, and as long as they fell, the entire world would cease to exist. Flowery! Wei Qingshan shook his head. Watch this scene. The heavenly god palace master's face grew more and more gloomy. From beginning to end, the man in front of him had this indifferent attitude toward him, as if he had never put him in his eyes, which made him feel nothing but deep humiliation. The world. No one had ever dared to underestimate him like that. Die for this emperor. The heavenly god palace master roared, and the entire Qianquan trembled as countless lightning bolts intertwined and runes filled the sky. Don't you get it? You are no longer qualified to make me strike a second time. Wei Qingshan slowly turned back and looked at the heavenly god hall master behind him. The voice goes right to the soul of the other person. At this moment, it was as if the heavenly god hall master realized something, his pupils continuously widened, and all the aura around him instantly dissipated. He covered his head with both hands, his face full of incredulity. What? Damn, when did you? No, how did this happen? It's that halberd of yours? The heavenly god hall master's gaze looked towards Wei Qingshan, and infinite fear appeared on his face. Yes, it's real fear. For the first time he felt this much fear. At this moment, he only felt like his soul was being torn away by countless bugs, and he kept trying to stop it, but there was nothing he could do at all. It turned out that the other party had already given him the deadliest blow the first time he attacked. How come? How could he be unaware of it, and even think to himself that his opponent's attack was nothing more than that? Damn, you're not a great emperor, you're definitely not a great emperor. You are. The heavenly god temple hallmaster looked at Wei Qingshan in horror. Yes, you are. You are a heavenly god. You are not a great emperor. At all. At this moment he finally realized why Elder Tianji was so fearful and why he said that this person was a havoc. He could have slaughtered the emperor. But the person in front of me wasn't any emperor at all. You can't kill me, quickly make these bugs stop. My heavenly god palace also has a heavenly god, he won't spare you if you kill me. The eyes of the heavenly god temple's hall master showed an unprecedented fear, a fear that was exactly like the looks revealed by those great emperors he had previously beheaded before their deaths. I didn't think he'd see the day. I know. However, Wei Qingshan's reply surprised him a bit. If I'm not wrong, your heavenly god palace is not right. Your bronze palace was also one of the closers in the beginning, right? Don't worry, your bronze palace won't survive until tomorrow, and will immediately leave with you. Wei Qingshan's eyes were filled with indifference. If he was the havoc, then from now on, it was the time for a complete reckoning. None of them can escape. Chapter 43, Little Blackie, don't you want your dozens of wives? No. The heavenly god hall master let out a hiss. His eyes looked at Wei Qingshan in horror, and for the first time, fear appeared on the face of this powerful man who was hailed as an emperor beheader by the powers of the heavens. He's gonna die? He had never thought about this when he descended on the questioning sect in a strong manner. He came from the heavenly divine hall, has a powerful strength, but has never been empty-eyed. In the questioning of the sect and Wei Qingshan's problem, he has chosen the most secure method, but in the end it still cannot change into? No. He even still held back slightly when he cracked the boundary, thinking that even if Wei Qingshan reappeared, so what? I didn't realize it was hurting him instead. The man who had pushed across an era back then was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Is this the Holocaust that Elder Tianji saw? No. The heavenly god hall master muttered, and soon accompanied by a miserable scream, his entire person completely dissipated into the world. Woo! A sound of the great Tao resounded in the sky. 3 great emperors fell in one day. Could this be the legendary emperor fall era? The moment. The entire human Tianxian continent's countless top powerhouses, old and undead, all raised their heads, and after hearing the sound of the emperor's fall, they couldn't help but all tighten up inside for this reason. They had a hunch. The Holocaust is coming. How? The mysterious woman suddenly rushed into the sky, not realizing that at this time, the sound of Emperor Fall's great Tao would suddenly ring out. Am I still slow? She murmured. She was well aware of how powerful the heavenly goddess Hall Master was, but in the end, had she still underestimated the other party? You guys run. The mysterious woman could no longer care about that much. Now she could only let the crowd protecting the questioning sect run away one by one if they could. But when her figure leapt down, she was instantly dumbfounded. The moment. The countless disciples of the questioning sect were collectively boarding a gigantic warship with flags waving in the wind. And that handsome to the extreme teenager stood on top of the deck of the battleship, surrounded by quite a few disciples of the questioning sect. You're not dead? The mysterious woman's eyes widened as she instantly flew towards Wei Qingshan below. The person who died was actually the heavenly god palace master? As a great emperor who had fought against the heavenly god Hall's hall master, she was the most vocal and clearly knew the terror of that emperor slayer. Even if she exhausted her magic treasures and cards, there was always only a chance that she would be forced to defend. Yet Wei Qingshan killed his opponent in a short period of time? What kind of monster was the man in front of me? Was this the reason why a group of powerful people from the Tianxian continent wanted to kill him before he condensed his physical body despite everything? What do you think? Wei Qingshan smiled. Don't worry, old ancestor is fine. The people of the questioning sect were also speechless as they looked at the mysterious woman. Was this cursing their old ancestor to die? If the other party hadn't saved them, they would have disliked them back in a different tone, but now they are still grateful for the woman before them. At the time when the questioning sect was facing a life and death situation, only the woman in front of them had stepped in to help them, and this person was also a strong foreigner. This is ridiculous. Lang Ningfeng coldly watched the mysterious woman walk over and reached out to block Wei Qingshan's face. Chu Yunfeng, Lu Yukai and the others beside Wei Qingshan were also suddenly alert. It wasn't that they were impolite, but they really didn't dare to be careless. After all, the other party's identity was more or less special. If they suddenly sneak attack, then what's wrong? Sure. As the savior of their lives, they had nothing to say if the woman in front of them really wanted them dead. But Wei Qingshan couldn't. Wei Qing was too important to their questioning sect nowadays. It was a matter of the survival of the questioning sect. Since you guys are fine, I'll be off. The mysterious woman suddenly stopped not far in front of Wei Qingshan and said, then turned around and left. What do you call it? Wei Qingshan asked. Fang Ruoyo. Fang Ruoyo responded with a cry, and after taking a deep look at Wei Qingshan, she leapt into the void. Fang Ruoyo? Wei Qingshan frowned and said, he was unfamiliar with this name, and if he really wanted to trace it back, he did not seem to be related to his ancestors. Back then, although he had gone to a foreign land, he had not stayed there for long, but had mistakenly entered the middle of another world again. I don't know you, maybe it's just that your ancestor recognized the wrong person. I didn't have much of a stopover when I entered the other world, and I haven't been to the other world since. Of course, today I asked the clan or thank you for your help, or that, if there is any wish, all can write down in your hand in the wishing paper, all can be realized. Wei Qingshan said into the void and then stopped paying attention. All can be realized? In the void, Fang Ruoyo paused for a moment, looking at the paper in her hand before shaking her head. As a great emperor, unlike the disciples of the questioning sect below, how could her wish be realized so easily? Even if it was a great emperor, it wouldn't be that easy to help her. Wishes? The disciples of the questioning sect below sighed a bit again at the words. There was once an imperial weapon that was only 0.001 centimeters away from me, but unfortunately I didn't cherish it. A supreme elder sighed, then handed the wishing paper in his hand to Wei Qingshan and said, Old ancestor, the questioning sect is now safe up and down the land. My wish has been fulfilled. Aha! Wei Qingshan praised and nodded to the old man. An array of green flame burned the wishing paper in his hand. Elder ancestor! Elder ancestor! Elder ancestor! One after another, many people reluctantly stood out and reluctantly handed over the wishing paper in their hands. Their wishes were all roughly similar. May the entire Ask sect be safe and secure through this calamity. You guys make me so happy. Wei Qingshan swept his gaze to the crowd of the questioning sect, giving a look of approval that didn't cost anything. He roughly looked at it. The people who wished for the peace and safety of the entire Ask sect, this kind of wish, roughly accounted for more than 95%, and all of them wrote it down early in the morning. The disciples of this session of the questioning sect seemed to know their stuff. Wei Qingshan cried to death, which saved him a great deal of trouble, and he felt beautiful in his heart. You guys know too much, don't you? Lu Yukai looked at the wishes made by the crowd and had to give them a thumbs up, feeling like the drops of blood in his hands were worth something again. This guy. The crowd was furious and gnashing their teeth in their hearts, looking at Lu Yotsai's appearance. They all wanted to bite him to death directly. Ugh, why are you hiding back there, Koriko? Lu Yotsai's gaze turned, and then landed behind a small body at the back of the crowd and said, "Little Blackie, don't you want your dozens of wives? You're not going to tell me that you actually wrote that the entire Ask sect is at peace as well, are you?" The crowd. One by one, the little black children of the Yus nervously shrunk their bodies and cautiously glanced at Wei Qingshan. "My own ancestor is so handsome, but I haven't seen him have a wife. If he wants dozens of wives, is there really any hope? It's like going to a monk's temple on a regular day to ask for a marriage. Does it really work?" Xiao Haizi feels a little unrealistic, but he really wants dozens of wives. Chapter 44. You're here, so am I the king of Hades or are you the king of Hades? What? A group of female disciples of the questioning sect glared coldly at little Blackie, as if warning him that it would be best not to wish for this kind of good. Dozens of wives? Wei Qingshan also heard the crowd's discussion, and immediately froze for a moment, unable to help but look at this somewhat oafish young disciple. I'm not, don't be ridiculous." Xiao Haizi noticed Wei Qingshan's gaze and looked at the crowd, also hastily came to a denial trifecta. Although he really wanted dozens of wives, he didn't want to leave a bad impression on his old ancestor. He carefully glanced at Wei Qingshan. The most critical thing is that he felt that this wish, the old ancestor, is not good to give him fulfillment. Okay. Seeing the other party deny it, Wei Qingshan also sighed. The wish wasn't that hard for him, it didn't even require much effort on his part. He only needed to bestow little Blackie with a few pieces of supreme young magic treasures, and I'm afraid that countless top saintly princesses throughout Tianxian would all come to find little Blackie for dual cultivation. Of course, whether these women would be sincere or not was not something Wei Qingshan could grasp. However, since the other party denied it, he couldn't force it. After all, the main point of his wish was to follow the disciple's heart. "Old ancestor, you helped me reverse my life earlier, so can you?" Chu Yunfeng, who had been slow to speak on the side, suddenly opened his mouth and said, only he did not finish his words. "After all, that's so unrealistic. What you want to say is whether or not you can bring Qi Yuntian back to life, right?" Wei Qingshan looked at Chu Yunfeng and said. Chu Yunfeng lowered his head somewhat sadly. Indeed. He remembered Qi Yuntian, who also fought with the same burning life as him. If only the other party could live against the same life as him. It was just that the other party's situation was still a bit different from his. After all, Qi Yuntian was already truly extinct. That's why he got stuck only halfway through his earlier words and didn't go straight on. Elder Qi. The crowd of the questioning sect all lowered their heads as well when they heard Qi Yuntian's name. It was also inexplicably sad to think of the old man who had gone from being dug up to going to his death with a straight face. Yes. Wei Qingshan's gaze swept over the crowd before landing on Chu Yunfeng's body. Not bad. It seemed that these people hadn't forgotten their partners who had died in battle back then, and they hadn't let him down. What? Old ancestor, you said? The crowd stared at Wei Qingshan with almost unanimous shock. Could it really revive people? This was almost all unbelievable, but their old ancestor naturally couldn't easily lie to them. Can a dead person really come back to life? They thought of Wei Qingshan, who had returned reborn. Was this likewise not a resurrection? It was just that the process of rebirth of this old ancestor of theirs didn't seem to be easy, or maybe he wasn't dead at all. Old ancestor, can you really resurrect old ancestor Qi Yuntian? Another disciple of the questioning sect asked urgently. Yes. Wei Qingshan nodded, then he added, but again, your wishing paper is needed. The old ancestor is you. Some people still looked at Wei Qingshan incredulously, bringing someone back to life, and it was a peak quasi-emperor powerhouse. It was hard to believe. I'm just a healer who can't heal himself. Wei Qingshan shook his head, naturally knowing what these people wanted to say. His matter was too involved, his karma was too deep, and he didn't really want to say anything more to these disciples in this matter. It wouldn't be a good thing for them. Who else hasn't written a wishing paper? Lu Yukai said with a sharp breath. His expression appeared unprecedentedly tense. He clenched his fists. Long gone was the childishness of earlier. Ugh. The crowd sighed, knowing that this guy was still blaming himself for digging Qi Yuntian out. Although he hadn't shown any fluctuations in response to Qi Yuntian's death, his previous constant outbursts against Di Qing might have been his way of venting his anger. A Supreme Realm Junior slapping a great emperor's mouth. How much courage did this require? Even if this great emperor lost his ability and was confined in his cultivation, no one in their right mind would dare to do this so easily. Who has? Lu Yukai once again looked at the crowd of the questioning sect and asked, I'll take the emperor's blood in my hand and exchange it with you. Lu Youcai's gaze swept over to Condensation Frost, who still had a wishing paper in one of his hands. Lang Ningfeng stood there coldly. She didn't speak, completely ignoring Lu Yukai. Me. Suddenly, Xiao Heizi raised his hand, and he didn't say anything, directly wrote on his wishing paper, let Qi Yuntian old ancestor be resurrected. Finish writing. He immediately handed the wishing paper to Wei Qingshan. Aha! Wei Qingshan nodded. Here. Seeing this, Lu Yukai also kept his promise and handed the drop of blood he had managed to obtain directly to little Blackie. No, it's me who wants to revive old ancestor Qi Yuntian myself. Little Blackie quickly waved his hand and said, then glancing at Lu Yukai, who still had no intention of retreating, he continued to add, really, and I don't have any more wishes. Don't you want to marry dozens of wives? Lu Yukai frowned and said, that. That I was joking, my wish is the same as everyone else's, as long as everyone is at peace, so I want to revive Old Man Chi. Little Blackie carefully glanced around and swallowed his words. I don't care, you have to take it. Liu Yukai said. The wish itself, he felt, was the one he should have made. Let's split it in half then. Seeing that Liu Yukai did not back down, Xiao Heizi also took the initiative to take a step back and said, the scene. It was as if it had become a spectacle as well. If a drop of Emperor's blood was placed in the heavens, it would be destined to cause chaos in the world, with clans fighting each other and brothers fighting each other being perfectly normal. And now in the questioning sect there was a give-and-take situation. Perhaps this was the way this sect that had been passed down for countless eons had established itself? Break! Wei Qingshan didn't pay any attention to these two, and after burning the wishing paper in his hand, he instantly offered another talisman in his hand. Raise your hand and grab it. A crack instantly appeared in the void, and the breath on it was disorganized as if it was connected to hell. With the crowd watching, Wei Qingshan walked straight in. I want people, Qi Yuntian. Wei Qingshan appeared in a world of purgatory in a flash, and he slowly opened his mouth, his voice sounding as if it had penetrated the long river of history. It's you? This day. This world of purgatory was like a great enemy, and countless ghosts and monsters poked their heads out from the depths of hell, waiting in strict formation. You take it away. The next one will be the last. After a long time, a voice like a dead soul demanding its life resounded from the depths of purgatory. Next time? Wei Qing didn't say anything, but just calmly asked, why didn't I appear here when I died in the first place? You? The voice in purgatory sneered somewhat, you're here, so am I the king of Hades or are you the king of Hades? There won't be any place in this world for your soul to return to, and you can't be trapped here, so you can only be completely annihilated, with no more traces left in the world. But probably none of them expected it either, and it's pretty interesting that you're alive and you're alive again. But what will you do next? Wei Qingshan. Chapter 45, Biography's Blind Spot. In the middle of the void rift, a pale old man slowly walked out from it. Looking at the crowd of the questioning sect all safe and sound, he was finally relieved. Everyone at Old Ancestor Qi Yuntian. Countless people asked the sect's disciples to look at Qi Yuntian really resurrected from the dead, and could not help but also stare with wide eyes. Alive. Really live. I didn't think anyone could really manage to bring a dead person back again. Is this something that can really be done? Old Ancestor is mighty. Battleship. Countless disciples of the questioning sect cheered. This war was a blessing in disguise for their questioning sect, and they won big. No crying. Qi Yuntian comforted Liu Yukai, and from the mouths of the people, he had already learned one after another what had happened after his death. Fell out on its own. Liu Yukai skimmed his lips. Qi Yuntian shook his head, but as he watched the crowd of the questioning sect survive the calamity, some special emotions passed over his face. Wei Qingshan? Was this the third great emperor of the questioning sect that he had searched so hard for back then? Does he really exist? Qi Yuntian's heart was filled with emotion, not realizing that this completely forgotten person had ended up saving their questioning sect's life. This is the wishing paper. You can likewise make a wish just like the other disciples of the questioning sect. Wei Qingshan slowly returned from the crack in the void and flew the piece of wishing paper in his hand to Qi Yuntian. Wishes? Liu Youcai's eyes, which were still brimming with a hint of tears, instantly glowed as if they were glowing. Put it this way. Wouldn't he be able to collect interest on his half-barrel of Emperor's blood? The moment. Countless disciples of the questioning sect also looked enviously at Qi Yuntian. With the old ancestor's means, I'm afraid that even if he were to allow the peak of the quasi-emperor to directly break through to the emperor realm, it wouldn't be a problem, would it? Countless people looked at Qi Yuntian expectantly, curious to know what Qi Yuntian would wish for. Wish. Qi Yuntian looked at the wishing paper in his hand and similarly fell into deep thought. Thinking back then, he had also been a spirited young man, and at that time, perhaps witnessing the Tao and becoming an emperor was the dream he had always had. But that happened back then and made him give up on the idea already, so what could he wish for nowadays? Looking at the disciples of the questioning sect who were all safe and sound now, he also revealed a kind smile. May the whole Ask sect be safe and sound. Qi Yuntian laughed and said, casually writing down these few large words. Elder Ancestor. Liu Yukai shouted in excitement, and it was too late to stop him. Earlier he was thinking about fooling Qi Yuntian. Qi Yuntian made a wish for something. Didn't realize. Looking at the few large words on Qi Yuntian's wishing paper, he was flooded with tears of excitement. What? There was some surprise on the faces of the people of the questioning sect, and those disciples of the questioning sect who had made the same wish gave a thumbs up. Elder Qi is righteous. Many of them were much more balanced in their minds. Qi Yuntian respectfully handed the wishing paper in his hand to Wei Qingshan and turned his head to look at Liu Yukai, who was puzzled. What's wrong? Qi Yuntian was a bit puzzled. Liu Yukai didn't say anything, finally experiencing what was called the feeling of blood dripping from his heart. Elder Qi is righteous. Zhou Zhang carried the imperial soldier in his hand and waved it in front of Qi Yuntian a few times. The villain on this is so vivid. Yan Lingxian carefully studied it from the side. Ever since she got this mountain and river map, she was a bit in love with it. Really earn it. I didn't expect that old man Wei Qingshan, a piece of Emperor's soldier, would really be so easy to give away, and that he could really grant anyone any wish. What? Qi Yuntian's gaze became more and more a bit odd, then he looked at Wei Qingshan again, wanting to inquire. With me here, nothing will happen to the questioning sect, your wish is accomplished. Wei Qingshan directly burned the wishing paper in his hand, and he had to say that the current questioning sect was really a lot of good people. Nah. What a relief for him. I was going to say that I'd let old ancestor Qi revive old man Duan first. Xu Yunfeng on the side opened his mouth and sighed. Earlier, when Duan Lao was directly killed by Wang Teng in seconds, Xu Yunfeng had seen it in his eyes, and now that he had the opportunity, of course he hoped that every disciple of the questioning sect would be able to return. What? Qi Yuntian instantly had understood something and immediately opened his mouth and asked, Old ancestor, can this? Yeah. He came back through a wish, so wouldn't he likewise be able to resurrect other disciples of the questioning sect through a wish? Was he hasty? Can't. Wei Qingshan said. Before he could even open his mouth to explain, there were already disciples from the questioning sect explaining the rules for Qi Yuntian. Halfway through the day, Qi Yuntian fell silent. Does everyone still have a wish that hasn't been written? Please let Elder Duan be resurrected first, and then we'll let him make a wish for you then. Xu Yunfeng opened his mouth towards the crowd of disciples of the questioning sect, and could only pin his hopes on the other disciples of the questioning sect. Sovereign, are you discovering Bison's blind spot? Lu Yukai asked, and he had to say that this was indeed a good idea. It was equivalent to Duan Lao resurrecting himself with his own wish. The few remaining disciples of the questioning sect who possessed the wishing paper were shaking their heads at this moment. It's not that they don't want to, by this time their wishes are usually already written, just waiting for the old man to realize it. Old ancestor, I want an emperor-level technique. Old ancestor, I want the opportunity to break through to a mortal king. Old ancestor, I want a set of spells that suits me, that can grow along with me. Old ancestor, I want that black sword of the Black Sword Emperor. Old ancestor, I want the emperor blood of the Black Sword Emperor. The remaining disciples of the questioning sect submitted their wish papers, and soon they were all given the appropriate spells as well. Is it really all written? Xu Yunfeng also sighed, with the character of the disciples of the questioning sect, if they really didn't have it yet, I'm afraid they wouldn't be hiding it. After all, let Duan Lao resurrected in the wish, they will not lose anything, even if there is no wish. I am afraid that many people are also willing to let Duan Lao resurrected. Many people looked at Condensing Frost. I wrote. Lang Ningfeng responded coldly. Written? Many people were a bit surprised. Did this ice sculpture son, who seemed to have no desires, also have wishes that he wanted? The crowd was a little curious. However, Condensing Frost didn't pay any attention to the crowd, but turned her head to look at Chang Sun Yingyu on the side. Ancestor, this is my wish. Chang Sun Yingyu shook her head and handed Wei Qingshan the wishing paper in her own hand, which read, May Lang Ning Shuang be able to pass through this calamity peacefully, and get everything she wishes for. Looks like she wrote her wish early on. No problem. Wei Qingshan nodded and said, casually burning the wishing paper. What about you? Wei Qingshan looked towards this icy woman who had called him back and asked. Lang Ningfeng's gaze stared at Wei Qingshan for a moment, then she turned her head to look at the surrounding disciples of the questioning sect. After making sure there were no more female disciples behind her, she also handed her own wishing paper up herself. I'd like to see what your padded wish is a wish. Lu Yukai probed his head and came over, glancing provocatively at Condensing Frost, then looking towards the wishing paper. Next. His gaze froze in place. Chapter 46, Marrying Wei Qingshan. What? Lu Yukai wiped his eyes several times in a row, wanting to make sure that he wasn't mistaken. As a result, the eyelids were wiped off and the words on them remained unchanged. Marry Wei Qingshan? Lu Yukai lost his voice and exclaimed. His voice was so loud that it carried into the ears of everyone present in the questioning sect, still unable to believe that what he saw was true. Marry Wei Qingshan? The crowd of the questioning sect had also been somewhat surprised. I did not expect that this girl even has a favorite person, really did not see out. This Wei Qingshan is actually witch, etc. Some of the elder top-tier powerhouses of the questioning sect laughed and laughed, but suddenly realized that they couldn't seem to laugh anymore. What? Ning Shuang, is this Wei Qingshan someone you like? Chang Sun Yingyu looked at Lang Ningfrost with a soft gaze. As long as Lang Ningfrost sincerely liked it, then she would not oppose it. Wei Qingshan? Is not right. It was only when Chang Sun Yingyu's mouth chanted the name Wei Qingshan 2 more times, her entire body froze, her gaze daringly glancing towards Wei Qingshan. What? Marry Wei Qingshan? Yan Lingxian let out an ant-like laugh. Long Ningxuang, you have finally fallen. She really didn't think that this cold as ice woman would have a favorite. And the wishes were so superficial, she almost thought the woman was holding back some big trick. Seeing the map of mountains and rivers in her hands, now she was even more in love with it, it was so earned. As for marrying? She never thought about it. Sure, in the future, if she marries someone she will also marry someone as unrivaled in the world as old ancestor Wei Qingshan. Wait. Yan Lingshuan's mountain and river diagram almost unsteadily fell directly to the ground, violently realizing something. The mind instantly empties. The mouth opened into a big O. What? What? Great joy, truly great joy, my questioning sect is truly delighted, ha. Chu Yunfeng had a smile on his face. Lang Ningfeng, as one of his most favored junior disciples, was also considered half of his disciple. It was just a pity that this girl was usually like an ice sculpture, no man could even get into her eyes. Sometimes she was really a little worried that this girl would not be able to get married like his master. I didn't think that nowadays she even had a favorite. This was really a bit surprising to him. Maybe it wouldn't be long before he could hold his grandchildren. Ningxuan, don't worry, when the time comes, we'll let old ancestor Wei Qingshan help you officiate the wedding. Wait, Wei Qingshan old ancestor? Wei Qingshan? Chu Yunfeng's smile suddenly froze in place, and a trace of cold sweat could not help but break out behind him. Especially thinking about what he had just said, at this moment he didn't dare to turn back, at all. This girl. What the hell were you thinking? What? The entire questioning sect was suddenly somewhat stunned by this scene. Lang Ningfeng uttering her wish to marry someone was undoubtedly a bombshell news when placed in the questioning sect, or even the entire Tianxian continent. That's why everyone in the questioning sect was confused by this bomb in the first place. But when they realized who the object hidden behind this message was, where is this a bomb? This was the news that the heavens had collapsed, emperors had fallen, and realms had perished, news that was capable of making all of their brains buzz. As the old saying goes, if a child is quiet, it must be a demon. Every action of this girl seemed to surpass the imagination of everyone in the questioning sect, just like the time she suddenly beheaded Wang Sun last time. No one had any idea what was going on inside her. Lu Yukai, do you have any idea what you're talking about? Someone asked towards Lu Yukai, feeling that it was this fat man who was talking nonsense. Marry Wei Qingshan. Lu Yukai once again said, I recognize these words, why do I feel a little strange together? Lu Yukai was still in a bit of disbelief. Marry Wei Qingshan? Some people looked at Condensing Frost suspiciously, they didn't want to believe Lu Yukai. This fat man hadn't lied a lot in his day-to-day life, and there were quite a few disciples in the questioning sect who had been pitted by him. That's right. Lang Ningfeng replied coldly, glancing at the surrounding crowd without continuing to speak. Only her admission was undoubtedly making this heavenly collapse even more violent, feeling as if it was going to collapse at any moment. Really? Surprisingly, it's true. This woman actually went so far as to actually make such a wish. Asterisk 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 asterisk, Condensing Frost. You're deceiving your master. Lang Ningfeng's acknowledgement instantly also made Lu Yukai recognize the words and instantly got up and bellowed. Make a wish. Lang Ningfeng looked at Lu Yukai and corrected him, his voice was a bit cold, still only 2 words, and did not say much. Make a wish? What kind of person makes a wish like that? Lu Yukai shouted with some displeasure, are you hiding at the end because you're afraid that others will follow your example? At this moment, Lu Yukai finally understood why this woman only revealed her wishing paper at the end. This was for fear that the other women of the questioning sect would follow her example. Even Shang Sun Yingyu flashed her wishing paper before she finally handed in her own as well. If this woman really married her old ancestor, wouldn't she turn into her own grandmother in the blink of an eye? Lu Yukai originally thought that Chu Yunfeng had discovered Bai Li Feng's blind spot by allowing Duan Lao to resurrect himself. It was at this moment that it became clear to him. What do you mean by little is big? By analogy, he even realized that he could also use one wish to get the old ancestor to grant him 3 wishes, 1 wish for emperor blood, 1 wish for an emperor soldier, and the last wish for 3 more wishes. It was a moment he regretted. How come I didn't think of this earlier? Shameless, that can't be a wish. Some female disciples of the questioning sect reacted and also shouted, thinking that Condensing Frost was so shameless. Why hadn't they thought of this wish before? At this moment, while looking at the secret book of the emperor's soldiers in his hand, he suddenly felt that none of it smelled good anymore. Lang Ningxuan, you are deceiving your teacher. This is not the time for you to joke around, Yan Lingxian shouted with some exasperation at once. Oh. Lang Ningfeng responded coldly, then 2 more words popped out, make a wish. The crowd of the questioning sect was frozen in place. Ningxuan, I think we should change it first. Let's let old Duan be resurrected first. Chu Yunfeng also opened his mouth at this moment. As soon as he remembered the words he had said earlier, he still did not dare to look back at Wei Qingshan. Have to say, Lang Ningfeng's every behavior can scare him half to death. The rules can't be changed. Lang Ningfeng said. Yes, Wei Qingshan himself said that once a wish is made, it cannot be changed, and no matter what the wish is, he can fulfill it. Lang Ningfeng ignored the crowd, her beautiful eyes instead landing on Wei Qingshan's body. Does that Tianxian continent have someone named Wei Qingshan? Wei Qingshan touched his nose and turned his head to look at the surrounding crowd and asked. But he was clear. Not to mention the Tianxian continent, it was impossible for a second person called Wei Qingshan to exist in the entire human world. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to return reborn until now. Done. How could he not have imagined that one day he would lift a rock and smash it into his own foot? However, Before the crowd could reply, Lang Ningfeng's beautiful eyes stared straight at Wei Qingshan and said, "You." Chapter 47, The Great Reckoning begins. Sis, you're pretty direct. Do you really want to cheat your master? Countless people's gazes landed on Condensing Frost's body, and it had to be said that although this ice sculpture child spoke very little on a regular basis, every time she opened her mouth, she managed to blow everyone's mind. Was never expected. Change it. Wei Qingshan said calmly. I thought I said I couldn't change it. Lang Ningfeng said coldly, looking around suspiciously, seemingly a bit puzzled. Wei Qingshan didn't think that it was a good thing that he had set the rules to death, and it was also true that there were no more such things as disciples replacing their wishes. So at this moment, no one could follow Condensing Frost's example and do so, but the problem was that Condensing Frost had struck the general directly, a blow straight to his aorta. It can be exchanged. Do you want Duanxi to come back to life? Wei Qingshan took a deep breath and said, taking the lead and tearing through the void, not wanting to pull too much on this matter. Okay. Lang Ningfeng nodded. Wei Qingshan's gaze landed on Lang Ningxuan, and his entire body let out a sigh of relief. However, just as he wanted to make a move and release the long-revived Duanxi, Lang Ningfeng, however, suddenly turned her head to Liu Yukai, who was at the side, and said, you change it, you revive old Duan. Liu Yukai didn't pay any attention to Condensing Frost. When Wei Qingshan said the three words that could be exchanged, his entire eyes had a light in them. As if the blind spot had discovered, Bison immediately shouted excitedly towards Wei Qingshan, old ancestor, my wish is to be able to make 3 wishes. My first wish, to resurrect and return Elder Duan, who died bravely for the clan. My second wish, that my current imperial blood continue to be mine. My third wish, I want 3 more wishes, old ancestor. The more Liu Yukai thought about it, the more excited he became. Condensing Frost's bug-jamming behavior could almost be said to have provided him with a source of inspiration. Just now he had regretted his broken heart. Why had he been so hasty in making a wish earlier? The crowd was somewhat speechless as they watched the scene, and they all gave him a thumbs up as well. Talented. However, the countless disciples of the questioning sect also had some dissension when they heard the words. Some of the female disciples looked at the secret gung-fu in their hands, and then secretly glanced at their own old ancestors, and their beautiful eyes kept flickering. Wei Qingshan, who noticed this scene, also had a black line on his face, and had to say that the rule he had made earlier was a perfect decision. It was just that he had never expected that amongst the crowd of disciples of the questioning sect, a cold frost had suddenly appeared. I already have a wife. Wei Qingshan, as if he had also found the blind spot Bison, wanted to directly prevaricate. You didn't. However, Lang Ningfeng, stared straight at him and said coldly, how do you know I didn't? Wei Qingshan asked. How could anyone remember the people around him when not many people in this world remembered any trace of him long ago? She forgot about you. Lang Ningfeng said, and after some thought, she added, if you have a wife, she won't forget you. Her tone was icy, but it carried an unmistakable certainty. The enemy is too strong. They can erase all traces of my existence. It's normal that no one remembers. Wei Qingshan's gaze was somewhat deep as he slowly raised his head and looked into the distant sky. One glance seemed as if it had followed through countless long rivers of history and arrived at the depths of the universe. She forgot about you. Lang Ningfeng said. Everyone will forget me, and so will you. Wei Qingshan shook his head. I won't. Lang Ningfeng affirmed. The women who once chased me, they were all over the heavenly realms and seas, and every one of them was powerful. Wei Qingshan wanted the other party to know what to do. Aha! Lang Ningfeng nodded. I killed Wangsun. The crowd of the questioning sect were also speechless as they watched the scene, although Condensing Frost didn't say anything. But her meaning is equally clear. With Lang Ningxuang's natural talent and appearance, in the entire Tianxian continent suitors did not know how long the queue was. And Sam Wang is one of them. By saying she killed Wang Xin, she was undoubtedly trying to show that suitors don't count for anything. The crowd quietly glanced at Wei Qingshan. They finally did understand that this old ancestor of theirs was quite incapable of lying. First a wife and then a redhead, isn't that the same as directly denying the existence of the previous wife yourself? An existence like the old ancestor perhaps didn't basically need to lie in the past, right? Someone sighed. Wei Qingshan frowned. It was true that he rarely lied. In fact, at his level there was no point in lying anymore. You like me? Wei Qingshan stared at the ice-sculpted sub-beauty in front of him. Lang Ningfeng's gaze dodged for a moment and said, I don't know. Then why did you marry me? I like you. The crowd was also dumbfounded by this scene. They finally realized that this ice sculpture son she really wanted to deceive her master. It was not at all like she was joking. Judging from appearance alone, Lang Ningfeng and Wei Qingshan standing together could almost be described as a groom and a woman. But the problem is, the crowd of the questioning sect didn't dare to think deeply. You're taking tens of thousands of years off the road. Liu Yukai stared at Condensing Frost in exasperation. Seeing that Wei Qingshan hadn't responded to him earlier, he knew that his 3 wishes were hopeless. Aha! Lang Ningfeng nodded nor denied it. Wei Qingshan only feels some headache. He naturally cannot marry Condensation Frost, but the problem is that the other side bug card is very good. Old ancestor. There are some people approaching nearby. Their aura is terrifying. Suddenly, Chu Junlin stepped forward and said to Wei Qingshan, along with the fall of the three great emperors, many powerful people had approached towards their side to spy on the news. This worried him more than a little. Leave them alone. The more they know, the more fearful they will become. Next, it's time for the Great Reckoning. Any enemies you have in Tianxian can be reported, and I will help you clear them all. Wei Qingshan smiled and said, spying? Sometimes it's a blessing not to know, because waiting to die can be extremely agonizing. Haters? The figure unconsciously surfaced in Chu Junlin's mind. Li Yener. I said that my questioning sect will not die. A hint of coldness appeared in Chu Junlin's eyes, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. Only soon, the coldness in his body was covered by another, colder coldness, only to see condensing frost looking at him icily, as if she was blaming him for spoiling her good deed. Chu Junlin violently realized something, and his entire body shivered unknowingly. It's not. In fact, he was in favor of condensing frost. As long as Lang Ning Frost likes it, he as a senior brother is fully supportive. His happiness has been ruined, so he wants Lang Ning Frost to be happy. In the past, he had also thought about identifying a good man for Lang Ning Xuan, only that he had searched and searched, but he didn't think that there was any man in Tianxian continent who was worthy of his senior sister. Now look, his own ancestor complete Kana, the two complete is a man and a woman. Chu Junlin heart is supportive. Only now he seemed to have done a bad thing, and he really didn't mean it. Just after realizing that he was being spied on, he subconsciously reported. Unexpectedly, it suddenly interrupted condensing frost spell casting. Depart! Wei Qingshan gave an order, and the vast void battleships rose up from the ground. The Great Reckoning has officially begun. Chapter 48. No evidence is required, only the liquidation of the list. What's going on? What exactly is being sent? Accompanied by three great emperors' voices sounding out one after another in just one day's time, the entire Tianxian continent was plunged into an extremely chaotic situation, and the palms of countless top powerhouses were sweating. That's the direction of the questioning sect, someone said in a shaky voice. Didn't you say that the Heavenly God Palace and the Wang family are besieging the questioning sect? The questioning sect doesn't have that many great emperors, could it be? How is it possible? How could the questioning sect be so capable? They are merely dying. That's the Heavenly God's Palace, the Emperor Slayer. Yes, it must be the Heavenly God Hall Master, that Emperor Slayer has struck out. The questioning sect colluded with the foreign races, and the one the Heavenly God Hall Master decapitated was probably a foreign great emperor. Countless powerhouses could only make deductions based on speculation. As the sky darkened and a giant battleship passed over their heads, they shivered involuntarily. It was as if darkness had descended. Kill! Suddenly, countless disciples of the questioning sect began to pour down from the battleship. A purge of one of the sects below began. Tianxian clan, do you know your offense? With a stern cry, Zhou Zhang directly cleaved in half towards the Tianxian sect's iconic building. Zhou Zhang Pitbull, what are you trying to do? One of the immortal king giants of the Tianxian sect's hands were trembling as his eyes stared deathly at the Tianxian sect's destroyed buildings. The look he gave Zhou Zhang was filled with killing intent. What, back then, your Tianxian sect repeatedly intercepted our questioning sect's disciples while they were out practicing. Have you forgotten this account? Zhou Zhang was holding an imperial soldier and his battle spirit was high, now he was full of confidence. Do you questioning sect have any proof of what happened back then? The Tianxian sect's immortal king giant's face was unusually ugly, and he had likewise noticed the imperial soldier in Zhou Zhang's hand. Old ancestor said that this is a liquidation, no evidence is needed, just the liquidation list. Boom! Zhou Zhang killed directly, and after 100 rounds, he split the Tianxian sect's immortal king giant in half with a single stroke of his sword. Just clear the list? You questioning sect really have a big mouth. Suddenly, a terrifying sound came out from the depths of the underground, and an invisible giant hand seemed to penetrate through countless layers of the earth's crust and grab towards Zhou Zhang. A terrifying aura directly locked Zhou Zhang. A body that seemed to be made from the convergence of souls was converging little by little. Tianxian old man, soul specter Taoist. Old man Tianxian looked down at Zhou Zhang as if he was looking at a dead man, his aura already locking him in place. Judgment. A holy divine radiance of judgment suddenly hung above old man Tianxuan's head. Next, this terrifying soul body began to gradually burn, as if it was like the gods were judging him. No! Tianxian old ancestor's face revealed fear as his entire person gradually dissipated, taking only moments from the bullishness of his appearance. It's as if he's out there just to say a line. Dead? Zhou Zhang's entire body also let out a sigh of relief. In that moment just now, he could feel a trace of an extremely terrifying aura on old man Tianxian's body. Such a strong man can be destroyed with the lift of his own ancestor's hand? Zhou Zhang looked up at Wei Qingshan on the battleship. Is this what it feels like to have an old ancestor with a lei? He was only allowed to kill people, and no one else was allowed to set fire to them, and it was just too good to be true. The moment he finally understood why Long Ningfeng, a junior female disciple, was thinking of deceiving her master. I just don't know if it's too late for me to go back and feel like having more daughters. Lang Ningfeng could transform into his paternal grandmother, Couldn't he also transform into his old ancestor's old husband? Super plus generation. A bold plan grew in Zhou Zhang's mind and he decided. Die. At this moment, condensing frost was likewise lashing out on the battlefield below. Her cultivation was not high, but no one dared to approach easily. It was because everyone could see out that this woman seemed to be taking it out on herself with the Tianxian sect. Boom! Senior Sister Lang, I'm still here. Chu Junlin let out a bitter cry as condensing frost's attack did not even attempt to avoid him. Deliberately. Definitely on purpose. Lang Ningxuan coldly glanced at Chu Junlin, turned around and directly returned to the battleship. Because she saw that Yan Lingxian didn't participate in the battle, but appeared beside Wei Qingshan to make tea, with a gentle fairy-like appearance. You've got a mountain and river map. Lang Ningfeng said coldly. That was given to me by my old ancestor. Yan Lingxian laughed and said, not denying it, who stipulated that one could not serve by the side of the old ancestor now that there was a mountain and river diagram? Lang Ningfeng frowned, and her gaze couldn't help but glance at Wei Qingshan on the side. Do you want an emperor-level magic treasure as well? Wei Qingshan hurriedly took a sip of the clear tea and turned his head to look at Lang Ningxuang and asked. Lang Ningfeng said with a sincere gaze, marry you. Put. Wei Qingshan sipped a mouthful of clear tea in his mouth before he finished it, and sprayed it all out. He immediately looked ahead and said, let's continue to start the next clearing. Soon. The disciples of the questioning sect returned to the battleship one after another, and the Tianxian sect was completely annihilated in the river of history in a short period of time. The Tianxian sect is destroyed. Countless powerful people couldn't help but take a deep breath after watching the questioning sect's worship gradually move away. It was as if they had witnessed history, seen a cataclysm, and experienced a dark and turbulent time. The king's house. At this moment, countless top powerhouses had converged on this place, and most of these people were also from the subordinate forces of the Wang family, in addition to the powerhouses of the various branches of the Wang family. Don't worry everyone. My son Wang Tang has the style of a great emperor, he will definitely be able to stop this catastrophe, and those sounds of the emperor's fall earlier might have been my son beheading the emperor. An old man of the Wang family covered his beard and said, and he was Wang Tang's father, Wang Kuan. In the entire Tianxian he was considered to be a renowned figure. We are willing to follow the Wang family to the death. Countless top powerhouses had droned in unison, and in reality, they had long been tied to the Wang family. The way I see it, it's still old ancestor Wang Tong who's too conservative. We should kill the questioning sect together, so that we can have a taste of killing as well. Yeah. My great sword has long been hungry for what havoc. Split through and through. Many people in the crowd called out, looking battle-hardened as well. However, in reality, Wang Kuan, on the other hand, had a bad feeling inside because he had already sent out his men several times and so far no one had returned. How his son is doing today, he doesn't know. Although their Wang family also had a soul lamp, the great emperor's soul lamp was not present. After all, it didn't make any sense. Wang Tang was already the highest combatant of their Wang family nowadays, and there was really an accident. I'm afraid their Wang family is not far from extinction. Boom! Suddenly, accompanied by a loud sound, a terrifying sword intent slashed directly on top of the Wang clan's boundary. The sky began to dim. Immediately after that, several corpses landed in the middle of the excited Wang clan crowd. Woo! The sound of war drums roaring resounded in the sky. Chapter 49. My name is Wei Qingshan of the questioning sect. All of the Wang family, come out and die. Zhou Zhang was first. With the imperial weapon, he was now full of confidence, not to mention that the previous owner of this imperial weapon was Wang Tong of the Wang clan. Taking Wang Tang's imperial weapon and asking about the Sword King's family gave him a feeling like he was in a dream. Bold. Who dares to come to my Wang clan to act recklessly? Wang Kuan's eyes revealed a murderous intent as his body's aura boiled over. He slowly raised his head and looked towards Zhou Zhang in the void. Do you know that my son has the style of a great emperor? How dare you act recklessly in my Wang clan? Are you looking for death? Wang Kuan, do you recognize this sharp sword in my hand? Zhou Zhang slashed his sword directly towards the Wang clan's protector formation. Boom! Just one move. The powerful battle ripples then instantly swept across the continent where the Wang family was located, and as the energy spread, countless trees fell in pieces. Some of the strong people who came close had already gone up in smoke in a flash. It's an imperial soldier? Oh my god. How could this be? How could this person have an emperor's soldier in his hands? Even when they were within the Wang clan's protector formation, countless people were oppressed by the imperial might emanating from the imperial soldier in Zhou Zhang's hand. The whole heart was trembling uncontrollably. This seems to be the immortal beheading sword in the hands of Wang Tong, the old ancestor of the Wang family. How could it be in his hands? Countless people had come back to their senses from the sword they had just used, and their gazes landed on the immortal beheading sword in Zhou Zhang's hand, their pupils constantly dilating. It's the immortal beheading sword of Wang Tong, the old ancestor of the Wang clan. How did he have the Wang family ancestor's immortal beheading sword in his hand? What exactly happened? Are those avenues of sound? Within the Wang clan's protector formation, countless people felt palpitations and had a strong bad premonition within their hearts. Junior, even my son's imperial weapon dares to be highly imitated, do you really not want to live? Quickly kneel down in front of my Wang clan's protector formation, or else you won't be able to withstand my son's wrath once he returns, and if he gets angry, even this seat wouldn't dare to touch his front. Wang Kuan stared viciously at Zhou Zhang, with the kind of eyes that almost felt like they wanted to kill. In terms of seniority, the Zhou Zhang in front of him couldn't even count as his junior, but he didn't expect that he would dare to threaten their Wang family with a sword now? Perhaps. He wasn't afraid of Zhou Zhang, what made him most fearful was the vast battleship not far away. Even the Wang family, which was an imperial realm power, had never seen such a vast battleship before, and just appearing gave people a powerful sense of oppression. You son? Zhou Zhang sneered and said, are you blind or stupid, still your son, dare to make a move against my questioning sect? Your son has already been executed by our questioning sect's old ancestor Qingshan. Next, it's the turn of your Wang family. Zhou Zhang's sword intent boiled all over his body, as if he had reached the level of human sword unity, and he slashed his sword once again towards the Wang clan's clan protection formation. Wang Tong, the oldest ancestor of the Wang clan, is dead? How? Quickly look, that sword seems to really be the immortal beheading sword of Wang Tong, the old ancestor of the Wang clan. Zhou Zhang's words landed in the ears of everyone present like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, so much so that no one reacted to Zhou Zhang's sword splitting on the sect protector formation. The fall of an emperor realm powerhouse was no small matter. Demonizing. Since my Wang clan's old ancestor, Wang Tong, came out, he has pushed across an era with few defeats. Is it not something that your district's questioning sect can deal with? I think it's already your questioning sect that has been routed, and this remnant that escaped wants to drag us Wang family members down here, right? A member of the Wang clan jumped out, as if he had already seen through Zhou Zhang's thoughts. Unfortunately, my Wang clan's grand formation, which was personally set up by my Wang clan's old ancestor, can't be broken by a mere immortal king like you? Yeah. A calm, ripple-free word instantly spread throughout the entire realm where the Wang family was located. All of the Wang family, not a single one of them will be left behind. Above the battleship, Wei Qingshan slowly raised his hand, his finger center pointing towards the Wang clan's protector formation below. Rip! A few cracks appeared in the Wang clan's protector formation, and it began to spread continuously towards the surroundings. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, the entire Wang clan's protective formation collapsed like a mirror under this Wei Qingshan's attack. How? How is this possible? A protective formation set up by an Emperor Realm powerhouse was broken so easily. What exactly is he? Countless powerful people were almost frozen in place, and after reacting, their bodies were trembling involuntarily. Worthy of an old ancestor. Zhou Zhang let out a dark sigh. Even with 2 strikes from him who possessed an emperor's soldier, he had not been able to shake this patriarchal formation. I didn't expect my own old ancestor to break it so easily. Old ancestor, we'll take it from here. Chu Yunfeng arched his hand at Wei Qingshan and said. Yes. Wei Qingshan nodded. Although settling these people wasn't much of a hassle for him, he didn't have the intention of acting as a punching bag all the time. Some things are better left to these people to work out in person. Kill. Let's all go together and kill this group of scum from the Wang family. Yu Choi shouted at the top of his lungs. Shasta. Countless disciples of the questioning sect killed towards the Wang family like a swarm of bees leaving a nest. Kill. Aren't you going? Chu Junlin asked as he glanced at Lu Yukai who was shouting the loudest. You go. I'll stay here to protect old ancestor. Lu Yukai waved his hand, signaling Chu Junlin to hurry up and build his career. Protecting the old man? Chu Junlin was speechless in his heart and didn't bother to pay attention to this fatty, turning his head to look at the condensation frost not far away again. Lang Ningfeng didn't say anything. She exuded a trace of icy coldness as she glanced at Wei Qingshan and turned around to kill directly towards the bottom. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, unself-conscious, a bunch of mole crickets dare to act recklessly in my Wang family. Soon. As the Ask sect powerhouses continued to kill their way in, a quasi-emperor pressure spread deep within the Wang clan. Pressing down on some people who could barely catch their breath, an old Wang clan ancestor directly stepped out and slapped his palm towards the crowd of the questioning sect. Boom! With a loud bang, the Wang clan ancestor who had struck out instantly turned into ashes, and many people didn't even have time to see what he looked like before he disappeared. Wei Qingshan appeared at his original location, his icy gaze sweeping towards the Wang family's crowd. Anyone who wants to bully the small with the big, might as well come and have some fun with me. How? That's the Wang clan's quasi-emperor. Fallen? Countless people were completely dumbfounded by this scene. How could they not expect that a quasi-emperor powerhouse would be blown away in less than a few seconds after making his appearance? What exactly are you? You? How is my Wang family's Wang Tang elder ancestor doing? Some Wang clan disciples kept backing up, their gazes fixed dead on Wei Qingshan. An old ancestor of theirs at the peak of the quasi-emperor level had been so easily destroyed by him, and other than old ancestor Wang Tang, they didn't know who else would be able to block this person? Me? My name is Wei Qingshan of the questioning sect. Wei Qingshan instantly had an additional imperial thrown at his feet, and then slowly sat down, like a towering judge. Chapter 50. Are you out of your mind? Asterisk 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 asterisk. The wrinkles on Wang Kuan's face had almost folded together, his eyes glanced at Wei Qingshan and then at Zhou Zhang, and he had a bad feeling inside. Great Emperor Qingshan, as long as you fight in the same realm, you won't come out, will you? Some of the powerhouses looked at Wei Qingshan Dao with vigilance. Someone who could kill a peak quasi-emperor in seconds with their hands was not an existence that they could easily mess with. Just you are still worthy of my Ask Sect ancestor's hand? Wang Zhi swiftly killed the strong man who spoke. He had to put on a good show in front of his old ancestor so that he could fight for himself to get an emperor soldier as well. Kill. Just for a moment. The disciples of the questioning sect who had killed the Wang family had completely exploded, as if their suppressed emotions from these days had been erupted, and each one of them made particularly overbearing strokes, showing no mercy. Boom! An explosion rang out within the Wang clan's territory, and various terrifying pressures were continuing to spread. Lang Ningfeng faced a Wang clan's heavenly pride and directly displayed her ice-sealing power. With her as the center, the cold ice power around her spread continuously. My name is Wang Mu, and Wang Xin is my brother. A heavenly pride blocked in front of Lang Ningxuan. Oh! The only thing that responded to him was an icy cold word, and soon layers of frost began to condense on his body. Under the coalescence of a glaring pupil, an ice blade sliced right through his neck. Thump! A bloody head rolled straight down to the ground, blood staining the ice. He died the same way as his own brother. Lang Ningxuan was somewhat surprised as she looked at the cold aura emanating from her body. She could clearly feel that her strength had been greatly improved. Her gaze glanced at Wei Qingshan who was not far away. She knew very well that this was the gain she had gained from recuperating from her previous injuries by Wei Qingshan's side. Days on the battlefield. I'll take your head. Suddenly, a figure took advantage of condensing Frost's inattention and directly killed towards her. Die. Lang Ningfeng instantly greeted him. Old coincidence has come to move his muscles as well. Qi Yuntian's body was filled with killing intent, and unlike his previous desperate fight, he appeared to be at ease at this moment. With Wei Qingshan sitting here, he likewise relaxed a lot. Old thief Wang Kuan, I've come here to learn. Chu Yunfeng similarly killed Wang Kuan. As the patriarch of the questioning sect, he was most furious at this moment. If it wasn't for the appearance of their old ancestor Wei Qingshan, it was conceivable that their questioning sect would be gnawed away by these people from the Wang family. Junior, just by you? Wang Kuan's face was hideous. To him, both Zhou Zhang and Chu Yunfeng were juniors. Moreover, since Wang Tang certified to the Emperor realm, whoever in the entire world who saw him had to respectfully shout senior. It had been an unknown period of time since anyone dared to speak to him like this. Boom! Chu Yunfeng and Wang Kuan soon blasted against each other. Both of them entered their own domains, and the quasi-emperor pressure on their bodies continued to emanate. Soon, the entire human king family was then divided into countless battlefields, large and small. Elder ancestor. Lu Yukai had the good sense to hand Wei Qingshan some melon seeds. Old ancestor, I ask how the sect's heavenly pride is this term? Wei Qingshan looked at the fat man in front of him somewhat speechlessly, but it had to be said that on most battlefields, the questioning sect could almost dominate most of the same realm, but it was still too much inferior today compared to the questioning sect that once existed. It was no wonder that it had been reduced to the point where it had almost been exterminated. Besides, this was still because he was here, and the Wang clan as well as those powerhouses were jealous of the fact that they didn't have too strong of a battle intent yet. How did she get so strong? Lu Yotsai's gaze fell on condensing Frost, who at the moment almost took on the appearance of a female killing god. Those Wang clan celestials who came close to her almost all died on top of her ice-cold sharp blades. Even she had killed towards someone one realm higher. Not bad. Even the knowledgeable Wei Qingshan nodded. Lang Ningfeng's talent was rare even for him in the heavens and the worlds. This kind of talent was hard to be buried. It's just killing a few people. It's just average. I can kill the one she killed with my hands. Yan Lingxian skimmed her mouth and said with a disdainful expression. What? Lu Yukai turned his head to look at Yan Lingxian, his face full of shock. Why are you still here? I'm also staying here to protect old ancestor Ah. Yan Lingxian carefully served Wei Qingshan a pot of tea and said, Old ancestor, this is Lingxian brewing tea. Please try it. Yes. Wei Qingshan took the teacup, but did not think much about it. These two guys know what they're doing. A handful of melons and a pot of fresh tea were arranged for him. Old ancestor, how is Lingxian soaking? Yan Lingxian came to Wei Qingshan's ear and asked, refilling Wei Qingshan's finished cup of tea with another cup. Not bad. Wei Qingshan nodded, and then his gaze fell back above the battlefield in front of him. A flash of joy flashed across Yan Lingxuan's face as she carefully retreated behind Wei Qingshan, her gaze silently watching Wei Qingshan. Good. The scene. Directly Lu Yukai gave completely dumbfounded, which is to make tea for the old ancestor also. You are clearly trying to soak the old ancestor. Everyone else has gone to the front line to kill the enemy, but you are hiding here to steal the family, right? What are you looking at? Yan Lingxian noticed Lu Yotsai's gaze and immediately said with some displeasure. Good. I don't think I'm in the way anymore. As if Lu Yukai had already seen through Yan Lingxuan's thoughts, his eyes gave Yan Lingxian a provocative look, signaling him to look at Wei Qingshan. It's as if to say, see, the old man didn't even look at you. You Yan Lingxian clenched her teeth in anger and accompanied Wei Qingshan's gaze as she slowly looked towards the battlefield ahead. Nowadays isn't the best time for me to come out, but I didn't expect that my Wang family would encounter such a crisis. A young man slowly walked out from the Wang family's ancient mansion, and soon he appeared in front of Lung Ningxuan, standing with his arms folded. The face was filled with the confidence that a heavenly pride powerhouse should have. Senior, I'm fighting with her at the same realm, each according to their own abilities. You shouldn't lower yourself to intervene, right? The young man's gaze landed on Wei Qingshan's body. His voice was not condescending and his face was as gentle as jade. This man. It was the key to this battle. If he made a move, even if he defeated Condensing Frost, it would be useless. It's the ancient heavenly pride of the Wang family. It's him. Ancient freak of the Wang family. Rumor has it that his generation is even higher than Wang Tang's, a monster that was sealed away a long time ago. Scene. Countless people's gazes fell on the young man from the Wang family, and they couldn't help but all suck in a breath. No wonder this person still exuded an ancient aura. So, you're confident? Wei Qingshan swept towards the young man who had spoken. Ancient freaks? Sure. This is only for these people today, because the origin of Wei Qingshan itself is much more ancient. How about letting me determine the winner? If I win, Senior will leave here. If I lose, the entirety of my Wang family is willing to accompany me in the funeral for my past behavior. The ancient freak of the Wang family said. This person was too dangerous, and now that the existing great emperor of the Wang clan was still alive or dead, if the battle continued, their Wang clan had no chance of winning, so we can only go ahead and gamble. What? You're out of your mind, aren't you? Why should we bet with you? None of your Wang family can escape today. Lu Yukai immediately said with some irritation. They have the upper hand. Why do you want to gamble? These people are in over their heads, and they think they're stupid? If you can injure her by half a point, everyone in the questioning sect will retreat here. The corner of Wei Qingshan's mouth sketched out a smile as he gently took a sip of tea. Chapter 51 Ancient Freak of the Wang Family. What? This statement was made. Everyone present was a bit dumbfounded, completely not expecting Wei Qingshan to actually agree. Is that true? A flash of joy flashed across the face of the ancient freak of the Wang clan, not expecting Wei Qingshan to actually fall for it. Old ancestor, I think it's better if we just slap him to death directly. Lu Yukai felt that it was unnecessary, and that it would be more straightforward to kill him directly. Die. Lightning Feng's gaze landed on the ancient freaks of the Wang clan, transforming into a cold aura that directly killed the other party. She hadn't expected Wei Qingshan to be so confident in her, and since that was the case, then she wouldn't lose. Is she crazy? That's an ancient freak. I didn't think she would dare to take the initiative against these ancient freaks. The people who were originally engaged in the battle froze in place, and their attention was instantly attracted by Condensing Frost. As previously stated, as long as the ancient freaks of the Wang family won, all of them present would be saved. Ice Seal Field. Leng Ningfeng drank, and with her as the center the cold ice around her continued to spread, gradually eroding the ancient freaks of the Wang family. Out of your depth. The ancient freak of the Wang clan glanced at the unresponsive Wei Qingshan and turned his gaze back to land on Condensing Frost with a hint of coldness in his eyes, only to see him take a step forward. All the power of the cold ice instantly faded away, as if he was inviolable. And it. As an ancient king, he didn't want to waste any time, and many more golden brilliant runes quickly appeared on his hands. These runes soon formed a chain of order that directly disappeared into the ground, pulling up from the side of the condensation and straight into the clouds. Clang! These chains of order kept intertwining and soon wove into an iron net, trapping Lang Ningfrost in the middle alive. You don't have any chance of winning. The ancient freak of the Wang clan slapped his palm directly towards Condensing Frost, and a crack appeared in the cold ice where it passed. It was the first time he had struck since he came out of the world. Moreover, the survival of their Wang family was at stake this time, so he did not have any intention of holding back. As long as he could take Condensing Frost, then even if Wei Qingshan went back on his word in the end, he would still have a hostage in his hands. Boom! With a shattering sound, the ancient freak of the Wang clan directly slapped his palm on Condensing Frost's body, and Condensing Frost's body instantly transformed into an ice sculpture that crumbled in an instant. Phew! Countless people at the scene took in a deep breath of cold air, all of them shocked by this scene. Is this the ancient freak? Sure enough, even in the same realm, today's Heaven's Pride is no match for these monsters. That woman's talent can't be described as strong, but it's a pity that she has met an ancient king. I hope that the old ancestor of the questioning sect will be true to his word. Some people's gazes couldn't help but look at Wei Qingshan. Everyone's lives were practically pinched in his hands. This was the sense of oppression brought about by a strong person. As long as Wei Qingshan didn't open his mouth, then everything they did would end up being futile. Elder ancestor. Some of the disciples of the questioning sect looked ahead with some concern and couldn't help but pinch a cold sweat for Condensing Frost. She's fine. Wei Qingshan didn't say anything more. If it was the previous Condensing Frost, perhaps dealing with the other party might be a bit difficult. But, having been fed by the kind of power that emanated from his rebirth, it was clear that her strength could no longer be measured by common sense at this moment. Boom! Just then, With a sound, the ancient king of the Wang clan was instantly wrapped in a ray of cold ice. It was as if the heat in his entire body had disappeared in this instant, and countless cold winds were stripping him of everything. How? The ancient freak of the Wang clan raised his head, his gaze dead set on the reappearing condensing frost, somewhat incredulous. Die. Lang Ningfeng's gaze was icy cold as she spat out a single word from her mouth as she held a light sword and directly stabbed at the ancient freak of the Wang clan. The two sides instantly engaged in renewed fighting, and the ancient freaks of the Wang clan were pressed into retreat. Wang Koan witnessed this with his own eyes, and his fists couldn't help but clench tightly. Isn't this that holy maiden of the questioning sect? How could she be so strong? Countless people Wang clan gazes stared at this scene dead on, originally thought that the ancient freaks of the Wang clan would be able to turn the tide of the battle, but did not expect that at this moment in this woman, but could not get a single advantage. How could it be? Like this. Those forces outside of the Wang clan were feeling even more palpitating at this moment. At first some people heard that Wang Xin of the emperor-level power Wang clan was courting Lang Ningfrost, a blessing that Lang Ningfrost had cultivated over several lifetimes. Now with the talent that Condensing Frost had displayed, they realized that they were the ones who were very wrong. No wonder Condensing Frost ignored that Wang Sen. Even for an emperor-level power, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy to give birth to a strong person like that, right? Moreover, today's questioning sect could not be underestimated by them. Someone's gaze involuntarily looked ahead, already as if they were looking for a way out. Clang! Lang Ningfeng's attack was very overbearing, and it seemed that she did not intend to give her opponent any time to react. As the saying goes, people are ruthless. This was her character, otherwise she wouldn't have taken off Wang Sen's set at the drop of a hat. The ancient freak of the Wang family's face became very fierce, bang sound, his whole person flew backwards, heavily smashed on the ground. His gaze was dead set on Condensing Frost. This woman's power had seriously exceeded his expectations, even in his time, such a heavenly pride was not seen often. Lang Ningxuang didn't say anything more as she once again killed towards the ancient freaks of the Wang clan with her sword. She wanted to impress Wei Qingshan. Sculpture. The ancient freak of the Wang family wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stood up quickly and, both hands quickly made seals, and an ancient formation appeared under his feet, and countless ancient living beings accompanied out of the formation, killing Lang Ningfeng. Fabulous martial arts secrets are also a reflection of one's power. This can be used, right? The ancient freak of the Wang clan confidently looked at Wei Qingshan, and after seeing that the other party did not react, he quickly offered a talisman and subsequently ignited it. Roar! With a hiss, countless ancient beings began to tear towards Condensing Frost as if they had entered a state of berserkness, each attack very destructive. You are indeed very strong, but if it's only at this level, then today you're afraid that you'll lose. The ancient freak of the Wang clan let out a cold laugh. He hadn't expected at all that he would encounter such a difficult opponent in the first battle that he was forced to come out of the world. He could see how powerful Condensing Frost was. Perhaps it wasn't easy for him to really fight to the death, but nowadays he only needed to injure this person. After all, this was the one from the questioning sect who had personally said that no one could hurt this woman, so it could be done now. I told you, you can't hurt her. Wei Qingshan's figure appeared in front of the ancient freaks of the Wang clan in an instant, and originally those berserk ancient beings went limp on their legs and feet on the ground in an instant. A mouthful of blood sprayed out directly from the mouth of the ancient freak of the Wang clan, and everyone at the scene was dumbfounded as well. You don't play like that, do you? How can anyone else hurt her when you're doing it yourself? Chapter 52. You win, but you also have to die. Senior, didn't you say that when peers engage in battle, one is not allowed to bully the small with the big? The ancient freak of the Wang clan half crouched down, his gaze fixed dead on Wei Qingshan. No? Wei Qingshan asked. The ancient freak of the Wang clan twisted his head. Although he was called an ancient freak, the person in front of him was even older than him. In his day, there were still a few occasional legends of this man. Isn't this too much for seniors? Wei Qingshan interrupted. Hold it in if you don't. The ancient freaks of the Wang clan's face turned red as they kept retreating. Originally, he had thought that the other party was stupid, agreeing to his conditions in a situation where he had an absolute advantage. It didn't occur to him that the other party had no intention of letting him go since the beginning, completely treating him like a little cutie. In playing 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river, I, Wang Yan, will take note of what your questioning sect has done today. The ancient freaks of the Wang clan couldn't think about it in time and directly used their secret methods to escape. They didn't have any chance of winning when Wei Qingshan chose to make a move. Run? Wei Qingshan sneered. A finger directly pierced through the forehead of the ancient freak of the Wang clan, directly obliterating its existence. Asterisk. Worthy of an old ancestor. The eyes of Lu Yukai, who was getting high on melon seeds below, also kept widening, and his entire body was stunned. Originally, he thought that his old ancestor's statement that the ancient freaks of the Wang clan couldn't hurt Lang Ningfrost was a trust in Lang Ningfrost's strength. I didn't realize he trusted his own strength. Even so many great emperor powerhouses had died at his hands, let alone an ancient freak? With him sitting here, It was true that no one could hurt condensing frost, and what he said was the big truth. Just know how to cause trouble for old ancestor. Yan Lingxian glanced at Long Ningxuan next to Wei Qingshan and said with a skittish look. Long Ningxuan quietly stood behind Wei Qingshan, although she was sure of dealing with that move of the Wang clan's ancient freaks. She was faced with so many ancient beings. Even she was hardly infallible. It didn't occur to her that Wei Qingshan had once again appeared to protect her. He really wouldn't let himself get hurt. That girl? Not far away, Changsun Ingyue looked at this scene and was at a bit of a loss as to what to say. It had to be said that this old ancestor Wei Qingshan of their remodeled physical body was one of the few in the world, both in terms of appearance and temperament. Even those so-called beautiful men in the Tianxian continent paled in comparison in front of him, and the key was that this old ancestor's strength was even more unfathomable. When such a man appears in the world, I am afraid that all the women in this world will find it hard to refuse. Even if she was here at the moment, she didn't dare to look at her old ancestor of some unknown age more than once. Questioning sect, do you have to drive everyone to extinction? Wang Kuan's gaze was dead set on Wei Qingshan as well as Chu Yunfeng and the others, and secretly, he didn't know how many secret orders he had sent out, trying to contact that great emperor son of his. The result was no response. Perhaps he had already had a bad presumption within him, but he was unwilling to accept the result. Wang Tong had always been his pride, and now he had even succeeded in certifying to the emperor realm, who under the sky could kill him? But if he's still alive. Now that the Wang family was in trouble, why didn't they show up? It was impossible for a great emperor powerhouse to not notice, as their perception was far beyond normal. Rush to the end? Chu Yunfeng stepped out. In the beginning, did your Wang family ever think of sparing our questioning sect a way out? As the current sovereign of the questioning sect, Chu Yunfeng had almost become the last sovereign, but what made him even more furious than the grievances of the heavenly god's palace was the Wang clan. In the beginning, Wang Tang didn't intend to spare one of them from the questioning sect, and he had sent himself out to prevent the questioning sect from counterattacking and pulling the rest of their Wang clan into the water. But today, they asked for the return of the sect ancestor. And how can we let these people go? Great Emperor Qingshan, are you sure you want to die with our Wang family? Wang Kuan did not pay any attention to Chu Yunfeng. His gaze instead landed on Wei Qingshan. Everyone knew that Wei Qingshan was the key to this battle. Is that how you talk to the Great One? Wei Qingshan twisted his head to look at Wang Kuan, and a powerful pressure directly shook him to the ground. Wei Qingshan slowly returned to his seat and sat down, his gaze sweeping forward. You guys continue. The Wang clan and the strongest members of those affiliated forces looked at each other in dismay. At this moment, how could they have any mind to fight? Wei Qingshan was always hovering above his head like a sharp blade. Kill! The disciples of the questioning sect were different. At this moment, they were like chicken blood, frantically killing the Wang clan and the others. What are they afraid of with the ancestor at their side? Old ancestor, drink tea. Yan Lingxian was very understanding and once again served Wei Qingshan a pot of hot tea, but she was dumbfounded when she was about to hand it to Wei Qingshan. The tea froze. Condensation frost, what are you doing? Yan Lingxian looked at Long Ningxuan with an unkind tone. Lang Ningfeng followed Wei Qingshan's side, intentionally or unintentionally blocking Yan Lingxuan's position. The beautiful eyes looked at Yan Lingxian, and then glanced at the ice cubes it was carrying in its hands. Accidentally. Accidentally? Yan Lingxian almost laughed in anger. This is not careless, this is clearly the woman's intention. You've made a wish. Lang Ningfeng looked at Yan Lingxian and said coldly. You can't wish for some things. Yan Lingxian secretly glanced at Wei Qingshan, then her gaze fell back on Lang Ningfeng. Lang Ningfeng stared at Yan Lingxian. Should I go fight? Lu Yukai was high on melon seeds. Why did he feel that the melon seeds had suddenly become fragrant? Go on. Yan Lingxian glanced at Lu Yukai without any good humor, and there was actually a look of disgust in her eyes. Lu Yukai. I'm just saying. However, his gaze soon fell on a battlefield in front of him, where an elder of the questioning sect was being suppressed and retreating. Dangerous at all times. His gaze couldn't help but look at Wei Qingshan on the side. Just a moment. Wei Qingshan then disappeared from his spot and protected himself in front of the Ask sect elder. Die. Wei Qingshan had only one word in his mouth, and quickly wiped out the strong man who had suppressed the elder of the questioning sect. Soon, he disappeared from his original spot again and appeared in front of Changsun Ingyu. Changsun Ingyu half squatted on the ground, her puffy breasts constantly rising and falling as she slowly looked up at Wei Qingshan who was blocking her body. Seniors you. The strong man who killed the Changsun Ingyu instantly froze in place. Didn't you say peer-to-peer fighting, senior? You have a strong talent and are a few minor realms above her. She is not your match. Wei Qingshan said slowly. Senior, so this battle is considered a win for me? The strong man who made the move looked at Wei Qingshan and said. You win. Wei Qingshan nodded. Since this is the case, I wonder if I can leave. The strong man who made the move arched his hand at Wei Qingshan, and in the next second his pupils kept dilating. You win, but you also have to die. Wei Qingshan didn't say anything more, and the same palm directly slapped it into ashes. Chapter 53, So handsome. What? You have to die even if you win? The crowd of the Wang clan who were still fighting at the scene as well as those powerful people from the affiliated forces froze in place. The feeling was that they were either killed by the disciples of the questioning sect or died at the hands of Wei Qingshan, right? Damn, he's using us as a millstone. Someone deadpanned. From the beginning to the end, the other party had no intention of letting them people go. You're not wrong. Wei Qingshan's gaze swept towards the strong man who had spoken. How about I just take you guys as a whetstone for our disciples of the questioning sect? Deception. Some of the strongest gazes stared at Wei Qingshan in death, and the anger in their bodies continued to erupt. Questioning sect, do you really think you can fight against the entire Tianqian continent with your own strength? You will be punished by heaven for practicing such injustice. A strong member of the Wang clan angrily rebuked. What a big hat. How has your Wang family ever represented the entire Tianqian continent? Shu Yunfeng's gaze was cold. So what if I'm an enemy of the entire Tianqian? Wei Qingshan's voice was somewhat calm as he slowly turned around to look at the Wang clan powerhouse who had spoken. What? You guys are not convinced? Lift your hand. Wei Qingshan directly pinched out a destructive force in his hand, instantly obliterating the strong Wang clan member who had spoken earlier. In the age of the weak and the strong, there's no reasoning. Fist is justice. If he hadn't appeared, these people would have no intention of sparing their questioning sect. Nowadays, offense and defense are easy to type. Wei Qingshan had no intention of letting go of any enemy who would harm their questioning sect, including the closers in the first place. The account. It's time to clear the slate, and it's only just beginning. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Countless Wang clan powerhouses as well as those affiliated forces were gnashing their teeth in anger as they watched the scene. Everyone together. There are so many of us, are we still afraid of him? Even if he's a great emperor, a strong dragon can't suppress a snake in the ground, and nowadays in our Wang clan, the fact that there are more of us may not necessarily mean that we're afraid of him. As long as I stall, when my son Wang Tang returns, I will definitely kill this squatter. Wang Kuan offered a magic treasure on his body and began to call out to the crowd. He still didn't want to remember Wang Tang and the news of his fall. After all, it was a great emperor powerful. In the entire Tianqian continent, one could count them all, and how could they fall so easily? It was other great emperors who would die, never his son. Kill. Everyone get together and kill him. Wang Kuan took the lead, only to see that his magic treasure began to become swollen and as massive as a large mountain under his constant enchantment. It was accompanied by a gentle pressure from him. This giant cauldron then directly pressed down towards Wei Qingshan, seemingly wanting to completely suppress him in place. Kill him. Even if it's a great emperor, we'll behead the emperor today. Soon. Some of them had their fighting spirit aroused, and their faces were fierce as they launched their attacks towards Wei Qingshan. All sorts of killing moves kept surging out, mountains tumbling over the sea, electricity flashing and thunder roaring, and all sorts of runic storms constantly flickering. Ask the sect. You kind of kicked me in the ass. Someone roared, instantly transforming into a golden armored beast that continuously pounded its chest. Elder Ancestor. The crowd of the questioning sect subconsciously looked in the direction where Wei Qingshan was. Let's go and help old Ancestor. Changsun Inghua stood up from the ground and looked at the surrounding Ask sect powerhouses and said, the moment. Wei Qingshan was almost instantly submerged in all kinds of attacks, with him as the center, surrounded by all kinds of turbulent energy storms. Die. Lang Ningfeng killed the first time, and a large amount of floating energy was frozen in midair by her. Her gaze was dead set on Wei Qingshan in the middle of the energy. Yan Lingxian glanced at Lang Ningfeng, and in her hands, she swiftly offered up her own mountain and river diagram, striking out just as quickly. Since you all made a move, then I'll make a move too. Lu Yukai also no longer continued to get high and instantly killed up. Ha 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 ha. You guys alone can't save him. The Wang clan and the countless powerhouses that followed it were all relieved at this moment. So many of them struck out. I'm afraid that even the great emperors will have a hard time escaping this. Perhaps they had been so worried earlier that they had lost their bearings. Great Emperor Powerhouse, I think it's nothing more than that. Even if it's a true dragon today, if we all strike together, he'll all lie on his back. An old man covered his beard and said, a faint smile on his face, a strong man like him had indeed lost his manners just now. Look out! Suddenly, Wang Kuan shouted towards it. The others didn't know enough about great emperors, but he had more contact with great emperors than everyone else and knew very well that Wei Qingshan couldn't be finished that easily. That's why he doesn't want to believe his son will die. Great Emperor powerful. Not so easy to fall. What's wrong? The strong man who had spoken earlier still had a smile on his face and asked with some confusion. Soon his pupils continued to dilate, unbelievable fear written all over his face. Shasta. A destructive energy was spreading through his body, and his body was rapidly dissipating. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't make any sound and directly turned into ashes, completely dissipating into this world. How is that possible? He's not dead yet? Some of the voices shook a little. Worthy of an old ancestor. The crowd of the questioning sect finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that their worries were still too redundant. Wei Qingshan slowly walked out from the storm of various disordered abilities, his body exuding a trace of immortal aura as if all laws were inviolable. Shasta. Wei Qingshan disappeared, quietly appeared behind quietly, and a palm directly destroyed the golden armor on his body completely. Boom! With a tearing sound, the man in front of him, who was known as Ironclad, was completely melted. Since you guys don't want to play anymore, let's just lift the table. Wei Qingshan's gaze swept towards the crowd of the Wang clan present as well as those powerful members of the affiliated forces. The corner of his mouth sketched out a cold smile, and a ripple spread out under his feet, imprisoning everyone in place in an instant. You. No. Don't kill me. Asterisk. Countless people looked at Wei Qingshan in fear as if they had fallen into an abyss, pleading to death. Wei Qingshan didn't say anything. Turning around, he went straight back to his starship. With him gone, a loud explosion began to occur below. Countless strong people began to be ignited continuously like firecrackers, and then disappeared into the world. Worthy of an old ancestor. Old ancestor is mighty. Countless disciples of the questioning sect looked at this scene and couldn't help but all suck in a breath. A powerhouse of this level, an existence that even they could not look up to as much as they could, did not expect to be their own old ancestor. I didn't expect their questioning sect to go through a calamity and instead blow up a nearly invincible old ancestor. Who in this world would dare to mess with their questioning sect nowadays? Is this still human? Lu Yukai secretly smacked his lips, only wanting to hurriedly kneel for his old ancestor. So handsome. Yan Lingxuan's beautiful eyes glowed with a hint of color as she instantly flew up towards the starship. She decided that she must hug Wei Qingshan's thigh, and if she couldn't, she would let Wei Qingshan hug her own thigh. Glancing down at her snow-white and long, slender legs, instantly she was confident again. Chapter 54, Fellow Taoist, how about giving me face? Lang Ningfeng's beautiful eyes stared at Wei Qingshan and glanced at the mountain and river diagram in Yan Lingxuan's hand before similarly returning to the battleship. She stood directly in front of Yan Lingxian and Wei Qingshan, and the whole person was like an ice sculpture, just standing there quietly all the time, not saying anything. You. Yan Lingxuan's beautiful eyes swept a glance at condensing frost, and her gaze fell back on this woman who was almost one with the frost. She found out. If it came down to white skin, she didn't really seem to be able to compare to the woman in front of her. This ice sculpture sub might have nothing, but the only thing was white, with skin like snow, crystal clear, as if it was a carefully carved work of art in this world. Am I being hasty? Xiao Heizi saw the scene just after returning to the battleship, and couldn't help but sneak up to Lu Yukai and ask. Originally, he had a wish for dozens of wives, thinking that old ancestor himself was a single dog, and there was no way he would be able to fulfill such a wish. I didn't realize how long it had been. This asked the clan unattainable, out of the two beautiful women are to his side to lean it? Especially the condensation cream. This one was a famous ice beauty, rumored to be bad with men, but now she opened her mouth with a bang and threatened to marry the old ancestor. It left him, a single dog, at a loss for words for a moment. Do you think it's possible for the old ancestor to like men? Lu Yukai asked. He really didn't want to cut himself, so he wanted to ask if there was another possibility. Little Blackie. No way. Wei Qingshan had a black line on his face and directly backhanded Lu Yukai to throw him off the battleship, not realizing that so many epochs had already passed, and the questioning sect was still a gathering place for talents. Yan Lingxuan's beautiful eyes lit up. If the old ancestor didn't like men, then he liked women, and she had a chance. Lang Ningxuan nodded, her beautiful eyes falling on Wei Qingshan's body, her pure white face flushed with a hint of abnormality. Wei Qingshan. Naturally, he had also noticed the difference between these two, always feeling as if he had been targeted by a few hungry wolves. You change your wish. Eventually. Wei Qingshan's gaze fell on condensing frost and said, when will you marry me? Lang Ningfeng asked directly as if she hadn't heard Wei Qingshan's words, instead coming over. Crowd. Some of the disciples of the questioning sect who had returned to the battleship noticed the scene as if dumbfounded. You're serious, sis. And so persistent. Not far away, Chang Sun Ingwei had also just returned to the battleship and stood in place watching the scene without speaking. This girl. Chu Junlin revealed a compassionate brotherly smile. He had always treated Lang Ningxuan as a younger sister, and had always been quite worried about this girl's lifelong matters. He would be equally happy if she could find her own happiness, just. Chu Junlin's gaze unconsciously landed on Wei Qingshan, just that he took Lang Ningxuan as his sister. This girl this is wanting to be his ancestor? Sis, I'm convinced. Lu Yukai couldn't help but give condensing frost a thumbs up. If he were to say who he admired the most within the questioning sect, other than old ancestor Wei Qingshan, it would be none other than this woman, Lang Ningfeng. I'm younger than you. Lang Ningfeng coldly glanced at Lu Yukai. Lu Yukai. Now I know it's smaller than me. You yourself are not all also smaller than Lao Zu. Do you know how old I am? Wei Qingshan obediently turned his head to look at condensing frost and asked, how big? Yan Lingxian, who was on the side, quietly glanced at Wei Qingshan. In fact, for this old ancestor that they didn't know where it came from. They don't really know much about it. Even in the historical records of the questioning sect, there was no record of Wei Qingshan at all, and the only thing that had an impression was the 3 statues that Qi Yuntian had once mentioned. That's enough to say. Wei Qingshan no longer knew the ancient figures of that epoch. Could it be that old ancestor was disliking their young age? Yan Lingxuan's mind flickered, and she secretly and quietly sized up Wei Qingshan, who was even younger than them in terms of appearance. In the world of cultivation, as people's realms continue to increase, so do their lifespans. A lot of times, age had almost become a fuzzy concept, and it was basically a matter of seniority by realm. But even from the realm, today's Wei Qingshan, I'm afraid I don't know how many times bigger than them. Seeing this situation, Yan Lingxuan's gaze couldn't help but fall on Lang Ningxuan's body again, curious to know how this woman would answer. What? The crowd of the questioning sect. At that moment, he also looked at Condensing Frost with some anticipation, wanting to deceive his master. It seemed that it would not be that easy. Lang Ningfeng looked around in confusion, and finally her beautiful eyes fell on Wei Qingshan again and said, "Isn't it 1-year-old? What? Nice one." Wei Qingshan really didn't expect this result, feelings that he had just been reborn a year old, right? Lang Ningfeng didn't seem as if it was wrong to say that. The crowd of the questioning sect was dumbfounded. Lang Ningfeng's answer was completely unexpected by all of them, and originally they were also curious about how old Wei Qingshan really was. Just after listening to Condensing Frost's words, it instantly felt like an enlightenment. A year old? Yan Lingxuan's eyes lit up as she muttered. Wei Qingshan has just been reborn not long ago. Strictly speaking, words Condensation Frost said does not seem to be wrong. Convinced. Lu Yukai was directly impressed. Originally, he thought that Condensing Frost was the tender grass, but then when he heard her say that, he suddenly reacted that it was Condensing Frost who wanted to eat the tender grass. Lang Ningxuan looked around with some confusion and realized that the reaction of these people was a bit too big. Then her beautiful eyes fell on Wei Qingshan and asked, "Did I say something wrong?" Wei Qingshan. Originally, he had mentioned the years because he wanted this woman to know what to do, but he didn't expect to be met with a direct challenge. He had still severely underestimated the disciples of this session of the questioning sect. Perhaps it was just that he had just returned and these disciples were still relatively subtle. I'm afraid that it wouldn't be long before those people would make a scene that he couldn't even guarantee. Great Emperor Qingshan, do you really want to drive everyone to extinction? Below, Wang Kuan suddenly hissed loudly. Cracks were everywhere on his body, as if his body would split apart at any moment. Along with each and every strong person around him turning into ashes, his entire body was plunged into great fear. Not dead yet? Wei Qingshan swept his gaze downwards and directly leapt out. It came at the right time. There was no way to take these little guys from his questioning sect, and he still couldn't rule them? It was just the right time to divert his attention for him. Boom! Wei Qingshan slapped his palm directly towards the bottom, and a destructive storm instantly swept through. Those people who were still struggling with the Wang family at any time were reduced to ashes in an instant and ceased to exist. Go be with your son. Wei Qingshan swept a glance at Wang Kuan, and a ray of light instantly shot out from his hand, obliterating Wang Kuan. Fellow Daoist, let's stop here. However, just as Wei Qingshan's attack approached Wang Kuan, a shadow came tearing through the void and blocked him. Fellow Daoist, how about giving me face? Let's stop there. Chapter 55, next, it's your heavenly god's palace. His red hair flowed as if he looked like an ancient god, and his sharp pupils contained a fiery energy. Who are you? Wei Qingshan asked. I'm from the heavenly god's palace. The man's voice carried a hint of ancient divinity, as if heaven and earth had resonated with it. The countless disciples of the questioning sect below only felt like they were out of control, wanting to submit to him, and the pressure on this person's body was surprisingly no weaker than those great emperor powerhouses that had appeared in the questioning sect earlier. The Temple of Heaven? Below, countless disciples of the questioning sect were unable to calm down for a long time, and a trace of fear could not help but emanate from their hearts. I didn't expect the other party to come from the Heavenly Divine Hall, and one must know that today's Heavenly Divine Hall was an immortal and mortal enemy for them. This man is terrifying. The aura emanating from him was far more powerful than any of the great emperors they had seen. The Heavenly God Palace even had such a terrifying existence? My lord of the Heavenly God Hall, please also kill him. My son is the Tutu Heavenly Emperor. He will definitely not forget your favor today. Wang Kuan seemed as if he had seen hope, and his entire body instantly became confident again. He vaguely felt that this person's breath was surprisingly far above his son Wang Tang, and with him out of the way, this time perhaps their Wang family would be saved. It seemed that their Wang family's decision to defect to the Heavenly Goddess Hall in the first place was still incomparably correct. See you, Lord Sky God. Those strong people who hadn't died out yet also kneeled down in joy, and all of a sudden, they looked at Wei Qingshan with resentment, as if they wanted to glare the other party to death alive. Don't worry, you guys are fine. The man from the Heavenly God Palace said calmly, his gaze falling on Wei Qingshan's body, a faint smile still hanging on his face. Nothing? Wei Qingshan smiled, his face instantly sank. With him as the center, a powerful pressure quickly spread out. Those ancient god pressure covering the disciples of the questioning sect dissipated in an instant. Give you a face? How much is your face worth? Wei Qingshan Dao said in a cold voice, slowly raising his hand, and some deadly blood-red runes instantly surfaced on the faces of those powerful people below who hadn't died out. Sculpture. The mysterious man from the Heavenly God Hall instantly had an additional ancient god seal in his hand, which fell towards the powerhouses below, devouring all the blood-colored runes. So, you're not going to give me face? The mysterious man from the Heavenly God Hall's gaze once again fell onto Wei Qingshan's body, and his gaze swept towards the crowd of the questioning sect, the threatening intent of which could no longer be said. Great, we're saved. Below, those few remaining powerhouses watched as the blood-colored runes disappeared, and infinite joy instantly surged across their faces. Just now, when the blood-colored rune appeared on them, they had clearly felt a deathly aura approaching. They regretted then that they had rejoiced too soon when the danger had not yet been removed. But now with the blood-colored runes on their bodies disappearing once again, it seemed that they could indeed celebrate early. Ask the sect. If I don't take this revenge, I'll swear not to be a human being. There were strong gazes staring deathly at Wei Qingshan, eyes filled with ruthlessness. Today was definitely bad news for them. No one? Wei Qingshan swept his eyes at the powerhouses below and said in a cold voice, then die. Could it be that you guys think that they can really save you, right? Next, those blood-colored runes that had originally disappeared from the faces of the crowd reappeared, and some people perished on the spot. Don't you dare! The mysterious man from the Heavenly God Palace was startled, not expecting this person to actually dare to kill in front of him. Are you not putting me in your eyes? Seek death. The mysterious man from the Heavenly God Hall's complexion sank as he waved his large sleeve and slapped a palm directly towards Wei Qingshan, and the world seemed to fall directly silent. He couldn't stop Wei Qingshan from forcibly killing people, all he could do was to finish him off before he struck. Wei Qingshan's figure slowly disappeared from its original spot, the heavens and earth shook, and countless runes flashed. Below, the blood splattered, very scarlet, accompanied by a runic light that was very brilliant. Help me! Some of the powerhouses continuously sacrificed the last means of preserving their lives on their bodies, burning their countless lifetimes, and completely dissipating amidst an unwilling cry of misery. You! The mysterious man from the Heavenly God Palace appeared behind Wang Kuan and quickly grabbed him. This time, he could only save one. No one can walk away, including you. Wei Qingshan swept his gaze towards the mysterious man from the Heavenly God Hall and raised his hand to directly blast down, enveloping a ball of light that eventually formed into a huge ball of thunder that instantly erupted like a small planet. Do you really want to fish out of water? If he dies, the questioning sect won't be able to survive except for you. The mysterious man of the Heavenly God Emperor's condensation was somewhat disorganized, clearly affected by the attack he had just made. His icy gaze swept towards the crowd of the questioning sect. He didn't believe that Wei Qingshan really didn't care about the deaths of these people. His breath continued to climb, erupting with a shocking ancient god's power, and the earth below continued to crack, with countless peaks literally cracking and the heavens distorting. One moment. He was like an ancient true god coming to life. The power he displayed made it impossible to ignore his presence, and there was no one in this world who dared to not take his threat seriously. I'm fine. Lang Ningfeng stood out, her cool voice said faintly, her gaze then fell on Wei Qingshan's body. She didn't want to be a burden to Wei Qingshan, and she knew very well that the higher the level of the battle the more distracting it was. Old ancestor, kill him. Don't bother with us. The Ask Sect's powerhouses likewise opened their mouths one after another. They knew very well that Wei Qingshan was their hope. They must not drag their own ancestors down because of themselves. You'll protect me, won't you? Yan Lingxuan's beautiful eyes stared at Wei Qingshan and blinked. As long as Wei Qingshan was still there, she had a strong sense of security. No, why are you stealing my words? Lu Yukai took a wary glance at Yan Lingxian and hurriedly looked at Wei Qingshan again. Old ancestor, I only have one little life to live, so you have to hold on. Wei Qingshan, did you hear what he said? You don't want them to have an accident either, do you? You've already killed several of our great emperors as well as so many people, is that enough? The mysterious man from the Heavenly God Hall's gaze landed on Wei Qingshan's body, and a terrifying killing intent instantly locked onto Lu Yukai as well as Yan Lingxian. Are you threatening me? Wei Qingshan asked. It's not a threat, it's a warning. The mysterious man from the Heavenly God's palace took a step out, and a terrifying pressure forcefully landed on Lu Yukai as well as Yan Lingxuan's body. A mouthful of blood spurted out directly from the two men's mouths. Old ancestor, help me! Lu Yukai directly shouted anxiously. He clearly felt the approach of death. Yan Lingxian stifled a grunt, her beautiful eyes fell on Wei Qingshan. She was curious if Wei Qingshan would save her. Warning? Wei Qingshan's speed was much faster than the voice, appearing behind the mysterious man of the Heavenly God Temple in a single step. Sorry, you warned the wrong person. Amidst the consternation and panic of the ancient god of the Heavenly God Hall, countless bizarre worms instantly flew out from Wei Qingshan's body, devouring him along with Wang Kuan, who was being protected by him. You'll regret messing with our Heavenly God Palace, you won't be able to escape. A deathly sound echoed around, and then accompanied the mysterious man from the Heavenly God's palace as he completely dissipated into the world. Run? Next, it's your Heavenly God Palace. Since I've come back here, then I'll give you guys a reckoning from start to finish. Wei Qingshan returned to Yan Lingxian as well as Lu Yukai, and as he returned, the questioning sex warships began to set sail automatically. Feet. The continent where the Wang clan was located instantly turned into a barren land with no more life. This also meant that the Great Reckoning, the Cataclysm and the mouth of Elder Tianji, had officially begun. Chapter 56, The King of the Underworld. Deep in the distant starry sky, the eyes of an ancient creature that could not be traced back in years opened, and he gazed in a direction, his mouth curving into a cold expression. Wei Qingshan? That's quite a long time ago name. But you shouldn't exist in this world. The ancient creature slowly opened his mouth, his voice seemed to be able to travel through the ages of history. Hades. Several men slowly appeared in front of the ancient creature, each of them exuding an extremely terrifying power. The aura revealed would not be in the least bit smaller than those great emperors of the Heavenly God Hall and the Heavenly God that appeared later. Yet they were respectful in front of this ancient creature, even constantly lowering themselves and humbling themselves like a slave. Do you remember Wei Qingshan? The Underworld King opened his mouth, his gaze was profound, and his body was abnormally large, as if it had fused with the surrounding abyss. Wei Qingshan? Several people froze for a moment and looked at the Underworld King with some confusion. Was there anyone else in this world who deserved this one's attention? So it is. The Underworld King's gaze fell on the several people below, and he could already see the problem from their reactions. I don't blame you guys. In order to erase all of his existence in the first place, not only did you guys erase the world's memories of him, but even your own memories of this person were dissipated. A power of the ages spread out and entered the sea of consciousness of several people below, and an appalling memory instantly surged into these people's minds. A few people's complexion suddenly changed, fiercely looking in a certain direction, their voices somewhat dismayed. This person, he can still be alive? Go on. Keep erasing his presence. The Hades King continued to speak. He shouldn't exist in this world, he must die. Hades. A few strong men arched their hands, and an unprecedented coldness appeared on their complexion. Live? Then let's kill again. Countless epochs had passed, their strength had long since changed, and now the Underworld King had even become the master of this starry sky. No one will be his match. What if that person lives another life? Just kill him again, right? Tianxian continent. Somewhere in an ancient forbidden land. Several ancient auras had gathered at this place, each of them exuding a terrifying aura. They were almost a symbol of a certain era in the Tianxian continent, and any random person who walked out here was enough to make the entire Tianxian continent tremble. Are you sure his strength is already above that of a great emperor? A man in black asked as his gaze fell on the black sword great emperor, the only person who had come into close contact with Wei Qingshan. There can be no mistake, that kind of looming pressure on him is definitely not something a great emperor can emit. I, Black Sword, have managed to live up to this point by relying on my keen sense of danger. If I didn't leave at that time, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have had the chance to stand and talk here. Black clouds surged from the Black Sword Emperor's body, and the gazes of countless taboo-level existences fell on him. A great emperor powerhouse was already a figure that stood at the top of this world, and to be able to make a great emperor unable to raise the courage to fight, one could imagine how powerful this person was. Back then, his strength was already at the middle stage of the emperor realm, and that's when he displayed the terrifying strength of pushing across an era. Now that countless epochs have passed, it wouldn't be too much of a surprise if he didn't die and his strength surpassed that of a great emperor. What we should be worrying about now is how to deal with him, or what is the purpose of his return this time? Can those things from the beginning be written off? An old man with a walking stick said. He had experienced countless years and looked like he gave off the possibility of falling at any time. A write-off? Old monster Huaishan, you were playing a good game. When the door was closed, your Huaishan had raised your clan out of fear that he would come back. The questioning sect has had several catastrophes. If others don't know about it, don't we old things know about it? This you Huaishan haven't been pushing secretly. You say, is he willing to write off your Huaishan? A dying nine-headed lion sneered from the opposite side of the Huai mountain. Old monster. You. Old monster Huaishan's face was grim as he looked across at the nine-headed lion, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. I heard that several of your lion's heads were chopped off and stewed in one pot by him back then, and now that your lion's head has grown again, I'm afraid that the old story will repeat itself. Old monster Huaishan snorted coldly. Enough. A man sitting on a plate with handsome hair hanging to the ground, he slowly opened his eyes and swept towards the crowd of strong men present. Some things done are done, even if he returns again, so what? Is it hard for you guys to think that he can still push across an era like he did back then? Countless epochs have passed and times have changed. He may be stronger than he was back then, but this god is equally self-evident. He pushed across an era, and this god is not similarly invincible for several epochs. If you are afraid, then continue to cower like dead men. This age no longer belongs to you anyway. I'll meet him myself. A handsome young man slowly stood up. His words were filled with powerful confidence, and they were also extremely harsh to the ears of some of the people present, but no one dared to refute them. This person, like Wei Qingshan, had indeed pushed across an era and was invincible for several epochs. These people, Wei Qingshan, inexplicably disappeared from their memories, and this person became one of the most terrifying existences in their perceptions. No one can fight him easily. If he made a move, I'm afraid that even Wei Qingshan wouldn't be able to easily resist it. After all these years, they were no longer clear on how strong Wei Qingshan was, but the man's terror was still fresh in their minds. This person was known as the god of the heavens, and I'm afraid that no one in the entire Tianqian would be able to contend with him except for the heavenly divine hall. If the god of the heavens is willing to make a move, we are naturally relieved. Some of the forbidden existences present arched their hands one after another, but for a young man, they showed unprecedented respect. One of the top powerhouses from the heavenly god palace has struck. An old man slowly walked into this forbidden land, his gaze swept everyone present and opened his mouth. Oh, so it looks like there's no need for this god to make a move anymore? The god of the heavens laughed and said, he thought that this Wei Qingshan was some kind of big shot. A mid-emperor realm pushing across an era didn't prove Wei Qingshan's power, instead it sidestepped the fact that almost all of that era was trash. It's a pity. This god was going to take him as my slave, but I didn't expect that the heavenly god palace would steal a march on him. The god of the heavens shook his head. Not. The strong man from the heavenly god palace who made the move fell, he was instantly killed by this person, and now the fleet of the questioning sect is sailing towards the heavenly god palace. That person said that he wanted to liquidate the entire Tianqian continent. The old man slowly spoke. At once, the whole room was silent. P.S. There is no good people reward a 5-star. To give the book a chance to survive, the next will enter a period of sustained fast-paced cool phase, the package of cool. And everyone remember to add the bookshelf don't get lost after reading it. Chapter 57, Old Ancestor, what realm are you in? Old Ancestor, please be sure to avenge my father. The Li family. In the hall of deliberation, Li Yenner bitterly knelt on the ground, praying for the Li family ancestor to step in. Not long ago, Li Xiantian, the head of the Li family, had his soul lamp extinguished and died in the questioning sect. What exactly did your father and daughter do? Hasn't our Li family been friends with the questioning sect for generations? First up, the old ancestor of the Li clan trembled slightly in anger as the pressure from his body spread out, pressuring Li Yenner to kneel on the ground as a mouthful of blood sprayed out directly. Li Yenner stared dead ahead, a trace of resentment flashing in her eyes, but not because of the old man in front of her, but because of the questioning sect. I didn't expect that the questioning sect would actually kill his father. Is that so ungrateful? If I hadn't come out of the gate early today, and such a big event had happened, would you have had to wait until the day my Li family was exterminated to talk to Lao Fu? The Li clan's old ancestor's gaze became extremely gloomy. Today, he foresaw that there would be a catastrophe in their Li family, so he chose to come out early. I didn't expect that as soon as I got out of the gate, I learned of the news that the Li family head had fallen, and even their Li family's most precious treasure, the mountain and river map, was now unaccounted for. It made him tremble slightly with anger, feeling more and more that the Holocaust was real. Old ancestor, it's all because of this woman. This woman's father has been nepotistic since he took power, causing my Li family's industry to decline over the years. I objected when he wanted to indulge his daughter in withdrawing from the marriage, otherwise it would not have been a big mistake. A Li clan powerhouse looked up at the Li clan ancestor and said cautiously, boom! The Li clan's oldest ancestor slapped his palm directly towards the old man who spoke and angrily rebuked, then why didn't you stop it in the first place? You're thinking that after Li Xuantian's death, the position of the Li family's head will be vacant, right? Want me to give you the position of the family head? The old ancestor of the Li family backhanded another slap to the strong man who had just spoken, not thinking that it had all come to this kind of critical survival time nowadays. And he gets to watch the hookups. Who in the entire Li family could survive that catastrophe alone? For their Li family, it was a real disaster. And will this have anything to do with the questioning sect? On the Li family's council hall, everyone had lowered their heads at this moment, and no one dared to speak carelessly except for the Li family's oldest ancestor. After a few moments of silence, it took an old crone to gather the courage to say, old ancestor, things have come to this, our Li family has no other way, this matter of the questioning sect is now undecided about Qiankuan. It's still uncertain who the deer will die, now we can't mess up. Now we should go and look for the Wang family, the heavenly god palace and other forces to discuss the big event together. Words. The Li family's old ancestor was silent for a while. I'm afraid that this is the only thing that can be done nowadays, or else I'm afraid that he can't change anything just by virtue of his strength. No, it's not good, old ancestor, the Wang family. A Li clan scout appeared in the great hall in a panic, his eyes filled with a hint of panic and he was slow to say a complete sentence. What's going on? The Li clan's oldest ancestor casually waved his hand to help the man calm down. What happened to the Wang clan? This scout looked up at the people within the Li family's council hall, and finally his gaze landed on Li Yenner. The Wang family has disappeared. After uttering these words, his entire body directly collapsed to the ground, that kind of apocalyptic scene, which even he had never seen before in his life. What? A single sentence directly caused the entire Li family's major powerhouses to be thrown into agitation, and someone's gaze was dead set on the scout on the ground. Asshole, do you have any idea what you're talking about? The Wang clan has a great emperor in their midst, how could they have disappeared? The Li clan's oldest ancestor frowned, looking at the scout who was paralyzed on the ground and unable to speak. he didn't bother to continue with the nonsense. Directly read the other person's memory. However, next, he then regretted the decision. How is this possible? The scene of a continent disappearing from this world in its entirety was as if he had seen that future of the Li family. Men, take him into custody. The Li clan's old ancestor's gaze finally landed on Li Yenner's body, and his entire body felt as if he had lost all his strength, with a sense of powerlessness. The moment. The questioning sect's battleship. Countless disciples of the questioning sect felt as if they were in a dream, and they all felt somewhat real. Quickly tell me, am I dreaming here? Is this a glimpse of an illusion before I die? Is the real me actually dead? Hurry up and pat me on the back. I'm not dreaming, am I? Ah. Who hit me? Lu Yukai glanced at one of the disciples who was wincing in pain and nodded seriously. Alright, you're not dreaming, really. Senior brother Lu Yu. That disciple covered his cheeks, not realizing that he really wasn't dreaming. Old ancestor, are we going to the heavenly god hall? On the deck of the battleship, Wei Qingshan was leisurely reclining on a chair, and Chu Yunfeng, as the patriarch, followed along and asked, are there any other clans that have offended our questioning sect along the way? It's fine to exterminate them along the way if there are any. Wei Qingshan said unconcernedly, leisurely sipping the clear tea. Chu Yunfeng felt as if his own old ancestor was ignoring the rules and power of the world. All the way. It was as if there was just nothing that could get his attention. Is this the top of the line? So powerful that they don't need to be afraid of anything. Chu Yunfeng inwardly yearned a little. When would he be able to reach this level? Did he have a chance? Old ancestor, just what realm are you in? Chu Yunfeng asked cautiously, unable to help but be a little curious. Yan Lingxian, who was making tea for Wei Qingshan, also probed her head and hurriedly came over. Lang Ningxuan, on the other hand, suddenly appeared behind Yan Lingxian, as if she was trying to stare her down. The key thing was that she was behind her, not saying a word, and the whole thing was like an ice sculpture. Realm? Wei Qingshan glanced at the crowd of the questioning sect and remained silent for a while, eventually taking a sip of tea and slowly putting down his teacup without speaking. Nowadays, he didn't know what realm he was in, or in this world, there was no concept of his realm at all. Old ancestor, how did such a terrifyingly strong person like you have an accident in the first place? Little Blackie had already walked over at some point, and was also looking at Wei Qingshan with some curiosity. Although all the people of the questioning sect did not mention it, from the moment their own old ancestor condensed his physical body they all knew in their hearts that this old ancestor should have had some kind of accident earlier. Even his traces have been obliterated. What kind of enemy could have done this? They can't imagine. Because at this moment, Wei Qingshan was an invincible existence in the eyes of every disciple of the questioning sect. It will do you no good to know this. Wei Qingshan shook his head, not choosing to tell these people. Chapter 58, you're throwing yourself into a trap now. Words. The crowd of the questioning sect fell silent. A single great emperor was able to cause their entire questioning sect to fall into despair without the slightest solution. But it was such an existence that was out of their reach that Wei Qingshan's appearance was able to kill the other party in seconds with his hands. And his enemy is not an existence that they can touch. What their old ancestor said is not wrong, knowing more instead is not good for them. I'm not afraid. Standing next to her for half a day, Condensing Frost suddenly opened her mouth, which was also her first sentence in half a day, only to see her subconsciously clench her fists, as if she had made some sort of determination. Old ancestor, the entire clan of the questioning sect will stand with you and never frown even in death. Chu Yunfeng said with a solemn gaze, even though he knew that he was being a bit self-indulgent in saying this. But as the patriarch, he felt he should take a stand. Wei Qingshan, don't look like you're dying, don't worry. I, Wei Qingshan, will have no more enemies in this life. But I am the enemy of them all. Wei Qingshan looked up into the depths of the void, and just a single glance seemed to penetrate through countless stars and years. If there is a reckoning, it must be from beginning to end, completely and utterly, and no one can be left alone. Enemies? A shadow blocked the front of the questioning sect's giant battleship. Wei Qingshan, after so many years, I didn't expect you to still be so rampant. Are you worthy of being the enemy of everyone in the whole world? Ha 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 ha. A demented laughter echoed in the surrounding space. Battleship. Countless disciples of the questioning sect were instantly on guard. Ridiculous. I wonder if you can remember me, Song Wolf King? A giant black and white Wolf King appeared in front of the crowd, and he raised his hand to slap a devastating attack at the questioning sect's warship. It seemed to want to completely destroy the battleship with a single strike. A huge raging storm instantly swept up behind him, and he laughed maniacally once again. You should feel fortunate. If those guys hadn't sent you away, I would have already beheaded you in the first place. Elder ancestor. In the face of this strike, the crowd of the questioning sect instantly changed in color. Even Shi Yuntian, who had the highest cultivation level, came out of his cultivation as if he was facing a great enemy. It was completely unexpected that such a monster still existed in the Tianxian continent, and I'm afraid that his cultivation strength was also above that of a demon emperor. Never mind. Wei Qingshan looked at the crowd of the questioning sect whose heartstrings were taut and waved his hand. It's just a husky, just run over it directly. What? The crowd looked puzzled. However, soon everyone was startled. Instead of avoiding it, the vast questioning sex battleship met the Tsong Wolf King's attack and directly crashed into it. In the face of such terrifying might, some disciples with low cultivation levels even subconsciously covered their faces. However, just as the Tsong Wolf King's attack landed on the battleship, the explosion that everyone expected didn't happen, and it didn't even make a single ripple. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to become my questioning sex watchdog. Wei Qingshan opened his mouth. Are you kidding me? The Crow Wolf King smiled disdainfully. Was this an insult to him? In the next second his pupils gradually changed drastically, looking incredulously at the vast battleship in front of him. Under the rapid forward movement, he was actually forced to retreat backward, the flesh and blood on his body being torn apart by this terrifying impact. How is it possible? 3. Wei Qingshan's tone was icy cold. Ancestor, he's a wolf. Chu Junlin also walked to Wei Qingshan's side and couldn't help but say, damn. Me I do. Woof. The Tsong Wolf King was bathed in blood, completely devoid of the previous spiritedness, and his body was involuntarily trembling. Looking at the vast battleship that stopped instantly, he couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Under that great impact, he didn't even have a chance to try to escape, feeling that as long as he moved he would be completely crushed into powder, becoming a demon emperor that had been crushed to death. What? No? Did I just hear you right? The crowd of the questioning sect were dumbfounded. The Tsong Wolf King, who was awesome and bombastic when he just made his debut. Surprisingly, they were really taken in as dogs by their old ancestor. 3 breaths? The crowd of the questioning sect had been bowled over, especially some of the female disciples, whose little peach hearts had almost sprung up. They found out. No matter how powerful an aura or how sufficient a powerhouse appeared, in front of this old ancestor of theirs, in the end, it was still their old ancestor who was the most domineering. And it's a complete crush. A great man should be so nah. Liu Yukai also wanted to learn from his old ancestor like this, but it was a pity that his strength didn't allow it yet. Looking at the emperor's blood in his hand, he directly grasped the time to refine it. This. Chu Junlin on the side was even more at a loss for words. Just now he had explained to his old ancestor that this was a pale wolf. He did not expect that the next second this pale wolf directly woofed twice. He suddenly felt he was still too abrupt. Those people from the Heavenly God's Palace sent you here, didn't they? Wei Qingshan ignored the crowd and instead looked directly at the Tsong Wolf King and asked. The Tsong Wolf King stared at Wei Qingshan with a deadly gaze, not choosing to speak. The injuries on his body could be described as a wide array of injuries. If you think you can escape by yourself when the battleship stops, then I can give you another 3 breaths of time to escape. Wei Qingshan seemed to have discerned the Tsong Wolf King's thoughts. His voice was icy cold as he said, Old ancestor, his eyes are terrifying. I think it's better to kill him. Yan Lingxian was as if a tender woman had been frightened, carefully hiding behind Wei Qingshan and purposely patting her chest. However, she soon noticed a pair of eyes staring behind him like a shadow, and immediately stomped her foot in anger as well. 3. Wei Qingshan read. Yes. The Tsong Wolf King looked deeply at Wei Qingshan, and ultimately did not choose to escape. Because he had a vague feeling that if he dared to run away, he was afraid that in the end he would end up worse off than being directly crushed by the battleship. They sent me to stall you. The Tsong Wolf King continued, looking up at Wei Qingshan carefully. Countless epochs had passed, and although his strength had been greatly improved, the person in front of him gave him a feeling that he was even more unfathomable. Not bad, you managed to stall for 3 breaths. Wei Qingshan smiled, and in the time it took him to speak, the battleship had already begun to start up once again, continuing in the direction of the Heavenly God Palace. You're going to the Heavenly God's Palace? The Tsong Wolf King looked at Wei Qingshan and said, a trace of scorn remaining in his eyes at the mention of the Heavenly Divine Hall. Are you afraid that the Heavenly Divine Hall will kill you? Wei Qingshan glanced at the Tsong Wolf King. No. The Crow Wolf King shook his head. The Heavenly God Palace killing me is the same as you killing me. But if I'm not mistaken, today's Heavenly God's Palace is laying a dragnet waiting for you, and you're now throwing yourself into the net. Chapter 59. No need. The battleship directly ran over it. Oh. Wei Qingshan smiled carelessly and said, their priority is not trying to walk away and escape, but thinking of dealing with me? A dragnet? Then let's hope they don't let me down when the time comes. Wei Qingshan loosened his muscles. Countless epochs had passed. He would like to see what kind of heavenly pride would be cultivated in this place where he was once born. You. The Tsong Wolf King looked at Wei Qingshan incredulously, already knowing that the other side laid a dragnet. This guy is not afraid at all? Wei Qingshan, today's Heavenly Divine Hall is not an existence you can underestimate. I recognize that you're strong, but don't be strong yet. Today's era has long since not been those countless epochs ago, such as how deep the waters of today's Xian are. It's simply not something you can imagine anymore. The Crow Wolf King took a deep breath and said, the scorn in his eyes could almost be said to be undisguised every time the Heavenly Divine Hall was mentioned. Wei Qingshan? Wei Qingshan twisted his head to look at the Tsong Wolf King. A hidden pressure quickly spread out, and in the next second the Tsong Wolf King directly fell heavily on the ground. Don't forget who you are now. Wei Qingshan's tone became very cold. Yes. Yes. The Tsong Wolf King trembled on the ground, his eyes filled with fear, a fear that didn't seem to originate from death, but from the person in front of him. It's as if offending this man would make him worse than death. For a powerhouse of his level, it was hard to imagine anyone else being able to instill such fear in him. Times are different? Wei Qingshan's gaze was icy cold as it landed on the Tsang Wolf King. The tiger isn't here, and you cats and dogs call yourselves kings? A killing chance emanated from Wei Qingshan's body and blended into the sky, seemingly informing everyone in the entire Tianxian. How did you get so strong? An abyssal fear appeared in the Tsang Wolf King's eyes. As he came into contact with Wei Qingshan for a longer period of time, he felt more and more that the person in front of him was unfathomable. Elder Ancestor. Soul Blood. Yan Lingxian, who was on the side, cautiously reminded that an existence of the level of the Tsang Wolf King would be dangerous for them once it turned against them. His soul blood must be kept under control. Wei Qingshan glanced at Yan Lingxian on the side and raised his hand to grab directly towards the Tsang Wolf King's forehead. A soul blood filled with the power of life was grabbed out by him in a raw manner. Take it and play with it. Wei Qingshan casually tossed the Tsang Wolf King's soul blood to Yan Lingxian like it was an insignificant toy. To him, soul blood was just something superfluous, and he didn't need much effort at all if he wanted to exterminate the Tsang Wolf King in front of him. As the soul blood was grabbed away, the Tsang Wolf King instantly felt weaker, his eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. Trying to stop it, he found himself unable to do so at all. How he hadn't expected to end up in this situation before coming here today. Anything less and he'd get out in one piece, but he'd end up being someone else's watchdog? He was the Tsang Wolf King, and this was a great shame for him. What eyes? Are you displeased? Lu Yukai came over when he smelled the smell, his eyes sizing up the Tsang Wolf King, the Demon Emperor. Come on, woof twice for me to hear. Griffin. You. The Tsang Wolf King could hardly endure this kind of insult, and was just about to go berserk when Lu Yukai reacted swiftly and immediately dodged behind Wei Qingshan. You what? Do you know who my family's old ancestor is? When he pushed across an era of the Green Mountain Great Emperor, do you believe that he would slap you to death? Lu Yukai people rely on the power of the ancestors. The flames are very arrogant. With Wei Qingshan remodeling flesh returned, these days asked the sect disciples began to one after another to study the history of this old ancestor, but also began to know a lot of secret stories. Under Chu Yunfeng's orders, someone was already compiling a history book for Wei Qingshan, wanting to fill in the gaps of that period of history. If you don't have that, get on your back. After Lu Yukai saw that the Tsang Wolf King didn't react, he continued to bark, good boy, hurry up and bark twice for me. As he spoke, he leaned towards Yan Lingxian and reached out to try to smooth away the soul blood of the Tsang Wolf King in Yan Lingxian's hand. Get out! Yan Lingxian kicked it straight away, not spoiling this fatty at all. This guy. The crowd of the questioning sect also shook their heads, and to be honest they all kind of resisted the urge to punch this guy. The crowd could almost imagine what would happen to the Tsang Wolf King if this Tsang Wolf King's soul blood actually fell into this fatty's hands. Violent woman. Lu Yukai skimmed his mouth and purposely raised his voice to say, intentionally or unintentionally looking towards Wei Qingshan. Fat ass. Yan Lingxian was immediately infuriated. In the questioning sect, she had always given off an image of a gentle fairy. As a result, this dead fat guy repeatedly caused her to lose her image in front of her old ancestor, which made her hate to dig a pit and bury this guy. Old ancestor, I didn't used to be like this. Yan Lingxian hurriedly appeared at Wei Qingshan's side, explaining in a gentle tone, and carefully made tea for Wei Qingshan. Nature. Lang Ningxuang stood behind her and coldly made up the knife. She only had 2 words, but they were extremely lethal. You. Yan Lingxian just wanted to be angry, but the result instantly reacted. She really wanted to be angry, then on this woman's Dan again. She then took a deep look at Condensing Frost and immediately smiled gently at Wei Qingshan in a gentle tone. Old ancestor, thank you for giving such a valuable thing to Ling Xian for safekeeping. Ling Xian will surely live up to your high expectations. Having said that, Yan Lingxian also intentionally or unintentionally shook the soul blood in front of Lang Ningfeng. The meaning of showing off was already self-evident. Ka-ching! Lang Ningfeng paused, and it was as if a tiny crack appeared on the calm ice surface. Eventually she stole a glance at Wei Qingshan and her gaze fell back on Yan Lingxian, once again resuming an icy look and saying, you've already made a wish. Yan Lingxian. Not far. After hiding in the crowd, little Blackie only revealed one of his left feet and looked at this scene with envy in his eyes. Worthy of an old ancestor. It was a pity that once dozens of wives were close to him, but it was a pity that he didn't cherish them at that time, and only regretted them when he lost them today. Old ancestor. We have already entered the territory of the Heavenly God Temple. Chu Yunfeng said as he appeared by Wei Qingshan's side once again, also noticing something strange about Yan Lingxian and Lang Ningfeng by Wei Qingshan's side. Came just in time. Wei Qingshan gratefully glanced at Chu Yunfeng and immediately stood up and said, in that case, then let's prepare to begin the liquidation. Old ancestor, should we take precautions? Chu Yunfeng said, glancing at the Tsang Wolf King not far away. He had heard everything the other party had said earlier. No need, the battleships will just run right over it. Wei Qingshan smiled, he would like to see what kind of dragnet these people could lay. Chapter 60, ha 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 ha. Run it over? The Crow Wolf King sneered inwardly. Wei Qingshan would pay the price for his arrogance. No one in this world dared to underestimate the present-day Heavenly Divine Hall. Even that young monster from the Forbidden Zone wouldn't dare to say such arrogant words. But it's good. Instead, it would be best if these two fiends fought to the death, then he would have a chance to escape. What are you thinking about 99? Lu Yotsai's gaze landed on the Tsong Wolf King, and he immediately opened his mouth with some displeasure. The Tsong Wolf King didn't say anything, inwardly sneering. As long as he waited for him to take off his mouth, he would definitely make this rabbit cub eat his words. Don't fall into my hands. Chu Yunfeng glanced at Wei Qingshan. Since the straight path old ancestor had already given his word, then it was just for him to follow, and then he directly shouted towards all the disciples of the questioning sect in the battleship. All the people of the questioning sect, all on alert, follow Old Man Green Mountain, liquidate all the evils in this world, and return the world to a peaceful place. Liquidate all the evil in the world and return peace to the world. Countless disciples of the questioning sect shouted at the same time, their battle intent high, each one of them being dumbfounded at this instant. It is an honor for us to follow the old ancestor in his campaign. Please count all the evils in this world and return peace to the world. Battleship. The disciples of the questioning sect lined up in full gear. Over the years, the Heavenly Divine Hall had prospered, becoming the most flourishing sect in Tianxian, and could almost be described as covering the sky with one hand. And they were just a fallen clan. Having never thought that one day they could actually send out troops to crush this Heavenly God Hall, the crowd had a job-like dreamy feeling. One must know that not long ago, their questioning sect was facing extinction, and all of their disciples were in deep despair. But with the strong return of their oldest ancestor, it can now be said that the offense and defense have changed shape. The moment. Every disciple of the questioning sect felt honored. They even felt that it was just to die in battle right now. This life was worth it because of joining the questioning sect. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Several extremely debauched laughs suddenly came from the surroundings of the questioning sect's battleship, which even concealed all sorts of killing opportunities. Ridiculous. Liquidate all the evil in the world and return peace to the world? Boom! A loud meteorite, as if it were a star, fell straight from the sky, destroying some of the obstacles along the way, and heavily bombarded on top of the questioning sect's battleship. Just by your questioning sect you deserve it. A man held a star in his hand and looked down on the crowd below, and along with his appearance, it felt as if the entire heaven and earth were about to be completely torn apart. To die at the end of your life and still not realize it, is your questioning sect in such a hurry to send yourselves to death? Shasta. A coffin appeared in the void, and a looming silhouette floated above it, another extremely terrifying existence. The crowd of the questioning sect, who had originally had a high level of wariness, couldn't help but all suck in a breath of cool air at the sight of this scene. The Heavenly Divine Hall's previous one Emperor Slayer had practically pressed the entire overwhelming power of the human Heavenly Xian to breathe, and it was not expected that nowadays, it would still be hardened by such a terrifying existence. How can we let the world live? At this moment, facing this kind of top existence, not to mention fighting, even if they looked at each other, if they were not on top of this battleship, I am afraid that they would all immediately explode and die. The arrogant people in this world all refer to themselves as true dragons, not realizing that this seed is the true dragon in this world. A dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth as an ancient black dragon seemed to come across time and space, hovering in the void and blocking the retreating path of the questioning sect's warships. A real dragon? How could there be a true dragon in this world? Could this true dragon also be from the Heavenly God Palace? The moment. Countless disciples of the questioning sect were all tense at this moment. At this moment they realized, if it wasn't for Wei Qingshan's appearance, the probability of their questioning sect's demise would not be 99,999%, but 99,999,999%. There's no way to live. Humph. If you don't listen to my Tsong Wolf King, you'll suffer before your eyes. The Tsong Wolf King inwardly sneered, as if he had already seen what would happen to the questioning sect. The Heavenly Divine Hall's depths were simply not in existence that those on the Tianxian continent could imagine. I didn't expect you guys to still dare to show up here. It seems that the Tsong Wolf King's bones are quite hard and didn't talk to you guys. The Black Dragon's gaze swept towards the Tsong Wolf King on the questioning sect's warship, giving an affirmative look. It's not. The Tsong Wolf King instantly broke out in a cold sweat, only feeling somewhat flattered. The key is that he recited everything. It was Wei Qingshan who thought he was hard to come. What could he say? Well done. The old man with the coffin similarly spoke. Don't. The Tsong Wolf King was so scared that he didn't dare to say a single word in the atmosphere, so it could be imagined that the more these people complimented him now, if they learned the truth, then they would be more and more annoyed and enraged. A few mole crickets, how dare they act recklessly in front of our old ancestor? Lu Yukai raised his head to look at the several figures in front of him, and eventually his gaze landed on the old man with the coffin. A coffin would be a bit redundant. With our old ancestor's hand, you will be left with no bones left. Griffin. The gaze of the old man with the coffin swept towards Lu Yukai and withdrew his gaze after just one glance, as if he could stare this mole to death with just one glance. Liu Yukai body broke out in a cold sweat, subconsciously leaned toward Wei Qingshan body, only instantly eased a lot. An existence of this level struck out at him without any fancy attacks at all. If not for Wei Qingshan's presence, I'm afraid that in front of the other party, he would not even be as good as a mole cricket. He stared at that old man on the coffin with a deadly gaze. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid, but he knew that it was useless to be afraid at this time. Don't be so fierce with your eyes, you're just looking at me. If you dare to look at our old ancestor more than once, believe it or not, our old ancestor will directly poke you blind. Liu Yukai saw that Wei Qingshan was able to dissolve his own attack in the other party's 5 elements, and once again, the man called out on his ancestor's strength. Wei Qingshan. This young disciple of the questioning sect's strength Wei Qingshan didn't know how it was, but his mouth was capable of slaughtering gods and beheading emperors. Your old ancestor? Hubris. Perhaps at one time he was indeed a party figure, but in the end, he is a person who has passed through the ranks, and this day, this seat is here to behead him. The old man with the coffin had white hair hanging over his shoulders, and his icy gaze swept towards Wei Qingshan. Boom! One moment. Wei Qingshan lifted his finger slightly and instantly shot out a runic light that pierced through the old man's eyes. The 2 ejected eyeballs tried to escape as if they were already psychic, and immediately after a lightning bolt fell in the air, the 2 eyeballs exploded directly in the air. Ah! A miserable scream emitted miserably from the coffin old man's mouth, his eyes became hollow and a trace of blood flowed from them. Just like what Liu Yukai said earlier, if he dared to glare at Wei Qingshan would directly poke his eyes out. P.S. The background of a variety of finished reading data feedback temporarily are good above, but the amount has been on the unstable. You feel can still hope to give a 5-star encouragement. The new book period is very important, is considered to give the book a chance to survive. Thank you very much for your support. The next will ensure that a straight refreshing. And add a bookshelf, remember to add a bookshelf when you're done reading, and click on the hypes. Thanks again. Chapter 61, let's go, Wang Kai, go invite him. Not bad for an old ancestor. The crowd of the questioning sect sucked in a breath of cool air as they realized that it seemed like they had still underestimated the power of their old ancestor. They were already an insurmountable existence in their eyes, but they didn't expect that when it came to their own ancestor, they would not be able to fight back at all. Ha 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 ha. Yu Choi covered his nervousness with laughter. Old ancestor. You're so giving. Liu Yotsai's heart was like a golden wave inside, and when he said that earlier, his heart was honestly hanging in the air. And want to die spectacularly. I did not think that there is no need to die at all. The old ancestor of his own family is even stronger than imagined, which instantly will arrive to make him full-blooded and resurrected like a moment of confidence and raised again. How? The moment. Even the Tsang Wolf King's heart was jumping in fear, and apart from Wei Qingshan, he was the one with the highest realm present. It could be said that he was the only one who could more intuitively feel the power of that old man, yet the latter was poked and blinded in a single glance like that? Is this still human? Damn! I'll let your entire questioning sect be buried with you. The old man carrying the coffin let out a sharp roar as he kept using his laws to try to restore his eyes, finding that he simply couldn't do it. He didn't have any laws that could counteract the damage that Wei Qingshan landed on him. His breath was physical, and countless auras of death emerged from his coffin, which he raised and angrily blasted towards the man with the star in his hand. It was dark before my eyes. He can't see anything. What? Damn. The man with the star in his hand frowned as he quickly made a seal on his hand, directly dissolving the coffin old man's attack. This seat will make the entirety of your questioning sect never be allowed to live. The old man in the coffin instantly also realized that something was wrong, very clear that he had hit the wrong person, immediately turned around in annoyance, raised his hand and struck a blow, his foot striking the coffin board. Boom! With a loud bang he directly blasted at the black dragon. Your questioning sect will be destroyed. Bury under this coffin of this seat. Asshole. The black dragon's complexion changed greatly. He did not expect the coffin old man to launch an attack directly towards himself. What a waste of time to make things happen. Get out of here. The black dragon's huge body hovered in midair, and his mouth swiftly spat out a mouthful of black flame, resisting the coffin old man's attack. His face was being more and more unsightly. The crowd of the questioning sect were dumbfounded. At this moment, they basically confirmed that this coffin old man was truly poked and blinded by his own old ancestor in a single shot. Did he do it on purpose or by accident? Little Blackie asked with a face full of innocence and a curious look at Liu Yukai. He was careless on purpose. Liu Yukai seriously answered Little Blackie's question, and at this moment, his confidence skyrocketed as he looked up at the old man in the coffin in the void, giving an affirmative look and said, "Well done, old man coffin. The questioning sect, will remember you as a great merit in this battle, and after this battle, you are worthy of enjoying my questioning sect's imperial temple." Liu Yotsai's voice was extremely provocative, and it all stemmed from the confidence that his own old ancestor had brought to him. He felt that he had lived all these years in vain before he met his own old ancestor, and with his old ancestor, he wouldn't be walking horizontally in the heavens in the future. Kid, could it be that you think this dragon can't kill you if you hide behind him? The black dragon's gaze directly locked onto Liu Yukai on top of the battleship. the scales of his entire body flickered with a hint of light, and countless black flames filled his entire body. Careful! Chu Yunfeng hurriedly reminded Lu Yukai that a character of this level would not need to exert too much strength to kill him. He was truly afraid that Lu Yukai would provoke these people. After all, he wasn't sure if Wei Qingshan could block his opponent's attacks every time. Lu Yukai carefully glanced at Wei Qingshan and realized that the latter didn't say anything, so he instantly hardened his bottom again. It was naturally impossible for his own ancestor to watch him go to his death, and the fact that he didn't even stop him at this moment meant that he still didn't put the other party in his eyes. Lu Yukai took a deep breath, instantly feeling that his own old ancestor was frighteningly strong. He slowly raised his head and looked towards the black dragon in the void without the slightest fear. What true dragon? A rascal snake is just a snake is also here to act recklessly. Earlier that husky was also arrogant, now it has not also become a watchdog of my questioning sect. Lu Yotsai's gaze instantly landed on the Tsong Wolf King not far away, signaling, "Go, Wangkai, go bite him." Lu Yukai pointed at the black dragon and told the Coyote King to bite. That asshole. The pale Wolf King's face completely blackened. Does this really treat him as a dog? Wanted? He swore that as long as he could get out of the trap he would make this asshole eat his words. What a look. Lu Yukai also noticed the Tsong Wolf King's unkind eyes. At once he glanced at Yan Lingxian next to Wei Qingshan. He had to find a way to get his hands on that soul blood. What else is this husky going to do if he doesn't even listen? Are you looking for death? Do you think that this true dragon is a waste like them? The black dragon exhaled heavily as his tone became increasingly gloomy, revealing endless killing intent. The world refers to itself as the true dragon, but it does not know what the true dragon is. To feed on humans is a true dragon, and this day this dragon will not devour you. The black dragon roared in the void, overlooking the questioning sex warships below. He had never arrived at a day when he was actually angered by an ant. What real dragons and fake dragons? Explanation is a cover-up. A rascal snake still dares to snarl and bark here. Killing it to make wine is not enough for me to make up for it. Lu Yu said with a disgusted face, looking at the black dragon in the void that was furiously angry as if it was going to swoop down and devour him at any moment. He secretly shivered and continued. I suggest that you'd better not threaten me. My old ancestor of the questioning sect is ancestrally renowned for protecting his calves. If you dare to take a shot at me, be careful that our old ancestor will whip you, a rickshaw snake, out of your skin. Ha 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 ha. Hubris. The black dragon seemed to be infuriated and laughed as countless black lightning bolts accompanied the surges around him. Today, this dragon would like to see who can save you. Without any nonsense, the black dragon stretched out its black sword-like claws and directly swooped down from the air towards the questioning sex warship. It seemed like it was going to really devour Lu Yukai completely. Old ancestor save me. As a king of Mouth High, seeing the other party striking out, Lu Yukai also conceded for a second and directly asked for help towards Wei Qingshan. Only when his voice fell, Wei Qingshan had already disappeared from the spot. He's right. Wei Qingshan directly stepped on top of the black dragon's back and grabbed his hand to directly grab the black dragon's dragon tendon. You really can't be considered a true dragon of any kind. Also, my questioning sex is indeed known for its ancestral protection of calves. Accompanied by Wei Qingshan's flat voice falling, a complete dragon tendon was stripped out of the black dragon's body in a raw manner. Chapter 62 and submit or accept death, your choice. Roar. A heart-rending dragon roar came out from the black dragon's body. And a real dragon, not even a pure scream. Wei Qingshan's eyes were cold, but he might as well tell you, the real dragon race is the one I personally slaughtered to death. The words fell. Wei Qingshan directly toward the black dragon body. A slap, bang sound, originally still high above the black dragon, instantly paralyzed, heavy from the air down on the ground. Old ancestor is mighty. Lu Yotsai's gaze was wide open, and the first thing he did was let out a shriek, calling out for his old ancestor. I didn't expect that a black dragon that was so terrifying would really be cramped by his own old ancestor today, and it was only done within a split second. What did the old ancestor just say? Old ancestor said he wasn't a true dragon, but a rascal snake. Not this one. Old ancestor said that the entire human true dragon race was slaughtered by him. Geez, is this true? The crowd of the questioning sect only felt that with the appearance of Qingshan, their perceptions were either being refreshed or on their way to being refreshed. How terrifying in existence was this old ancestor of his own family? Old ancestor is so handsome. Yan Lingxian looked at this scene and felt her heart beating rapidly, like a wonderful music with its own rhythm. Wei Qingshan. Some fluctuations also appeared on Lang Ningfeng's icy face, her beautiful eyes staring at Wei Qingshan without leaving. I'm going to marry old grandpa too. As for some of the ordinary women of the questioning sect, at this moment, they were even more somewhat unable to hold back, itching to immediately pounce on them. The most crucial thing was that this old ancestor of his own family was not the same as those old ancestors in the legends. Those old ancestors were all old guys with half of their bodies in the ground and full of wrinkles. Instead, the old ancestor in front of them was younger than all of them looked, more handsome than all of them looked, and both his temperament and appearance were extremely outstanding. Unseemly. Some of the older generation of Ask sect powerhouses hurriedly exited their mouths to berate these young female disciples. Don't tell me that this is the heavenly dragnet set up by your heavenly divine hall? Wei Qingshan ignored the crowd of the questioning sect and instead turned to look at the man with the star in his hand. Here, but let me capture you. Shasta. The old man in the coffin, who was blind, captured Wei Qingshan's presence through his voice, and excitement spread across his face, as if it seemed like he was about to have his revenge avenged. Die. Die for this seat. His face was grim as he launched an attack on Wei Qingshan, and a deadly aura continuously emanated from the coffin. This coffin of his once didn't even know how many powerful people had been buried with him. Boom! Wei Qingshan instantly appeared at the coffin old man's side, looking at his furious and hideous appearance. He also shook his head and said, "He's right, you really can't use this coffin." The words fell. A destructive attack emanated directly from Wei Qingshan's body, instantly disappearing into the coffin old man's body, and in a split second, the coffin old man's body began to completely disintegrate and disappeared into this world. Wei Qingshan didn't show too many ripples, but continued to look at the man with the star in his hand. Your strength is indeed beyond my expectations. I never thought that Tian Xian would still have an existence like you, but even if you are strong, this will be the end of the line for you. The man with the star in his hand faced Wei Qingshan straight on, his face not showing too many ripples. Next, Wei Qingshan directly appeared at his side, a hand directly resting on his left shoulder. So you still have a backhand? Then hurry up. Wei Qingshan's face turned cold, and countless bizarre bloodworms instantly disappeared into the man's body, gnawing him up bit by bit. You're dead, so the backstabber should appear, right? The man with the star in his hand didn't say anything more, only to see him blast the entire star directly down towards Wei Qingshan, covering all of him. Only a mouthful of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth, and as he looked at Wei Qingshan who appeared in front of him intact, his face did not fluctuate too much. Soon, his figure completely dissipated into this world, turning into powder, and in the depths of the distant starfield, countless stars also accompanied him as they landed together, like a brilliant meteor shower. Shasta. Countless huge stone statues began to rise up from the ground, surrounding the vast worship of the questioning sect. These idols were of different forms, as if each one was from an ancient true god. Who is it that dares to act recklessly in my heavenly god palace? A god statue suddenly opened its eyes and shot out a destructive light, as if a god was judging. $##. Soon, one after another, the idols around them let out a divine chirp, giving off an ancient and dreary oppression. Ancient god formation? Wei Qingshan slowly landed on the questioning sect's worship and looked up at the surrounding idols. Ancient god formation? Zhu Yunfeng asked with some doubt. This level was still too profound for them. 3 quasi-gods sacrificed to bring back the true ancient gods. It seems that this is the true dragnet of this heavenly god hall. Wei Qingshan said, it seems that both the old man in the coffin and the black dragon are the pawns of the man with the star in his hand, and this is his ultimate goal. Quasi-god sacrifice? The crowd of the questioning sect sucked in a breath of cool air at the words, feeling that this world was a bit crazy. A single great emperor powerhouse could cause the questioning sect to face extinction, and now even the ancient gods were used for sacrifices? The moment. They feel incredibly small. If it wasn't for Wei Qingshan's appearance, I'm afraid that they just might not be able to come into contact with this kind of existence even in their entire lives. A bunch of mole crickets, how dare they act recklessly in my questioning sect? Accept the judgment. Soon, the idol once again emitted an ancient and god-filled voice, each of which brought about an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. Come out. Wei Qingshan raised his hand, and a terrifying pressure swept directly from above the major idols around him. One moment. These ancient statues full of divine charm disintegrated and directly turned into powder. Good, good, good. A handsome young man lay on his side atop a throne, his red hair flowing. I didn't expect that a strong person like you could still appear here. It's quite a surprise to this god. His eyes landed on Wei Qingshan's body, and a flash of approval flashed in his eyes. Kneel and submit or accept death, your choice. The man said flatly, slowly closing his eyes, as if he was like an exalted deity granting Wei Qingshan a chance to choose. That's the way it's done? Lu Yukai carefully looked at the red-haired man who appeared. This time he was surprisingly quiet and didn't dare to talk nonsense.